Chapter 13:17. Time passed slowly, and the path of immortality was ruthless. There were some people and some things that were destined to slowly fade from his memories, gradually fading away. The path of immortality was lonely at the top. Time flew by, and after several decades, an ordinary person's life had already passed, yet he met an old friend in a foreign land. Yifan's heart was filled with complex emotions, as if a dusty door had been pushed open. The time that had passed by, the unforgettable events of the past, day after night. They were like a floating light, yet also like a river that flowed silently by. Shadows, vivid faces, some people had passed away, and some people's whereabouts were unknown. At this moment, they all appeared in his heart. They separated on the path of heaven when they were in their prime. 9 dragons pulled a bronze ancient coffin. The starting point was unknown, and the destination was unknown. They ascended the path of heaven, a journey that changed the trajectory of their lives in an unpredictable direction. The people of the past, the events of the past, after so many years had passed, their memories were about to be covered in dust. They never expected to meet again here. The scars of time were engraved in their hearts. Z1. Yifan stood on the shore and shouted at the divine chariot that was crossing the sea. Blue waves stretched for tens of thousands of li. The southern sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The great waves sounded unending, surging with great momentum. It was as if a magnificent army was charging. Above the blue sea, there were 9 green lawn. Every single one of them was mysterious. They spread their wings and tore through the sky, pulling a divine chariot over. Inside the chariot was a man with fair skin. He wore a golden crown on his head, and his hair fluttered about in the wind. His eyes were bright, and it seemed like he wasn't an ordinary person. You guys got the wrong person. He looked overcautiously, and then he controlled the 9 green lawn to change directions, quickly departing into the distance. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, Wang Ziwen. Why are you hiding from an old friend? Yifan revealed a look of doubt. The blue sea reached into the sky, the waves magnificent. The 9 green lawn pulled the divine chariot, quickly rushing towards a realm gate that appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, they entered, disappearing from sight. It was clear that this person had misgivings. He activated the formation platform, wishing to escape from the great sea. He didn't want to stay for even a moment longer. Do you need me to blast him down? Lama asked. Leave it to me. An ancient beast on the side spoke, releasing a powerful holy might. It wanted to slap the heaven and earth to pieces to capture the divine chariot. Yifan waved his hand, stopping them. He was a bit startled and said, I was careless. This is clearly a different young man, just that his appearance is extremely similar, and he has the same aura. He knew that this was not a complete mistake. This young man was too similar to the young Wang Ziwen, and their bloodlines were the same. Naturally, he was his descendant. He even had descendants. I wonder how he managed to survive all these years. Why did he end up on this ancient planet? Yifan had many questions in his heart. However, he did not immediately chase after him to take a look. He only left behind a thought so that he could follow him at any time. Right now, he did not want to scare the son of an old friend. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin changed the fate of a group of people. More than 10 people died along the way, and several more died in the 6 heavenly passages of Yin country. In the end, only a dozen or so people started a new life. Zhang Wenchang became a disciple of Taixianjua Peak. Lu Yi entered the northern Jade Pool. Kaida chanted sutras on Mount Shumi. Pang Bo stepped onto the ancient Starry Sky path, and Yifan had also arrived here. Li Xiaoman originally survived, but she was beaten down into the ancient desolate abyss by Yifan. It was likely that they would never see each other again in this life. In the past, Yifan and the others were forced into the ancient desolate forbidden land to gather medicine. Wang Ziwen, Zhou Yi, and Zhang Xiling were lost in the immortal palace outside the forbidden land, not appearing for several decades. After so many years, he unexpectedly learned that Wang Ziwen might also be in this ancient land of life. This truly made Yifan confused. What happened? Why did he suddenly come to this star from the Big Dipper? This kind of distance was too far. Who knew how many galaxies he had crossed from the other side of the starry sky to this side of the ancient road? Anyone would be full of doubts. The dust-covered past was opened. Yifan stood on the spot for a long time and calmed his emotions. He knew that he would be able to uncover many mysteries. He was going to visit an old friend. This star is really extraordinary. Do you guys feel it? The spiritual chi is so dense that it is frightening. When you comprehend the Tao, there is a divine sound in your ears, the saint of the Light Clan, one of the 12 saints under Yifan said. The others naturally felt it as well. Their bodies were bathed in the dense spiritual chi. There was a faint glow that washed through their meridians and entered their bodies through their pores. Is this the purpose of this trial, to comprehend the changes of the great Tao? The nine-tailed crocodragon asked in shock. The guide clearly told them that after so many years, some ancient stars were no longer suitable for cultivation. Some ancient stars have been flourishing since ancient times and were suitable for cultivation. The human race's 10th gate, the birthplace of the nine-tailed crocodragon, was very suitable for cultivation because there had never been any changes. The great Tao was immortal, the cultivators were strong, and the saints were endless. And the most cruel ancient star, the path of cultivation, was about to be cut off. Using all kinds of ancient techniques and divine treasures to nurture a dragon realm cultivator was already considered very heaven-defying. Longmas said, "This ancient star is even more prosperous than the ancient star of the human race's 10th gate. The living creatures here are close to the great Tao and can easily merge together. There must be a peerless master here." This was also the reason why there was such a huge difference in the cultivation level of those who stepped on the ancient road of the starry sky. It was not strange for some ancient lands to have a few saints, but some places only dragon realm cultivators and mighty ones could enter. The only thing that made people feel lucky was that the world had changed over the years. Some ancient lands that made people despair were also starting to receive the blessing of the great Tao and gradually regain their vitality. The sound of waves was heard, and waves of salty sea breeze blew. Yifan spread out his powerful divine sense to explore this ancient land of life. This ancient star was not even 1% of the size of the Big Dipper, but it was many times larger than Earth. Just by circulating his mana, he could hear the sound of heaven and earth harmonizing and the great Tao resonating. In the sea, a few hundred miles away, there was a flood dragon watching them closely. It had reached the Saint King level, so it should be the Dragon King of the South Sea. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. Don't cause trouble. There might be a great sage-level existence on this star, Yifan warned the 12 saints. There were countless star fields in the universe, and there were a few ancient lands with life. So far, this was the star that Yifan had found the most suitable for cultivation. It was likely that there were peerless masters there. To comprehend the changes of the great Tao, only by appearing on different types of ancient stars, such as prosperous and barren, would one be able to slowly explore the rules and discover the fundamental problems. Yifan and the 12 saints left the coast and headed towards the depths of the continent. Not long after, they passed by a group of volcanoes. Leaf fires surged and magma gurgled, dazzling red. In an ancient cave, they saw 4 fire crows, all of them about to become saints. Then, after traveling for a few hundred miles, they saw a few small Taoist temples. The cultivators inside were not weak, and there were 2 great perfection monarchs. When they entered a majestic mountain range, the mist was hazy, and they saw a giant snake tens of thousands of feet long, swallowing and spitting out a huge snake pearl. It had actually reached the saint level. Along the way, they saw many cultivators, as well as some ancient cave abodes. They were surprised to find saints several times. Just now, we only saw some holy lands and divine dynasties along the way, but we've already met a few saints. This isn't a very majestic ancient star. It's really shocking, an ancient beast among the 12 saints said. Lama complained angrily. We're all in the same universe, but why is there such a huge difference in the treatment of people? To think that the spiritual energy of the star I was born on was dry, and a dragon transformation realm expert appeared. He was respected as a peerless expert, and it would be difficult for there not to be a saint here. On this star, beautiful mountain peaks could be seen everywhere, surrounded by immortal mist, waterfalls, and flowing springs. The scenery was beautiful, and the spiritual energy was hazy. There were many ancient cliffs, and when one sat cross-legged on them, they could hear the sound of Tao, as if someone was chanting immortal scriptures, causing one to sink into a deep state of Tao comprehension. After a long time, one's cultivation would naturally continue to improve. On other stars, such a place would be a divine land, but here it was not considered rare. Every time Yifan passed by such a place, he would close his eyes and feel it. Half a day later, they came to a vast mountain range, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. There were many cave abodes hidden in this area, and they sensed at least 4 saints' auras. This should be considered a holy land. They were naturally unafraid, but they did not want to cause trouble for no reason. They crossed over, and after a long distance, they found a huge city. It was grand and tall, and there was an endless stream of people in the city. It was very prosperous. "The 9 Siam Yuan are in the city," said the 9-tailed crocodrodon. Yifan nodded. He came for the 9 Siam Yuan and wanted to see Wang Ziwen. Just now, he was just trying to understand the general situation of this ancient star. He sent out a powerful divine will, and like a tide, it surged towards the 9 Siam Yuan, and then swept through the ancient buildings. His eyes shot out 2 divine bolts of lightning. "Wang Ziwen, it's him." In the next moment, Yifan entered the city and came to a grand palace. He appeared in a large hall and looked at the familiar face in front of him. "Yifan, it really is you." Wang Ziwen jumped to his feet, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. His face was full of excitement, and it was very different from his usual slickness. Beside him was a man who looked extremely similar to him. It was the young man they met in the southern sea not long ago, and it was obvious that he had already reported this matter to his father. "After so many years, I didn't think there would be a day when old friends would meet again." Wang Ziwen looked gentle and delicate, and the years did not leave too many traces on his face. Now, he had a powerful cultivation and had already become a saint. "Father, who is he?" Just at this time, a young lady walked in from outside the hall. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and was graceful and beautiful. She was quite beautiful and quick-witted. "This is your uncle. Do you still remember the other side of the starry sky I told you about? We came from the same place." Wang Ziwen was filled with endless emotions, and even his voice was a bit shaky. He had a pair of children come over to greet Yifan. "I didn't expect you to have children, and they've already grown up." Yifan was also filled with endless emotions, sighing about how time flowed like water. So many years had passed, and he had never thought that he would be able to meet Wang Ziwen here. His older brother Wang Chun treated people with his father's style, and he was experienced and tactful. His younger sister Wang, she was very lively, and her large eyes rolled about as she stared boldly at Yifan. Wang Ziwen explained, "Recently, we encountered a disaster, and Wang Chun went to the southern sea to ask for help in my place. When he met you, he mistook me for an assassin, so he directly fled back." Yifan nodded. He had many questions, such as why this old friend had landed on this star and come to the depths of the universe. He asked, "Ziwen, what happened back then?" "I, Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Zhang Xiling, and Li Xiaomen all entered the celestial palace outside the forbidden lands of the remote antiquity. Indeed, many things happened, and everyone's fortunes were very different," Wang Ziwen said. Then he stared at Yifan and said in surprise, "You reached the 8th heaven of saint." He was shocked. He had obtained great fortune in the celestial palace outside the forbidden lands, and then cultivated and tried to break through on this ancient star that was close to the great Tao. Even so, he had only just become a saint, and he knew how difficult this path was. Chapter 13:18. Time flew by, and the years flew by. Back then, they were forced to enter the ancient, desolate, forbidden land to pick medicines. In order to survive, they fled for their lives and never met again. They both came from the other side of the starry sky, but because of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, they entered the boundless cosmos and walked different paths. Once they parted, it was close to 100 years. Their mortal lives ended, and only today did they meet again. The two of them were filled with endless emotions. Back then, they were in their prime and high-spirited. Who would have thought that they would enter the starry sky and start this kind of life? I remember that your company's performance was rising steadily. It was the time for you to show off your abilities, yet the elites became missing just like that. Yi Fan teased. Wang Ziwen laughed bitterly, and then felt a wave of disappointment and frustration. On the other side of the starry sky, their peers should have all returned to dust. Who would have thought that they would enter the sky and come into contact with the god and devil civilization? This kind of fate might make many people in their homeland envious. But now that they had truly reached this step, how many people could understand their emotions? Longevity was fleeting, and the immortal path was heartless. When the years passed, the only thing that mattered was a type of mood. How could they forget the past? There were too many things left for them to reminisce about. Old friends, old events, scenes after scenes. Now, they discovered that the deepest memories in their hearts were all of the other side of the starry sky and not the magnificent scenery on this side. Wang Ziwen was an active person in university. After graduation, he worked hard to have his own thriving business. He was very experienced in dealing with people, but at this moment, his words were a bit shaky and he was extremely emotional. Drifting alone in a foreign land, he fought alone on this ancient star. He didn't have any old friends or acquaintances. He had experienced a difficult period of time. The stars twinkled and the silver moon hung in the sky. They came to the rear garden and set up a table and chairs. They drank wine while facing the moon and chatted about their many years of experiences. The moonlight was hazy. There were artificial mountains piled up in this garden, and under the small white stone bridge, water gurgled. Koi fish swayed their tails, and many fine trees were planted. Some flowers and plants emitted a fragrance that drifted over with the wind. The large buildings all belonged to Wang Ziwen. This giant city was built by him alone. Back then, he had shed his blood and experienced many life and death battles. Now he finally had a firm foothold in this ancient land of life. To me, the Big Dipper is just a relay station. It's so vast, the destination of the ancient emperors in their later years. However, I've never had the chance to see it. Wang Ziwen sighed. He had never left the Yin Kingdom and was confined to a blessed land. Later on, he was forced by the great sage to go to the forbidden land of antiquity to pick herbs. He left and never returned. The immortal palace is ethereal. I suspect that it's not the immortal realm, but something left behind by an ancient emperor. Only those who have become sages can truly understand how extraordinary it is. Yi Fan listened attentively. He couldn't express his opinion on this matter. He was very regretful that he had never been inside and had no fate with that place. Speaking of which, Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Zhang Xiling, and I didn't have any twists and turns in the Immortal Palace. We didn't encounter any danger after we entered. I obtained a purple gold gourd with some fragmented pills inside. It was all thanks to it that I was able to reach this step today. Wang Ziwen didn't hide anything. He was less shrewd and more sincere. After so many years, even if there were some knots in his heart, they had long been erased with the passage of time. He walked for a long time in the Immortal Palace and found a sacrificial altar with a purple gold gourd on it. It hadn't been covered in dust after such a long time. He picked it up and saw some ancient characters on the table, indicating that it was a failed product of the 9 Revolutions immortal pill. There were some fragmented pills inside the gourd. The moment he pulled out the stopper, he immediately felt as if he had ascended to heaven. All the pores on his body opened up. At that time, Wang Ziwen was still a small cultivator. However, he knew that this was definitely a furnace of great medicine and was most likely priceless. He then carefully searched for more divine objects in the Immortal Palace. I didn't pay attention and actually stepped on a complicated diagram. That was a sacrificial altar. Just like that, I mysteriously arrived on this star. Wang Ziwen shook his head. As for the others, he believed that if they didn't appear, they would most likely have similar encounters. They might have inexplicably stepped on the path to outer space. When I first entered the Immortal Palace, I walked together with Zhou Yi. Later on, we entered different huge palaces. I remember the instant I crossed over, I saw a huge 8 trigrams flickering in his huge palace. It was extremely majestic. Yi Fan was astonished when he heard this. He muttered to himself, Zhou Yi, the Book of Changes, the 8 trigrams, it really came true. Back then, there weren't any dangerous battles or any twists and turns. He was only transported into the star domain because he stepped on a strange formation platform. Everyone's encounters were different. When they took a step, the stars changed and time passed. They were separated by the boundless universe and had different lives. I really didn't expect that you would soon become Saint King. I thought that with the 9 revolutions immortal pills fragments, my advancement was already very heaven-defying, said Wang Zuan. Yi Fan didn't hide anything in front of his old friends. He only restrained his dignified aura. Otherwise, the aura accumulated through so many years of bloody battles would be very intimidating. Other than you, Zhang Xiling, Lin Jia, and Zhou Yi, I know the whereabouts and life and death of the others. Yi Fan talked about many things of the past, mentioning Pang Bo, Zhang Wenchang, Li Xiaoman, and so on. Wang Ziwen sighed. After so many years, so many people had actually died. It was impossible to meet them again. Yi Fan said, Lin Jia was chased by Lu Yunji, Li Zhangqing, and Wang Yan. She escaped in the end, but she still hasn't appeared. I suspect that she's also not in Big Dipper. Otherwise, she would have met me. Perhaps, one day, you'll meet Zhang Xiling, Zhou Yi, and Lin Jia. I really don't know how they are now, the prince asked. He felt that it was inconceivable for Yi Fan to be able to step into the heavenly domain and enter the depths of the universe. The starry sky was really too vast. For them to be able to meet here could be considered a miracle. You've returned to Earth? Wang Zuan stood up in shock after hearing Yi Fan's story. His chest rose and fell violently. Yi Fan nodded and said, Yes, it was like a dream. There was only regret and sadness. Have you seen my family? How are they? Wang Ziwen asked excitedly, looking at him with an urgent look. I went to visit them. At that time, your parents were still fine. I left some things behind, but in the end, human strength can't defy the heavens. I think they've long passed their old age. Wang Ziwen's eyes became blurry as tears rolled down his cheeks. A dream of 100 years, and looking back, what was left? He choked with sobs and turned around to look at the starry sky. He silently wept and stood there for a long time. His daughter came forward and helped him wipe away his tears. Only after a long time did he calm down. Do you want to go back? Yi Fan asked. Yes, but there are also things I can't give up here. I've already lost too much and can't lose again. He looked at his children with eyes full of gentleness and said, They were born here and aren't suited to life on Earth. I'm an unfilial person. I will go back, but I'll come back. After a long time, the two of them talked about other things. Only then did Wang Ziwen's emotions calm down. Yi Fan understood that this place was flourishing with life. There were actually 3 great sage overseeing it. One had to know that it wasn't very vast, and its area was limited. Moreover, this wasn't the trial field of the ancient starry sky path. In the past, no abnormal people had come here. It was only because the ancient star of the 30th pass of the human race had collapsed that they temporarily borrowed this place. Uncle, I salute you. Wang Shi was young and beautiful. She had all the lively characteristics of a young girl and was like a skylark flying here and there. Comparatively speaking, Wang Chun was much more steady and mature. As someone of the same generation, Wang Ziwen had such a pair of grown-up children. Yi Fan sighed with emotion and teased him. In the end, he naturally couldn't help but give him a gift as an uncle. He gave Wang Chun a sword that shone brilliantly. Now that he could shatter a divine weapon with his bare hands, the things he had collected were naturally extraordinary. This was the All-K divine sword he had obtained during the fierce battle with the light-shaking realm cultivator before killing the heavenly prince. It possessed an immortal divinity. As for the gift for Wang Shi, it was naturally a rare divine weapon. He wouldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. The brother and sister were pleasantly surprised and repeatedly thanked him. They couldn't bear to part with the two divine weapons and carefully examined them. These were divine weapons that could last forever. Wang Ziwen was moved and repeatedly said that they were too precious. Yi Fan shook his head. He had shattered even more precious ancient weapons along the way. He changed the topic and asked, "What disaster did you encounter?" "Everything was because of this." Wang Ziwen took out a purple golden gourd. It was a foot high and flickered with a purple golden luster. It was extremely dazzling. After all these years, the reason why he was able to reach this step was because of the pill fragments in the gourd. This was a type of divine medicine. In Yi Fan's opinion, it was difficult to find a 9 revolutions immortal pill in this world. However, the great medicine in the gourd dared to be named like this. Even though it was clearly stated that it was a failed product, it was still absolutely world-shocking. Wang Ziwen loved his children dearly. When they were very young, he used the pill fragments to help them build their foundations. Now, the two of them both had astonishing strength, far surpassing their peers. In the future, they would definitely become saints. It was also precisely because of this that it drew the covetous eyes of the outside world. A few great powers made many inquiries and finally understood the existence of the purple golden gourd. They wanted to deal with them. Wang Ziwen said, "The pill fragments were used up several years ago. Only this gourd is left, and it is also a supreme treasure. It can swallow 10,000 li of rivers and mountains and suppress saints. If it wasn't because something went wrong when grandfather was cultivating in isolation, how could they dare to bully us? They are all a group of despicable people." Wang Shi was seething. She glared with her large eyes and puffed out her cheeks. Wang Ziwen's brows furrowed, feeling worry inwardly. When he saw Yi Fan look over, he revealed an embarrassed expression. "My father-in-law is extremely powerful, only a step away from becoming the great sage. However, he was impatient for quick results, and as a result, problems occurred in his cultivation. Now, he cannot act rashly. Some great enemies will take advantage of this time to make things difficult for him." He explained seriously. He relied on himself to reach this step, and it definitely wasn't because he had a good father-in-law. This made Yi Fan laugh loudly. Right at this time, a beautiful woman walked over, entering the garden. She was graceful and noble, but there was a trace of worry on her face. Wang Ziwen introduced her. This was his wife, a pearl of this ancient land of life. In the past, Wang Ziwen's performance was extremely stunning, continuously breaking through. His potential could be said to be limitless, and as a result, he entered holy King Lin Han's eyes, agreeing to the marriage between him and his daughter. Lin Han was in existence at the peak of the Saint King realm. He had already taken half a step forward, and he was only a step away from becoming the great sage. He was one of the future sovereigns of this ancient planet. Father's cultivation went wrong. Not only has he not gotten better, but there are even signs of it worsening. Lin Ling's eyes were misty. All kinds of disasters came knocking on their door. Not only were there people who coveted their divine pellet fragments, but there were also peerless enemies who wanted to use this opportunity to eradicate their entire race. There were internal and external troubles. Right now, Wang Ziwen's saint-level combat power couldn't resist this storm at all. No matter how powerful he wasn't a match. There would be veteran holy kings among the invaders. If it doesn't work, we'll leave this place with Yi Fan and step into the starry sky, Wang Ziwen said, looking at his children and wife. If there was a choice, who would be willing to leave their home? It was just that they had been forced to this step. If they didn't leave, they might be massacred and all of them would be killed. Although the Dragon King of the Southern Sea is willing to help, he is worried that a few undefeatable holy kings will appear, Wang Chen said. Yi Fan comforted them and told them not to worry too much. In the latter half of the night, everything was quiet. Yi Fan and Wang Ziwen chatted for most of the night. They looked at the starry sky in the back garden and talked about their various experiences. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land made one feel especially close. Wang Shi yawned, but didn't want to leave. Listening to them talk about all kinds of strange things, even Wang Qian was in a daze and yearned for it. Rumble. Suddenly, a tsunami-like sound came from the horizon. A group of barbarian riders rushed over, stepping across the sky and shattering the high sky. Their iron clothes flickered with a cold luster, and their mounts were ferocious. Their flags fluttered, and their weapons intimidating. "Where's Wang Zuan?" a middle-aged man shouted at the front. "They're here. I didn't expect the He family to be the first to lose control and want to massacre us," Lin Ling said. She stood up and protected her children behind her. She was a little emotional and extremely worried. "Let's go up and take a look." Wang Ziwen rushed into the sky. Lin Ling, her children, and the many masters of the residence also came to the night sky. "Uncle Wang, it's a bit presumptuous to disturb you so late at night. Please forgive me." A young man walked out. He was very handsome and saluted. "I heard that Uncle Wang's family is in trouble, so I came to help. The He family is very shameless and has been hiding evil intentions. They were the first to attack us, but they're still acting so hypocritical." Wang Shi was naive and the most impatient. She immediately pulled a long face. "Sister Shi, you're wrong. We came to help out of good intentions. How can you make us sound so unbearable?" The handsome young man, He Qingyang, said indifferently. Then his face suddenly turned serious, and he saluted Wang Ziwen again. "My He family is willing to form an alliance with Uncle Wang." "What do you mean?" Wang Ziwen had been through great storms and waves, so he naturally wasn't shocked. Even if there was a clan annihilation, he was still very calm. "Today, we came late at night to propose marriage to the Wang family. I'm willing to marry Sister Shi. From now on, our two families will not be separated, and we will advance and retreat together," He Qingyang said. Wang Shi's beautiful brows immediately stood on end. She clenched her small fists tightly, feeling extremely angry. Wang Ziwen's face fell. He was fully aware that the other party wanted to get rid of them, but he didn't expect them to be so shameless. They wanted to legally swallow up everything that belonged to the Wang family and Lin clan. At that time, not even bones would remain. "Is Uncle Wang unwilling?" A bit of coldness appeared on He Qingyang's handsome face. Wang Ziwen naturally didn't fear him, but the He family was a colossus. Moreover, it was rumored that this time, they even invited a few old demons and ancient beasts from the great desolate mountains. They were exceptionally powerful. "If you don't agree, then today, we will flatten the Wang family and Lin clan," a middle-aged man said with an ice-cold voice. "Hong Long Long." Right at this time, rumbling sounds sounded from the distance again. Several ancient beasts and foreign races rushed over, streaking across the sky. It was precisely Longma, the nine-tailed crocodile dragon, and the other 12 saints. They didn't follow Yi Fan into the manor. "Who are you all?" He Qingyang shouted. He felt a wave of alarm. The other side seemed to have several saint-level experts. Yi Fan stood in the distance and ordered Longma. He said coldly, "Flatten all of these people for me." Chapter 1319. Awu. A group of ancient beasts rushed over, crying out loudly. Wherever their iron hooves passed, the skies would tremble, holy might pervading the air, intimidating everyone. Longma, nine-tailed crocodile, and the others were each more ferocious than the last, truly vicious beasts. They roared out, as if they were ancient vicious beasts that had left their cages, striving to outdo each other, turning into a steel flood that crushed forward. They were all incomparably excited, not treating this like a great battle at all, but rather like a hunt. Men shouted and horses neighed, their eyes revealing vicious light, all of them bravely advancing. "Stop fighting, he's mine. It's been a long time since I've eaten saint blood. No one is allowed to fight with me, or else I'll get angry with him." A golden lion's entire body was resplendent, as if cast from divine gold, heroic and powerful, directly pouncing towards a He family ancient saint, fighting with the saints at his side. Everyone was dumbfounded, not to mention the people of the He clan, even Wang Zuwen and the others, who were on the He clan side. were dumbfounded. This was a group of genuine saint-level experts, and they just pounced on them like heavenly soldiers suddenly descending. Wang Chan was first stupefied, and then he became incomparably excited. He had seen this group of ancient beasts and foreign races in the Southern Sea before, but he never expected them to be so powerful, almost all of them becoming saints. Wang Shi was extremely nervous at first, full of grief and indignation, but now she was so shocked that her small mouth was round, feeling as if everything she saw was a bit unreal. This uncle was too astonishing, actually bringing a group of holy beasts over. Heavens, this is too great. With this type of powerful assistance, what is there to fear from the He family? Kill them all. Even if their saint kings come, they'll be beaten black and blue. Wang family and Lin clan's experts were all excited, all of them greatly encouraged, all of them incredibly excited, rubbing their fists and palms together, about to rush up and join the battle. Don't act rashly. Yi Fan stopped them. It was because he was well aware of the 12 saints' savagery. Once the great battle started, they might go out of control, accidentally injuring these people. Just now, they already shouted that they wanted to eat blood. Yi Fan, this is... Wang Ziwen was stupefied. At this moment, he clenched his fists. There was a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. This old classmate actually brought a group of saints, simply overwhelming the heavens. Others might not be able to see, thinking that they might not necessarily all be saints, but he could clearly see that these were 12 saints, all of them extraordinary, all of them able to fight across levels, the weak against the strong. Yi Fan had roamed the starry sky for so many years. How could the ancient beasts and saints of the alien races that he had acknowledged and chosen to follow him be ordinary people? They had all been carefully selected and had won countless battles. Alho, the golden lion displayed its might, blood energy overflowing into the heavens. It was like a golden beast deity, throwing itself over murderously, immediately slapping an ancient saint upside down. Saint blood splashed everywhere. It was like it of the heavens. It of the golden. This was an absolutely powerful, vicious beast. Even Longma and the nine-tailed crocodile found it difficult to fight against it. Back then, they spent quite a bit of effort to suppress it. However, how could the golden lion let it go? It obtained the divine blood, purifying ancient technique from its older brother Longma. It wanted to eat more blood. Alho, how could the golden lion let it go? It obtained the divine blood, purifying ancient technique from its older brother Longma. It wanted to eat more blood. Alho, another great roar sounded. Its claws slapped over. This saint's ancient shield was shattered. He used all types of secret techniques to block it, but it was all useless. He couldn't change anything. The golden lion was too powerful, incomparable. It was like a golden sun, releasing dazzling light. Pooh! Its claws shattered this ancient saint's heart protecting mirror, tearing him in half. Blood splashed high into the air, but in the end, it all entered the golden lion's mouth, devouring this saint. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt a chill from head to toe. This was too ferocious. The great battle had just started, yet it ended so quickly. Everyone felt that it wasn't worth it for the He family's ancient saint. He died too wrongly. He was torn apart by a vicious beast's claw, becoming food. It was too tragic. The saints around the golden lion were dissatisfied. They didn't get any blood, so they rushed to the next area. They didn't fight over it head-on. After all, this lion wasn't easy to provoke. It was in the 9th heaven of Holy Beast realm. Where did this vicious beast come from? Why are there other races as well? What kind of combination is this? The He family's people were about to go crazy. They never thought that a new army would suddenly appear and attack them. They brought a large number of people. Many of them hadn't become saints yet, only sent to loot the Lin clan. At this moment, they were harvested like crops, falling down in rows. Those vicious beasts opened their mouths and sucked. The sky darkened, and they were almost finished in the blink of an eye. This was a bloody scene. The He family's people couldn't resist at all. Broken limbs and blood rained down, dyeing the sky red. A crimson light flashed past, and a spear-like spike pierced through heaven and earth, piercing through the forehead of another saint of the He clan. Sky Scorpion of the 12 Saints made his move, ruthless beyond compare, killing with a single strike. He came from the Sky Scorpion race and was very powerful. At first glance, he didn't look much different from a human, but he had a scarlet scorpion tail on his back. It was extremely powerful and could pierce through saint artifacts. The others were furious and said, "Sky Scorpion, you stole our spoils of war. He was trapped by us and definitely couldn't escape. You suddenly came and stole our blood." The scarlet scorpion tail pierced into this person's skull and instantly sucked away all his essence. The Sky Scorpion's body shone, and his blood-red hair danced in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. Everyone from the He family shouted. 2 saints were killed so quickly. Their race was extremely powerful. There were 2 great sage human kings and 3 saints. Now 2 of them were killed in one go. It made their hearts bleed, and they felt cold all over. This is great. Too powerful. Too savage. She clenched her small fists and waved them around. She was very excited, but at the same time, she felt that it was too bloody, and her face was a bit pale. All the powerful beings from the Wang family and Lin family agreed with her words, especially the last sentence. It was too savage. These ancient beasts and aliens were all shocking, and the weakest among them was at the 7th level of the Saint Heaven. What did this mean? 12 powerful beings of this level was really shocking. They are really so strong. Lin Ling couldn't stay calm either. Although she didn't scream like her daughter, she couldn't hide her excitement either. She looked at Yi Fan, just who was this old friend of her husband. How could he lead such a group of saints? It was really heaven-defying. The Wang family had 5 giants. This time, a Saint King and 2 saints came. Now that 2 of them had died, all of them turned pale. However, there was still a force that wasn't weak. They invited 4 old monsters from the primordial mountains. They were all high-level saints who had cultivated for thousands of years. Unfortunately, these old monsters weren't willing to fight. Seeing how savage the 12 saints were, they cursed the He family's 8 generations of ancestors and turned to run. This was the broken clan that the He family was talking about. Damn, they had never seen such a broken clan. With a casual whistle, they summoned 12 saints, each more savage than the other. Where do you think you're going? Since you're here, stay. As the leader of the 12 saints, Lama took the lead. He stood up on his hind legs and used the attainment incantation. His 2 hind legs touched the ground, and he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over, blocking the way forward. The 4 old monsters were anxious. They had never seen such a ferocious horse. It didn't walk the normal path, and it actually ran on its hind legs. It was too savage. They wanted to cross the void, but they couldn't do it at all. Behind them, a group of howling savage warriors completely surrounded them and sealed the sky. Uncle Wang, what are you doing? Even if you don't agree to the marriage, you can say it clearly. Can't we retreat? He Qingyang shouted loudly, his face pale. He was a direct descendant of the He family's younger generation. He had already severed his Tao many years ago, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would become a saint in the future. He was a core disciple of the He family, and in addition to his handsome appearance, he was greatly favored by the Saint King old ancestor. Wang Qin replied, "Shameless. Seeing that something happened to my maternal grandfather, your He clan was the first to jump out. You secretly planned to massacre my clan, luring the ancient fiends from the great desolate mountains over. How can you still say such things now?" Wang Shi was already seething with anger. The He family clearly came for the 9 Revolutions immortal pill fragment, wanting to eradicate their clan, yet they still spoke in such a dignified manner. They actually talked about marriage, wanting to eat them until not even their bones were left. "Uncle Wang, if you let us go, everything will be over. The He family definitely won't take revenge. Regardless of whether Saint King Lin Han can cross this hurdle or not, we will keep our promise." He Qingyang said. He felt waves of fear because these vicious beasts were too terrifying. Even though he was hiding behind the ancestor Xian, he still felt cold all over. He discovered that the ancestor Xian, the golden lion, the nine-tailed crocodile, the sky scorpion, and the others were in a standoff, not daring to act rashly. He immediately knew that even as a saint king, the ancestor Xian might not be able to win for sure. Wang Ziwen let out a long sigh, feeling incomparably happy. Recently, he had been in a dangerous situation and was suppressed by some enemies to the point where he couldn't even breathe. Who would have thought that Yi Fan would actually appear and lead such a group of powerful saints? This made him feel somewhat unreal. After calming down, his heart was filled with excitement. Wang Ziwen, what do you want? Are you really not willing to let go? The middle-aged man in the lead of the He family said in a low voice. He was a saint king of the He family. Wang Ziwen knew that saint kings were high above, and not saints could rival them. Yi Fan shook his head, indicating that he was fine and could kill them all. Wang Ziwen was immediately shocked and said, Senior He Kuan, didn't you just say that if I don't marry off my daughter, you will flatten my Wang family and Lin family? You all already have the intention to massacre my family, and you still ask me what I want? Don't you find it laughable? Lin Ling also nodded, feeling hatred in her heart. The other party was taking advantage of their precarious situation, wanting to eradicate their family and take away the immortal pill fragments. For the sake of benefits, they were heartless and heartless. Fine, in that case, let's see who will be the last to be annihilated. He Kuan said fiercely. Right now, they could only face each other to the death. Saying any other soft words was completely useless. Arg, at this moment, not far away, the four old monsters all cried out miserably. The group of beasts led by Lama split them up evenly, killing them all and devouring them into their stomachs. At the same time, the nine-tailed crocodile dragon, golden lion, sky scorpion, and the others also attacked Saint King He Kuan, launching fierce attacks. They can fight Saint Kings? Wang Ziwen asked with uncertainty. Although He Kuan was at the low level of Saint King, he could definitely look down on saints. Don't worry, none of these guys are easy to deal with, Yi Fan said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought them away and let them follow by his side. Lion, scorpion, crocodile, don't think of eating alone. This is a Saint King. Leave me an arm. I want a thigh. The head belongs to me. The group of beasts shouted and swallowed the four ancient monsters. They all rushed over and fought to be the first. Even though Lama was the leader, he couldn't suppress them. Facing an even more tempting meal, these saints all had terrifying eyes. Their eyes were as sharp as lightning as they rushed over. Brat, you said that you want to marry that girl. I think you should just go and reincarnate. In your next life, when my child is born, you can marry her. A black bear reached the 8th level of the Saint Beast realm. It stood up like a human and was 30 meters tall. Its black fur was shiny and smooth, and it was several meters long. At this moment, it revealed its bloody mouth and looked extremely terrifying. He Qingyang felt his legs cramping. These enemies were too terrifying. A moment of carelessness, and he was sucked away by a huge force. In the next moment, he appeared in the arms of the black bear saint. Oh my God! He was so scared that his eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Why was he suddenly hugged by this saint bear? There was nothing worse than this. Patriarch, save me! He Qingyang shouted loudly. His face was devoid of all color as he struggled with all his might. However, trying to escape from the embrace of a saint bear was no different from a fool's dream. With a puff, he was hugged into a lump of meat paste. Then, he was licked by the saint bear's scarlet tongue and turned into food. No! Saint Wang He Kuan's eyes were bloodshot. The people he led had been completely trampled, and now he was the only one left. He couldn't even protect the descendant he admired the most. However, he was surrounded by the 12 great sage experts and couldn't break free. He was actually beaten until he was bleeding profusely. His hair was disheveled, and his body and soul could be destroyed at any moment. This was simply inconceivable. The pressure of a Saint King was completely useless. These beasts were each more tyrannical than the last. They ignored his forbidden technique and continuously attacked like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep. None of the beasts were ordinary. They could all fight above their level and were kings among beasts. Those foreign races were also extremely terrifying and ruthless characters. Hikuin clearly realized that these holy beasts and foreign races hadn't used their full strength. All of them were very relaxed, and things didn't bode well for him. A streak of bloody light flashed past. The golden lion slashed out with its claw and tore off more than 1/2 kilogram of flesh from his back. Saint blood splattered everywhere, making him feel incomparable pain. Too powerful. They can actually fight against a Saint King. Too savage, I like it. She clapped her hands and shouted. The young girl's liveliness and romance won over her fear of blood. She turned around and said to Yi Fan, "Uncle, I admire you too much. Where did you find these experts? I also want to join you." Her face was full of excitement as she clamored about joining the savage battle. Wang Ziwen was also incomparably shocked. He already couldn't see through Yi Fan's path. He knew that this dangerous situation might be resolved with the help of his old classmate. Saint Wang Hikuin let out a shrill cry. His right shoulder was pierced through by a scarlet sky scorpion's tail. Fresh blood dripped out, and his entire body became numb. Even someone as powerful as a Saint King's physique couldn't move at all. Roar! The 12 savage warriors fought and swarmed over, tearing him apart in an instant. They each seized the spoils of battle. A Saint King was torn into pieces and died just like that. Chapter 1320. Hikuin was torn to pieces, becoming the golden lion, scorpion, crocodragon, and the other's meal. He was divided equally, only leaving behind strands of blood mist. The 12 saints were ferocious, making the Wang family and Lin clan's people dumbfounded. At the same time, they were a bit scared. These ancient beasts and other races could sweep through a region. She clenched her fists and cried out in excitement. She was a lively girl, but she had the tendency to become a violent girl. No matter what, tonight's disaster was dealt with. The Wang family and Lin clan's experts were all very excited and cheered. Wang Ziwen breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Yi Fan to have such a group of followers. This was too shocking. They could contend with any major power and dominate an ancient star. I won't say any polite words between us. If you didn't come this time, my family and I would really be in danger, Wang Ziwen said. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Wang Shen also went up and bowed to express his gratitude. Lin Ling brought many people to express their gratitude. At this moment, these people were all very excited. Repelling the He family and killing a few saints was definitely a powerful deterrent. Only she jumped up and down, not treating herself like an outsider at all. She shouted that she wanted to join the 12 saints and go savage with them. She wanted to become a little demon. This gave Wang Ziwen and Lin Ling a headache. They didn't know how to subdue this precious daughter of theirs. Some hostile powers have evil intentions. They will also think about it first, an old man said. Let them come. I'm not full yet. The Black Bear Saint said. He was like a small black mountain, his saintly power pervading the air. Yi Fan glared at him. This giant bear immediately turned into a foot long, its fur as smooth as silk. Its large eyes were like 2 black gems, blinking and watery. It didn't have any ferocious beast aura at all. Apart from who wanted to run over and hug it, everyone else retreated. These ancient beasts were each more savage than the last. They couldn't be fooled by appearances. The 12 saints had all changed their appearances. Some were miniature, some were harmless, and some were as kind as they could be. Early in the morning, the red sun rose over the horizon. Birds chirped, sweet and pleasant to the ear. The land was shrouded in mist, dyed with specks of golden radiance. In the battle at night, the He family was completely annihilated. Not a single one escaped. This caused a huge wave in this region. Everyone didn't know what had happened. They didn't know about the 12 saints and didn't know about Yi Fan's arrival. They were all discussing, causing the people who were targeting the Lin clan to feel shocked. The He family mobilized so many people and invited 4 ancient monsters. Why didn't they do anything? Were they all killed? This was like a ripple that spread into the distance. This made many great powers feel of fear. People had reason to believe that Wang Linhan, the sage of the Lin clan, had recovered. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? The impact of this battle was not small, intimidating everyone. No one dared to act blindly without thinking, which was good news for the Lin clan. A few days later, people heard that Lin Lin and Lin Lin Ling of the Lin of the King's sect, and said. Several days later, news leaked out that Lin Han hadn't recovered. Instead, someone had helped the clan and killed Saint King, He Kuan, and the others. The hostile powers immediately became restless. They found out that no Saint King had taken action in the last battle. It was some terrifying, vicious beast that had joined forces. It's a cultivator from the outer realms. He actually dares to start a massacre on our heavenly soldier star. He's truly unbridled. We should attack him together. The demons from the outer realms have invaded our heavenly soldier star. They looked down on everything and killed our compatriots. We should join forces to encircle and annihilate these villains. People jumped out one after another, calling on the experts of the ancient star to attack together and annihilate Yifan's group. They believed that this was a group of extremely dangerous invaders. Without a doubt, these people were all powers that wanted to attack the Wang family and the Lin clan. Now, they began to clamor, wanting to unite even more people to attack. It was because they were truly a bit apprehensive. Even though there weren't any Saint Kings among these vicious beasts, their strength was extremely great. Even a Saint King like He Kuan had been divided and eaten. How could they not be alarmed? Too hateful. It was clearly them who wanted to massacre our clan. Their attack failed, and they were defeated by us. Yet now they're slandering us. Uncle Yi came from afar to help us pass this trial of life and death. Yet he was called an invader by them. They want to join forces and annihilate us. It's truly hateful. Wang Shi and Wang Chun were both unconvinced. A great commotion broke out in the outside world. However, there were too few people who actually took action. Not many people responded, and most of them were waiting to see what would happen. In front of a stone mountain, immortal mist enshrouded the area. Within an ancient cave on the main peak, Lin Han was in seclusion, heavily guarded. During these past few months, there had already been several groups of people who wanted to find out the truth. There were even 2 groups of assassins who stirred up a reign of terror. Yifan followed the stone steps up to the main peak and entered the ancient cave inside the formation. An old man with white hair and a white beard sat motionlessly on the stone bed in front of the ancient cave as if he had passed away. He was Lin Han. He had reached the peak of the Saint King state and was just a step away from becoming the great sage. However, the situation now wasn't good. Chaotic laws entangled him, as if he was wearing the shackles of hell. Yifan stood in front of the cave and looked again. He understood his situation. There was quite a big problem with Tao comprehension. This person's spirit sense was scattered, and he might turn into Tao. Clearly, Wang Zuan, Lin Ling, and the others also knew the old man's situation. They were extremely worried. He was originally the great sage, but now he could turn into dust at any time. It's not to the point where there's no solution, Yifan said. What, can my father really be saved? Lin Ling's voice was trembling. She pulled her children and was about to kneel down and ask Yifan to help. Don't, Zuan and I are old friends. What are you doing? There's a glimmer of hope, so of course I won't just stand by. Yifan quickly stopped her. If my father-in-law can really be saved, all problems could be easily solved. Wang Zuan was also very excited. Yifan left the stone cliff and found a quiet place to start solitary cultivation. He took out the Tao source and cut off a small piece from it. Then, he began to refine it. This was a difficult process. The Tao source didn't recognize him and was extremely repelling him. Yifan spent a lot of effort to refine it. His whole body was emitting divine radiance as he refined it. Now, perhaps only the Tao source could save Lin Han. However, Yifan was afraid that the Tao source would also reject Lin Han. If that happened, it would directly cause him to die. Yifan felt that only by shattering the Tao source and dismantling the many primordial laws contained within would it be able to turn it into a cauldron of precious medicine. Of course, This would also be extremely destructive to the Tao source. It would lose most of its divine effects. However, this was the only way. As long as a portion of the Tao nature was preserved, Lin Han would be able to pass through death and recover. After spending 2 days, Yi Fan came out of solitary cultivation. He had no choice but to treat this carefully because the slightest mistake could result in the destruction of this planet's future supreme being. This was a ball of light the size of an infant's fist. Yi Fan sealed it and gave it to Wang Ziyuan. He told him to directly inject it into Lin Han's body. There wasn't even a tenth of the Tao source's divine nature left, but it was enough to save a person from death. Did you cut it off from the lump that was washing its feet? The dragon horse's huge eyeballs kept rolling around. Shut up. Yi Fan didn't dare to let it speak too much. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. When Lin Han recovered, he would most likely be speechless. A ball of light entered Lin Han's body. In an instant, the sound of Tao humming rang out within his body. His chaotic, immortal platform radiated with treasure light, and his entire person was filled with vitality. It's working. Father-in-law's divine sense is awakening. Perhaps he would recover in a few days. Wang Ziyuan was shocked. Lin Ling cried tears of joy. The people of the clan were all excited. They forcefully suppressed their cheers and left this place. They were filled with gratitude towards Yi Fan and didn't know what to say. As long as Lin Han didn't die and passed this tribulation safely, he might very well become a great sage. At that time, he would be able to look down on the entire ancient planet. At that time, there would be nothing to fear. Eliminate the invaders. We should join forces and kill those ferocious beasts. We can't let them do whatever they want on our ancient planet. It's everyone's responsibility to kill the demons from the outer realms. We should do our best to eliminate these troublemakers. The outside world was in an uproar. Several major powers joined forces and incited incessantly. They wanted many people who had nothing to do with this matter to join in and massacre Yi Fan and the Lin clan together. These people dared to do this because they had obtained the tacit approval of peerless experts. It was said that there were a few Saint Kings who were Lin Han's old enemies. They wanted to stop him from becoming the great sage and uproot the Lin clan. Wang Shi's little face was full of anger. They are too hateful. They are clearly a group of bandits. They want to steal my family's immortal pill fragments and even want to use this opportunity to get rid of my grandfather. Yet, they still speak in such a dignified manner. Uncle Yi said to ignore them for now. They temporarily don't know the situation and won't act immediately, said Wang Chun. Heavenly Soldier Ancient Planet is very strange. Yi Fan said softly. He was earnestly comprehending the great Tao. He felt that this ancient planet was truly special. Longma, Golden Lion, Heavenly Scorpion, and others were like fish in water, comprehending the Tao here extremely smoothly. If this continued for a long time, accumulating day and month, they would obtain tremendous benefits. Their Tao skills would definitely increase greatly. During these days, Yi Fan discovered many mysterious areas. There were great Tao imprints carved by someone in heaven and earth. They seemed to have existed for endless ages, some already becoming indistinct. This left him shocked. Just what kind of expert was this? The more he explored, the more he felt fear. These were left behind by prehistoric, unmatched existences, suspected to be emperor marks. Heaven and earth nurtured humans, and humans could also give birth to the Tao. The two interacted with each other. The reason why this star known as Heavenly Soldier Ancient Planet was able to flourish until now without declining was greatly related to the Tao marks carved by these people. Yi Fan sat in the heavens above. His entire being seemed to have transformed into the Tao, his figure indistinct, becoming a hazy expanse. He merged with chaotic energy, trying to capture that type of ancient traces. Broad and profound, this doesn't seem like the work of a single person. There are several types of ripples, engraving themselves in this world, becoming an undying imprint. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. He felt that his choice to come to this ancient star was truly the right choice. There seemed to be secrets unknown to others here that were worth exploring. Yi Fan, I've helped you find the various historical materials you needed. Wang Ziwen appeared. He cut open the primal chaos mist and walked over. Heavenly Soldier Ancient Planet was extremely mysterious. Yi Fan wanted to understand its past, and Wang Ziwen was extremely meticulous about this. He sent over all types of ancient texts in the shortest amount of time possible. There are tens to over 100 legends regarding this ancient star. As for the truth, it is difficult for outsiders to ascertain. In the past, I have also seriously researched them, so I can provide you with some references, said Wang Ziwen. Yi Fan carefully flipped through them. These were all Wang Ziwen's painstaking efforts. Some of them were recorded in ancient texts, some were obtained from some ancient tribes, and some were clues dug out from underground remains. Heavenly Soldier Ancient Planet is connected to the surrounding stars. Its shape is like a weapon, and that is how it got its name. This star was originally the head of an ancient corpse, and it turned into a great star. There's an emperor weapon nurtured within the great desolate mountain range. It has been asleep for endless years, and one day it will awaken. Too much time had passed, and regarding the origins of Heavenly Soldier Ancient Planet, no one knew. There were all types of ancient legends. Yi Fan carefully read through them and was deeply shocked. That was because every single legend was extremely astonishing, and they all had some convincing reasoning behind them, making this place even more bewildering and confusing. Soon after, another ancient anecdote attracted his attention. Some people of the past speculated that this might be an ancient place where the ancient heaven trained and nurtured heavenly soldiers. Chapter 1321. Yi Fan stood in the sky, gazing at the entire ancient star. This was a star that didn't have any laws and was actually in the shape of a head. It was connected to the other stars in the vicinity, resembling an ancient corpse. The desolate Great Mountain was an ancient land. Towering ancient trees could be seen everywhere. The mountain range here was majestic and unbroken. Yi Fan led the 12 saints here. He was filled with suspicions regarding this star and investigated some of the important ancient lands in order to gain a deeper understanding. The mountains were majestic, and many of them towered into the clouds. They were tens of thousands of zhang tall and were shrouded in chaotic qi. It was like a land of the absolute beginning, and the rumbling of the great Tao could actually be heard. Truly a divine land. Cultivating in such a place can be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. No wonder so many experts were produced here, and the number of saints never decreased. The entire ancient star was shaped like a head, and the desolate Great Mountain was extremely similar to the frontal bone of the head. This was also the location of the human immortal platform. It was an extremely important place. This region was extremely vast, and there were all sorts of ancient beasts living here. It was the territory of the demon race and some primitive tribes. Normally speaking, humans would rarely set foot here. It was rumored that one of the 3 great sage of this ancient star lived in seclusion within the Great Mountain. It was a fire crow that attained the Tao and was an unparalleled expert of the demon race that could look down on this star region. Yi Fan had a deep understanding of this ancient fire crow. This ancient fire crow was extremely low profile and wouldn't appear in the world for hundreds of years. It didn't have much interaction with the other powers, and as long as one didn't provoke it, there wouldn't be any danger. Naturally, he dared to come here because his mastery of the aspect formula had reached great heights. He didn't dare to say that he was unrivaled under the heavens, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape when faced with danger. In the Great Mountain, there were ancient trees, cries of apes, and roars of tigers. All sorts of strange beasts roamed about, but after Yi Fan's group arrived, everything quietened down. That was because the Golden Lion King, 9-tailed Crocodrogon, and the others were all supreme beasts. Ow! Very soon, the Great Mountain was in chaos as all sorts of beast kings fled. No matter how extraordinary they were normally, under the attacks of the 12 saints, they had no choice but to flee. There was no lack of great perfection monarchs and half-saints among them. In the end, even holy beasts were alarmed. Ho! A saber-toothed tiger that was as tall as a mountain leapt out, its 2 giant fangs snow-white and sharp, shining with dazzling brilliance. It roared out again and again, loudly berating, saying, "For ancient monsters left the mountain, never to return. Were they all killed by you all?" The black bear saint walked forward and uprooted a 30 kilometers tall mountain before smashing it down towards the white tiger. He said, "We're just passing by. Do you want to fight?" The saber-toothed tiger saint was a radical. After hearing about the Outer Realm invaders, his heart was filled with indignation. He was filled with hot blood and wanted to send a punitive expedition to stop the great demon. However, at this moment, it was having a headache. The rumors were wrong. These people were all above the saint's seventh heaven and were unstoppable. This was an invincible, godly army. Ow! The saber-toothed tiger wailed. It was immediately suppressed. The black bear saint was comparable to a black mountain, towering between the heavens and the earth. He hugged the tiger like a little kitten in his arms. The ferocious tiger howled in pain. All the bones in its body were about to break. Yifan hinted for the black bear saint to show mercy and not kill the tiger saint. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. "Little kitty, be good. Don't be afraid. Tell Uncle, why do you hate us so much?" The black bear saint had the appearance of a strange uncle. He chuckled as he hugged the saber-toothed tiger. Ow! The saber-toothed tiger saint howled, feeling fear in its heart. The arm strength of this black bear was too terrifying. All sorts of saint arts couldn't break through it, and its bones were about to break inch by inch. The saber-toothed tiger was as large as a mountain, but compared to the black bear saint, it simply paled in comparison. The other ferocious beasts in the surroundings were also laughing coldly, causing it to shudder. Oh, it's the Gu clan stirring up trouble, stirring up discord everywhere. The old ancestor of this clan is Lin Han's old enemy, and the He clan was instigated by this clan to act. The black bear saint searched the immortal platform of the saber-toothed tiger and understood the cause and effect. The Gu clan had a long inheritance and was powerful, much more prosperous than the He clan. Their old ancestor was also at the peak of the Saint King realm. It was just that his lifespan didn't have much longer, and he had lost the hope of advancing to the Great Sage realm. He wanted to eradicate the Lin clan while he was still alive, preventing Lin Han from becoming the Great Sage. He was the mastermind behind the scenes that targeted Wang Ziwen's family. Many major powers were formed by the alliance of this clan. Recently, they had always been clamoring, fanning the flames everywhere, stirring up the enmity of many experts, wanting them to target Yifan and the other invaders, as well as the Lin clan. Little kitty, don't be used by others. It's not enough to just be hot-blooded. Those who say that we are great devils from the outer realms are the devils. You have to go out and take a look yourself. The black bear saint said with a smile. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was staring at a delicacy. The saber-toothed tiger was scared, and goosebumps appeared all over its body. It wailed. If it was hugged to death like this, it would truly be too vexing. Yifan stretched out his hand and pointed a finger, sending some causes and effects into the saber-toothed tiger's immortal platform. Then, he let it go, borrowing its mouth to spread the news throughout the great desolate mountains, so that the saints wouldn't make a mistake. Truly a pity. The black bear turned back into a foot long, charmingly naive. Its large, bright eyes blinked, and it licked its lips. Its face was full of regret and adorableness. Their group advanced through the great desolate mountains, stirring up a great disturbance. Chickens were thrown into chaos, and all kinds of ancient beasts were startled. There were even powerful saint beast kings that emitted pressure, but they didn't engage in a bloody battle. As for the flame crow great sage, not even a shadow was seen. This was because this region was too vast. If they slowly explored like this, they wouldn't be able to touch many ancient lands. Woo, if this star really is a head, then this should be the center of its frontal bone. If there is an emperor weapon buried here, it should be in the depths of this area, said Longma. It had a close friendship with Duanda and the Black Emperor, and it had received quite a bit of guidance. Now it was quite knowledgeable in exploring the treasures. Yifan and the others explored the Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star according to those ancient books and anecdotes. They didn't want to miss any secret places. Golden light flickered. The nine-tailed crocodile was like a pangolin as it began to drill into the ground, breaking through the soil layer. It wanted to find an ancient weapon that might be buried under the great desolate mountains. If the star is the head, then this area should be the immortal platform's location, and it is most likely to contain an immortal weapon. Unfortunately, no matter how deep they drilled into the ground, they couldn't find any clues of weapons. The entire ancient star didn't have any bones, which was very different from what they had imagined. If it really is a head, then that would be terrifying. What kind of person's skull would be so huge? The Golden Lion said. Yi Fan frowned. He was the Yuan Taoist master, and he was most sensitive to the movement of the mountains, rivers, and veins, so he discovered some abnormalities. The movement of this underground mountain range was very similar to the wall of blood vessels. Even though it had long been petrified and turned into soil, there were still veins that could be found. This might really be a huge head that has already turned into soil and stone. Yi Fan muttered to himself, "What? Is what you said true?" The heavenly scorpion, the black bear, and the golden lion were all shocked. Yi Fan nodded, and then carefully deduced and measured, using a Genesis technique to calculate how far the core area of the immortal platform was from this place. In the end, he took out the formation platform and said, "It's too far. We need to cross to the underground world and see what's nurtured in the true core of the immortal platform." Because Yi Fan vaguely sensed that there was something in the deepest part of the underground. It seemed to be a vigorous life force, filled with great power. Was there an emperor weapon inside the immortal platform? The 12 saints were all very expectant. After making arrangements, they walked into the realm gate and crossed inside. The underground world was empty and incomparably vast. When they walked out of the realm gate, they immediately felt a wave of blazing heat, and flames surged to the sky. Is this really the head of a living being? Look, there's a huge immortal platform in front. There are undying flames burning and blossoming. The heavenly scorpion was shocked. That was an extremely vast platform, like a continent floating in the void. It was dazzling, and there were divine flames jumping about, burning fiercely. There were actually powerful life fluctuations on it, intimidating people's hearts. Even the powerful golden lion, black bear, and the others felt suffocated, unable to breathe. Could it still be alive? It has life, energy? Lama was bewildered. Something's wrong. Yi Fan frowned, and then he opened his origin heavenly eye and looked forward. He saw the reason. A fire crow incomparably large like a mountain, its black feathers flickering with black light, flowing with immortal splendor. It stood in the flames, motionless, as if it was sleeping. One of the 3 great sages of heavenly soldiers and ancient stars, Fire Crow, Great Sage. The 12 saints shuddered. This fire crow was terrifying to the extreme. Every feather on its body flowed with divine splendor, containing a type of great Tao fluctuation, as if it could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Shwa! Suddenly, a pair of terrifying eyes opened, shooting out from that huge, immortal platform. Like 2 bolts of lightning, they tore through the sky. The Fire Crow Great Sage had revived. At this moment, the 9-tailed Crocodragon, Golden Lion, Black Bear, Heavenly Scorpion, and the other saints were all frozen, unable to move. They couldn't help but tremble. They were all saints who could fight against those of a higher cultivation level. They could be said to be peerless geniuses, but at this moment, they were like ants facing a giant, powerless. This scene was too terrifying. Every one of them had the potential to become a beast god or an evil god, but at this moment, they were so petty and insignificant as dust. Junior had no intention of disturbing Senior's cultivation. Please forgive me. I will take my leave now. Yi Fan clasped his hands and retreated. At this moment, only the human race's saint body could move. The golden blood in his body surged, surging violently. Yi Fan shook his sleeves, sweeping up the 12 saints. He circulated the travel formula to the extreme, and all of this was completed in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. He directly tore apart the space. Evidently, this unimaginably powerful fire crow had been in slumber for too long. Its body was covered in dust. Its divine sense awakened, and its eyes were like lightning. It wanted to do something, but it was already too late. It could only watch as Yifan left. Yifan hurriedly glanced back, and his heart trembled. He didn't even turn his head back, disappearing from this place. A golden divine egg. His heart was filled with doubt. That fire crow, with flickering black feathers, was actually a protector. It was watching over a golden divine egg, seemingly unwilling to leave even half a step. The divine flame on the immortal platform throbbed, dazzling and resplendent. The fire crow, the great sage, didn't reside at the center, but left behind a sparkling and translucent golden divine egg. The fire crow, the great sage, was sleeping here only to guard the egg. Monstrous waves surged in Yifan's heart. The entire ancient star was formed from the head of supreme existence, and there was a divine egg waiting to be born on the immortal platform. A great sage was personally guarding it. What did this foretell? In the next moment, they arrived on the surface. Yifan switched positions and circulated the travel formula. Time seemed to stop, and the void distorted. They were far away from the great desolate mountain. Too terrifying. That is definitely not an ordinary great sage. It is not inferior to the fire racist Song Yin, possessing a peerless aura. That's right. I feel that it is comparable to the fire spirit's Song Yin. It is matchless and powerful. After the golden lion, nine-tailed crocodron, scorpion, and the others left that place, they were still alarmed. They felt waves of fear, as if they were facing a deity just now. Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star clearly had an astonishing origin. If one traced back to the past, the strongest power in the universe was naturally the ancient heaven. Could it be related to it? Yifan pondered and thought of Wang Ziwen. He crossed over from the immortal palace outside the forbidden ancient land to here. There were some rumors in the Big Dipper that the immortal palace was related to the ancient heaven. It might be a part of the celestial court's giant watchtower that was left intact, which was why it was called the immortal palace. At this moment, what shocked Yifan the most was the golden divine egg and the fire crow, the great sage, on the immortal platform underground. He carefully pondered and felt a sense of déjà vu. There was a familiar aura, and then he shivered. Chapter 1322. This aura was very familiar, as if they had met before. Yifan calmed his heart and pondered. Suddenly, he thought of something and revealed a shocked expression. They have also arrived here? Have they been here since ancient times? He had fought with the ancient golden crow and knew a lot about this race. At this moment, his heart jumped. The golden divine egg, its aura is very similar to a divine feather from back then. When Yifan left Big Dipper and stepped into the vast starry sky, the saints had pursued him. He had entered an ancient star where the quasi-emperor had failed to prove his Tao. Something had happened there. That mysterious quasi-emperor was like an ancient god that had created the world. Galaxies revolved around his body as he overlooked the entire universe. Unfortunately, his head had been smashed, leaving behind only a legacy of hatred. The ancient golden crow had once possessed a golden divine feather. It was said to be a powerful magic weapon refined from the quasi-emperor's feather. Unfortunately, it had been killed by a god there. That's right, the divine egg's aura is too similar to that of the golden divine feather. Yifan's conviction could not be wrong. The golden crow race lived on a star called Fire Mulberry Tree. Why would they appear here? All of this indicated that there was a shocking secret. Yifan's expression was uncertain. The 12 saints also had many questions and were discussing spiritedly. They were deeply shocked by the great sage of the fire crow. He was comparable to the fire spirit Song Yin. This realm could be said to be frightening. Not to mention this star, even in the boundless starry sky, he was a peerless expert. Without saying a word, Yifan returned to the desolate mountains with the 12 sacred beasts. However, this time, he used the heaven-deceiving formation rune to hide his aura and not expose his whereabouts. He drew with his hands, leaving behind imprints on the mountains and rivers. He was using Genesis techniques to change the world and carry out deductions in order to investigate the situation underground. He was the only Yuan Taoist master and one of the few people in history who had the most accurate grasp of nature, mountains, and rivers. His Genesis techniques were superb, and this was an achievement and fruit of the Tao that he was proud of. Streak after streak of symbols flickered on the great peaks, appearing between the great rivers. They corresponded to the sun, moon, and stars above, and connected to the 9 underworld springs below, connecting heaven and earth. Longma, the golden lion, the scorpion, and the others didn't dare to disturb him. They watched silently and assisted him from behind, helping him grasp the mountains, rivers, and all living things. A vast heavenly origin pattern network took shape, covering the sky and earth, covering the center of the majestic mountain range. It shone resplendently and turned into an ancient mirror. The mountains and rivers are transparent. They lead directly to the underground world. This lofty mountain peak is crystal clear. Why is it like a mirror? The 12 saints were all shocked. They opened their eyes wide and looked inside, carefully observing the miraculous scene in the depths. Indistinctly, they could see the flame crow, the great sage. They could see a speck of golden light on the immortal platform. Flames surged, submerging that place. Yifan's eyes shone brightly. He could see more clearly than the 12 saints, and his heart trembled. He could now be sure that the flame crow, the great sage, was most likely not a native of this ancient star. The heavenly soldier ancient star was suspected to be the head of a supreme being, and the flame crow, the great sage, at the center of the immortal platform, clearly had the bloodline power of the ancient golden crow. Although he had black feathers and was flickering with black light, it couldn't be said that he was unrelated to the golden crow. The most primordial aura revealed his bloodline inheritance. And the golden divine egg it was protecting was definitely very close to the divine feathers aura. This was something that made people's hearts jump. A slit opened in the center of Yifan's brows, and a vertical eye appeared. This was a divine ability that appeared along with the opening of the treasure vault in his body, and it could see through all mist. Tens of thousands of years ago, a supreme being died. His head transformed into an ancient star, and the immortal platform on his forehead was boundlessly vast. Within it, there was a strange liquid that was resplendent and translucent, resembling flames. It danced and danced, submerging the divine egg within as it hatched. On the gigantic immortal platform, there was only this pool of water. Multicolored light radiated in all directions, and if one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. The flame crow, the great sage, wasn't within, and the liquid could only barely submerge the golden egg. Could this be the last bit of undying divinity left behind by the supreme being after he died? Yifan muttered, his heart greatly shaken. This was the divine liquid left behind by the immortal platform, and it was definitely at a world-shaking level. Most probably, it had some inconceivable divine effect. Yet today, it was used to incubate a divine egg. The golden crow race of the flame mulberry planet had long arrived. A great sage was guarding the ancient, immortal platform, quietly waiting for the birth of the divine egg. The more people thought about it, the more their hearts palpitated. According to Wang Zuan, the flame crow, the great sage, was very mysterious and kept an extremely low profile. He had only appeared about 2,000 years ago. A golden egg that has been incubated for 2,000 years, yet it still hasn't appeared. Yifan felt a headache coming on. It was said that the flame mulberry planet had a supreme emperor, but he had never appeared before. Yifan had also tried to search for the imprints of the golden crow's immortal platform, but whenever he tried to search for them, there was only chaos. Today, he discovered a mysterious golden crow egg here, and it immediately gave birth to some strange thoughts. Could it be related to the true body of this emperor? The path to immortalization was about to open, but the emperor of the golden crow race had yet to appear. At that time, the sages of the outer realm had many strange speculations. Swish! Almost in an instant, Yi Fan wiped away the imprints on the mountains and rivers, and the various patterns completely disappeared. He brought the 12 sages with him and fled for millions of miles before coming to a stop. Even if he was the Yuan Taoist master, he could not recklessly spy on the great sage. The real save time was only 3 breaths. Once it was over, even the Genesis technique would not be able to hide his actions. Therefore, after seeing everything on the ancient deity platform, he activated in 2 breaths' time and fled to the end of the vast land, as if nothing had happened here. If the Quasi-Emperor wants to prove his Tao, he will most likely fail. The most tragic one was the one I saw in the Starry Sky Marquee. His head was shattered, and a galaxy revolved around his body. The home planet that gave birth to him became a dead planet. It was too tragic. Yi Fan had heard that the supreme existence of the Golden Crow race had tried to prove his Tao, but he did not know what the result was. I think the Golden Crow race's master passed away in meditation. This is the only bloodline he left behind, and it was sent here to absorb the immortal divinity essence of the supreme deity platform from thousands of years ago. In the future, it will break through to the highest realm. Very likely, this is most likely the divine egg of the Golden Crow race. Longma, the Golden Lion, the Nine-Tailed Crocodron, the Black Bear Saint, and the Scorpio race came to this conclusion after discussing together. Yi Fan did not say anything. The most important thing now was to return to the Lin clan and ask Wang Zuan about the past of the great sage of the Fire Crow, as well as his various actions after appearing. The Lin clan was very quiet. Nothing unexpected happened. Everyone was waiting, hoping that Lin Han would recover as soon as possible. The incessant voices of the outside world made everyone feel very pressured. Wang Zuan saw that Yi Fan had returned and let out a sigh of relief. After learning what he wanted, he called the Lin clan's old steward and asked him to explain everything about the great sage of the Fire Crow in detail. Some of the older generation indeed suspect that he came from the outer realm and is not a cultivator of this ancient planet. Although Yi Fan had obtained some useful information, the great sage of the Fire Crow was too low-key, so it was difficult to pry into his secrets. Since ancient times, more than one expert had obtained the immortal fate on that ancient deity platform. But according to speculation, none of them had gained as much as the great sage of the Fire Crow. Now that place had become his cave residence. No one could enter. Yi Fan believed that this planet must have something to do with the ancient heaven. Perhaps it really was the place where the celestial court trained and nurtured soldiers. The celestial soldier star had revealed everything. The Golden Crow race is really powerful. They actually found this place and explored everything from the ancient times. Are they aiming to find the treasures of the ancient heaven? You're saying that the celestial palace outside, the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, is the ancient ruins of the ancient heaven, through which many secret places of the celestial court can be found. Wang Zuan revealed a strange expression. Yi Fan nodded and said, "That's right. I'm guessing that Zhou Yi, Zhang Xiling, and even Lin Jia, who went to the celestial palace for the second time, entered different secret places of the ancient heaven. The Golden Crow race is very ambitious. They want to inherit everything in the ancient heaven and rule the world. Is there a great emperor who can rule the entire universe?" Wang Zuan was bewildered. At this time, someone came to report that Lin Han's condition was excellent. He had passed the dangerous trial and was likely to break through to the great sage realm in a few days. The chances of success were very high. This was undoubtedly good news that made people excited. The entire ancient planet was formed from the head of a supreme being. This is like a myth. It's too inconceivable. Sigh. Too bad it was occupied by the Golden Crow. I really want to cook that bird egg into fried rice. That's right. That's definitely an immortal elixir that stole the fortune. In the end, it became a breeding ground for bird eggs. Longma, the Nine-Tailed Crocodron, and the Black Bear Saint were all very regretful. With a great sage overseeing things, no one could hope to break through. They had no fate with the fortune. Yi Fan asked if there was anything special about this ancient planet. Wang Zuan thought seriously and said, There's a divine stele from 10,000 years ago. It's engraved with the two words celestial soldier in ancient divine characters. Through the generations of expeditions, it changed hands many times and fell into the hands of many great powers, but none of them obtained it. It's the most ancient artifact on this planet. Unfortunately, this divine stele fell into the hands of the Gu family. Just like the great powers of the dynasties in the past, the family also didn't obtain anything and became a decorative object. Wang Ziwen speculated that if there really was a connection to the ancient heaven, it could only be this stele. It was the only ancient artifact left from 10,000 years ago. Although the celestial cord has been destroyed, its remains can be seen from time to time after setting foot on the star passage. Perhaps we can slowly excavate all of it, Yi Fan said to himself. He waved his hand, and the 12 saints were all excited. They prepared to attack the Gu family and borrow this divine stele to take a look. Perhaps they could make some astonishing discoveries. The Wang family and the Lin clan were also moved. They had endured for many days, and now that Lin Han had recovered, they no longer had to be on tenterhooks. For so many days, the Gu family had stirred up trouble and added fuel to the fire. They had united all the great powers to besiege them. Now that they were about to launch an attack, the atmosphere in the outside world was extremely tense. The Lin clan is finished. They will definitely be massacred. Not even a blade of grass will grow, and nothing will be left. In a few days, the various lords will launch an attack. Those demons from the outer realms and the Lin clan will all be annihilated and wiped clean from the earth. There were all kinds of clamors in the outside world. Some people were clamoring in the dark, spreading the atmosphere of a great battle that could destroy the Lin clan at any time. However, on this day, a group of vicious beasts and alien races rushed over. It was as if a beast god and an evil god had descended into the world. They swooped down on the Gu family with boundless battle spirit. No one had expected that the demons from the outer realms would directly attack the Gu family. They were the first to launch an attack, and their murderous intent swept through the 9 heavens. Buzz, Yi Fan's body shook violently, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. This was because he felt the bronze cauldron in his body shake and emit wisps of green light, making his body sparkling. That's related to the model divine stele in front of the Gu family. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. Chapter 1323. The dilapidated cauldron in Yi Fan's body was glowing. The green multicolored light made his body seem sparkling and translucent. This was a rare sight. The ancient cauldron was actually reviving on its own. Seize the stone tablet. He was greatly shaken. He knew that it must have something to do with the 2 words heavenly soldier. It was definitely an ancient artifact left behind by the celestial court. Kill! Murderous shouts shook the heavens. The 12 saints swept forward like a flood of steel, slaughtering in all directions. This was a group of demons that could destroy everything in their path. Enemy attack. Stop them. Figures flew up one after another in front of the Gu family's mountain gate to stop these intruders. All kinds of magical treasures danced in the air. This was a powerful clan with extremely deep and terrifying resources. It was an enormous clan that had withstood the test of time and had an ancient inheritance. However, these people in front of the mountain gate were simply not enough. Figures soared into the air and fell in large numbers like harvested crops. A bloody mist enshrouded the area, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils. They collapsed almost in an instant. The golden lion rushed over and inhaled, swallowing the heaven and earth. Tens to hundreds of people were sucked into its mouth and turned into its food amidst the golden light. Who dares barge into the Gu family's important grounds? Following a loud shout, the saints were alarmed and activated the great defensive formation. All kinds of patterns appeared on the entire mountainous region. Light rushed into the heavens and temporarily stopped the 12 saints from advancing. This clan had a glorious past. They had once overlooked the entire ancient star and ruled over endless territories. Now, They were in a decline and hadn't produced a great sage for more than 10 generations. However, the formations laid down by the predecessors couldn't be underestimated. Just the mountain gate alone was a Saint King formation. Chaotic energy filled the air and sword radiance shot out in tens of thousands, sealing off the path ahead. Yifan and the others stopped and didn't attack forcefully. Their main target was the stone tablet, and not to actually attack inside. Elegant peaks stood erect one after another. White mist swirled about, making the area ahead look like an immortal's cave. Waterfalls poured down like ribbons, magnificent and otherworldly. Elegant mountains rose side by side. Spiritual energy was dense, and medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. There were some ancient buildings on each peak. In the deepest part of the Gu clan, there was a floating city. It was majestic, and it was surrounded by ribbon-shaped clouds. Gu family occupied an extremely large amount of land. Wondrous flowers bloomed everywhere, jade grass covering the ground. All types of rare and strange beasts roamed about. This was an extremely rare and excellent land. Large amounts of formation patterns appeared, interweaving into strands of natural laws. They protected the mountains and ancient buildings, making it difficult for others to take even half a step forward. There was an enormous divine monument in front of the mountain gate. It was modeled with historical remains and had existed for a long time. It was an extremely special ancient artifact. In the past, many great powers fought for it, but time had obliterated the expectations people had for it. No one was able to obtain anything from it, and now it could only be considered an antique. The ancient monument was 100 zhang tall and was extremely heavy and imposing. Unfortunately, in the end, it could only be used to decorate the courtyard and had no other use. Yifan came precisely for it. He personally took action, his entire body surging with holy might, directly rushing towards this ancient monument, entering the Saint King's formation, reaching out a large hand to directly pull out the monument. "You dare!" Many people in a mountain gate shouted loudly. Even though this monument didn't have much use, it was related to the Gu family's face. If it was pulled out by someone, wouldn't that mean that they were useless? An ancient saint took action, personally attacking. Several dozen to over 100 flying swords shot out, every single one like a shooting star, brilliant and dazzling. Sword energy shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, weaving about and dancing about. Together with the various attacks of the formation, this place became dazzling, as if the sun, moon, and stars were shaking down from the sky. Yifan released a great roar, not holding back at all. The dark blood divine ring behind him merged with the golden curse, turning into a halo of light that blossomed. His entire being was like an immortal king that had stepped out of the divine gate, looking down on the world, looking down on this generation. This great roar directly caused the Gu family's mountain gate to directly collapse. Even the surrounding formations became dim, releasing Kacha sounds as they were continuously obliterated. Meanwhile, the several hundred flying swords in front of him were even more so blocked by the divine light released by Yifan. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp, all of them frozen in place. And in the next moment, they broke apart inch by inch, exploding with a loud bang, turning into an expanse of powder. Metal fragments rustled to the ground, and the saint artifacts turned into dust. This was the power of Yifan. This ancient saint turned pale with fright. What kind of battle prowess was this? He was shaken to the point where his chi and blood surged. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, and his body shook violently. Retreat. Right now, he only had this thought. He didn't rush out originally, only attacking from a distance, and now he even flew away. Yifan's attack power was too strong. He circulated the supreme, secret technique of Buddhism, shaking the heavenly sound of the swastika. A ripple rushed out from his mouth, turning into an unstoppable Tao wave. Pooh! Bloody light suddenly appeared, and this powerful ancient saint's physical body collapsed. Even so far away, he couldn't escape this calamity. Only an incomparably dim primordial spirit was left, screaming as it fled. within the mountain gate, the faces of many disciples were snow white. This was an old saint ancestor, yet he was almost roared to death by someone. What kind of concept was this? It was like a fantasy story, simply like a legend. In the back, the golden lion, black bear saint, heavenly scorpion, and the others felt their mouth go dry. Waves of coldness rose up from their backs, feeling that there was a certain distance between them and Yi Fan, that they couldn't surpass him. Yi Fan didn't chase after him. He raised his hand and forcefully pulled. The monument rumbled, and many beautiful mountain peaks began to shake. The 100-jong tall, giant monument broke free from the ground. Gu family's alarm bell sounded. All types of magical treasures flew out, attacking outwards. There was no lack of saint artifacts, and there was even a great sage-level formation that activated, shooting out divine radiance. Yi Fan didn't panic in the slightest. He carried the giant monument and walked out of the mountain gate. After giving it a look, he left into the distance. Forget about taking down Gu family. Wipe them all out. There isn't a single good thing in this shady family. A group of vicious beasts cried out, wanting to loot this enormous family. Forget it. With the great sage's formation here, you all can't enter. It will only increase the casualties. Yi Fan shook his head. He already achieved his objective. The green copper cauldron was shining. He wanted to immediately study it thoroughly. The group of people were unruffled, withdrawing just like that. Gu family first felt a wave of nervousness, and then they clenched their teeth in hatred. These people were too unbridled. Gu family's old Saint King came out of seclusion, only a step away from becoming the great sage. He had been Lin Han's enemy for many years, and his achievements were profound. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. When he reached a place with no one around, Yi Fan held the monument in his hands and carefully examined it. At this time, the green cauldron in his body had already stopped trembling, calming down, and it no longer shone. However, the monument was still trembling, continuously shrinking from 100 jong in height. In the end, it was less than the size of a palm, landing in his palm like a stone order. The words Heavenly Soldier were engraved on the front, dancing like dragons and snakes, as if gods and devils were roaring. These were archaic divine characters, a type of extremely ancient language. Now, Yi Fan was already proficient in it. It was because after walking into the depths of the starry skies, he discovered that this type of language was a common ancient language used by all races. The more powerful and ancient a race was, the more proficient they were in it. What kind of monument is this? How did it turn into such a small piece? Longma and the others crowded over, looking at it seriously without stopping. No one could see anything, only knowing that it was incomparably sturdy. Longma, the golden lion, and the others walked up one after another, but they couldn't damage this monument in the slightest. No wonder it can remain unbroken through the ages. Not even the passage of time can wear it down. Just from the quality alone, it is even sturdier than various divine artifacts. This was an ancient object, and its level couldn't be determined. It could only be described as a secret artifact. Perhaps it possessed special power, but unfortunately, no one had used it since the ancient times. Yi Fan brought out the green copper cauldron. The stone monument that was less than the size of a palm continuously trembled. It was clearly not ordinary, not an inanimate object. What exactly is this thing? It shouldn't have great origins, right? How is it compared to the divine spirit ancestral artifact that appeared in the human race's 10th trial? The nine-tailed Crocodrogon muttered. Dang! Yi Fan placed the stone monument into the green copper cauldron. It suddenly erupted with brilliance and rumbled continuously, emitting a heaven-shaking murderous aura. The ancient monument erupted with a world-shaking aura, as if a magnificent army was galloping. It was so loud that it made people's eardrums hurt, their bones felt weak, and they couldn't help but tremble. The surging murderous aura was like a tsunami, drowning this uninhabited area. Yi Fan seemed to see a sea of people around him, and every one of them was like an undying god or devil. Roar! The roars sounded so real. Longma, Scorpion, Golden Lion, Black Bear, and the others all felt their hearts palpitate and their bodies trembled. It was as if they had arrived at the most terrifying mythological era, appearing in a battlefield of life and death. This was a group of demon-like warriors, and their battle intent was high. It was as if they wanted to shatter the sky with their roars and strike down the 9 heavens. This was 100,000 celestial soldiers. They were like undying heroic spirits that transmitted an undying will through the stone monument, crushing all enemies. At this moment, it startled the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles. All living beings were trembling in fear, including the saints. What is this thing? The 12 saints were so shocked that they all fell back. A wave of cold air surged into their bodies, as if they were facing the numerous gods and devils from ancient times. The ancient cauldron didn't change at all. Only the stone monument was shaking, and densely packed small characters appeared on its surface. They were like swimming tadpoles, profound and complex. Yifan carefully looked at it and read the ancient characters on it. Soon, his brows relaxed. This really was a supreme treasure. This was a divine order from the ancient heaven, and it could mobilize a troop, 100,000 celestial soldiers. Moreover, this was a terrifying magical artifact. When 100,000 celestial soldiers activated it together, it was enough to suppress a region. In the end, the stone token stopped shaking, calmed down, and became simple and unadorned. Yifan took it out from the green copper cauldron and said to himself, "As expected, it is the same as the green cauldron. Both belong to the ancient heaven." No wonder the two produced a strange reaction when they met. Great waves rose and fell in his heart. This was an extremely powerful secret artifact that could guard a star field. It was an ancient battle monument that lived up to its name. He flipped it over and found that there were 2 characters on the other side, 100,000. Together, it was 100,000 celestial soldiers. With it, one could control a troop from the ancient heaven, and they could sweep through a region and suppress a region. It was definitely powerful. Yifan closed his eyes and digested what he just obtained. Its only flaw was that this wasn't a magical artifact a single person could use, but rather a rarely seen great artifact that required 100,000 celestial soldiers to activate. Magical power, cultivation, and cultivation realm weren't the first requirements to control it. What was truly needed was a great battle intent, an indomitable courage, an unyielding will, and the unity of 10,000 people. This was the divine order from the ancient heaven, and it possessed an extraordinary meaning. These conditions seemed to be restricting something, but they were actually a type of spur. The hearts of 100,000 celestial soldiers were united, and they could become an unmatched army. This is a great treasure. Could it be that it really needs 100,000 people to activate it? Loma, 9-tailed Crocodrogon, and the others were drooling. Just now, they felt the terrifying aura of 100,000 souls transformed into gods and devils, and they knew that this was an unimaginable ancestral artifact. There are a few types of battle formations in the stone monument that are extremely powerful, but they need at least 10 people to activate them, representing 100,000 celestial soldiers. If you all work together, you might be able to activate the battle monument, but I don't know how much of its power can be displayed," Yifan said. The 12 saints immediately cried out with excited expressions. This monument was a magical artifact left behind by the ancient heaven, and it might be something refined by venerable emperors. After so many years, they might be able to grasp it in their hands. Chapter 1324. With a Wonglong sound, the monument enlarged to a height of 1,000 jong. It was as imposing as an ancient mountain and emitted a heart-palpitating aura. Strands of Tao patterns circulated on its surface, giving it an ancient and imposing aura. This monument was like the awakening of a deity. It possessed its own life and surged with battle intent. Phantoms of gods and spirits appeared one after another, as if they were real. A great pressure swept through the surroundings as the monument reached the heavens and shook the earth. Unfortunately, the good situation did not last long. The 12 saints did not cooperate well enough and lost control of the battle formation. Unable to control the monument, they all dodged in all directions. Boom! The ancient monument fell down as energy surged. Ayo! Awu! Lama cried out miserably. He was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and was almost smashed into a meat pie. He was pressed down by the monument with only one of his legs exposed and twitching continuously. The others looked at each other in dismay. They teleported several tens of li away in fear that it would act up and cause trouble for them. Yi Fan frowned. The 12 saints were all powerful, but it was difficult for them to work together as one. They were all arrogant and untamable. Hoping for them to work together as one was like asking the golden lion to eat vegetables. Lama cursed continuously. It crawled out from under the monument and cursed the black bear, nine-tailed crocodile, and scorpion for not being loyal enough. They had almost broken its bones and tendons. Fortunately, the divine monument's pressure was reduced at the last moment and did not land on its body. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. They tried a second time. According to the archaic battle formation, they moved out together to control the monument. They wanted to release a world-destroying might, but they failed again. Ayo, this time, the unlucky black bear saint was suppressed. His mountain-like body was pressed to the ground by the monument. He immediately shrunk to a foot long and crawled out like a miniature bear. His large eyes blinked with tears as he accused the group of being unloyal and using him as a scapegoat. Stop pretending to be pitiful. You shameless black bear that is even bigger than a mountain. Just now you sat on my butt and almost squashed me to death. Lama said angrily. Yifan was helpless. It was impossible to count on these fellows to work together in a short period of time. They needed the baptism of life and death battles before they could finally work together. The key to activating this monument wasn't one's cultivation or cultivation level, but rather one's willpower and courage, as well as whether or not one's heart could be united and not have other distracting thoughts. The 12 saints all had the attitude of a mountain king, and none of them were easy to deal with. It was too difficult for them to restrain themselves and become disciplined people. The war monument was an unparalleled great artifact. Its origins were astonishing, but it wasn't something that just anyone could activate. It was suitable for a master who had experienced hundreds of battles, and not the current group of arrogant individuals. Yi Fan led the crowd back to the Lin clan. The situation on this side was even more tense. It seemed that a large number of soldiers were pressing the border, and a war was about to break out. There were ancient demons from the 100,000 mountains, powerful humans, and overlords of the sea domain. The Gu clan's activities in the past few days had indeed achieved extraordinary results. Yi Fan had pulled out the Gu clan's monument, which was equivalent to slapping them in the face. Now that they had reached the point of shedding all pretense of cordiality, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The old King Saint of the He clan has come. The pangolin sacred beast king of the primitive mountains has arrived. The Arctic wolf has appeared, and the shark saint of the West Sea has also appeared. The most important thing is that the Gu clan's ancestor has come out of seclusion, and now several saint kings are plotting. Wang Zuan explained the situation with some worry. His father-in-law was very powerful, but after all, he hadn't taken that step. If there was a conflict, how could he fight against so many old enemies alone? Yi Fan was startled and said, "Isn't the old man about to become the great sage? Why did an accident happen again?" Wang Zuan smiled bitterly and said, "He wants to ponder for a few more days and feels that it's necessary to perfect his orthodoxy." Yi Fan was deeply surprised. Those who could become the great sage were all extremely talented individuals. This old saint of the Lin clan was indeed extraordinary. He could still maintain his composure under such circumstances. Wang Ziwen said, "We can only delay it for a few days. Today, we can only intimidate them with force and temporarily make them unable to figure out the situation. Only then can we take the initiative." Yi Fan nodded and discussed with him for a long time. These days, the Lin clan had also joined forces with some experts, such as the Dragon King of the South Sea, the Saint King of Zhongyue, and so on. Bang! In the outer region of the Lin clan, a spiritual mountain was shattered. Powerful waves surged and surged here. This was a kind of provocation. They were testing the strength of the Lin clan. A great battle would start at any time. At this moment, they wanted to see if the Lin clan would have any other experts besides the 12 saints to help. Lin clan, why do you have to do this? You are too ambitious. You colluded with the demons of the outer realm and wanted to eradicate the various great inheritances on my heavenly weapon's ancient star. You are unforgivable. An aged shout sounded from afar, rumbling over and intimidating this pure land. The Saint King had arrived. It's the Saint King of the He clan, Wang Zuin said. Wang Zuin said, this was a great expert. The last time He Kuan and He Qingyang dared to attack, it was because this person was holding down the fort in the clan. All kinds of shouts came, and there were also amiable persuasions. They claimed that as long as the Lin clan handed over the demons of the outer realm, this matter could be forgiven and they would not pursue the matter. In the next 2 days, this area was extremely tense. Several peak Saint Kings arrived, and all kinds of noise could be heard. Hand over the demons of the outer realm and return peace to my heavenly weapon's ancient star. Kill all the invaders and bring them to justice. Restore the harmony and peace of the heavenly weapon's ancient star. A large number of cultivators rushed over to force the abdication. They were all disciples of several major forces. They clamored to the heavens and painted Yi Fan as a vicious demon king. It was impossible for these people to reveal their selfish intentions of getting rid of Lin Han and snatching the 9 Revolutions immortal pill. Now, they established a righteous cause and called on all the experts of the heavenly weapon's ancient star to join forces to destroy the outer realm invaders. Of course, they also generously declared that if the Lin clan realized their mistakes and helped everyone kill the demons, it would be a great merit. The only one these people were afraid of was Lin Han. They did not know how he was doing. This was an old enemy that made them fear him. They were afraid that this was a trap he had set up, waiting for them to jump into it. Protect our heavenly weapon's ancient star. Defend our territory. Hand over the evil leader. A group of people shouted, persuading the Lin clan to be righteous and focus on the overall situation. The situation is not good. Wang Ziwen frowned. Some people were operating in the dark, trying to persuade one of the 3 great sage to target the Lin clan. Both sides were stalling for time, not daring to act rashly. This group of people is really shameless. They clearly came for the 9 Revolutions immortal pill, but they still talk about righteousness. They want to use the power of the entire ancient star to eradicate us. Longma and the others were furious. During this period, Wang Zuin and the others naturally did a lot of work, organizing a large number of forces to expose the true purpose of the Gu and He families. This area was surging with undercurrents. It's no big deal. Yi Fan summoned Longma, the Golden Lion, the Black Bear Saint, and the others, telling them to move out and focus all their strength on uprooting the slightly weaker He family, suppressing and killing them with force to deter everyone. The next day, a huge uproar appeared. The He family was attacked. Despite the protection of the ancient spell formation, they were still beaten and almost uprooted. As soon as this news came out, the entire ancient star was shaken. Everyone knew that this was definitely the Lin clan's counterattack, and they actually took the initiative to attack again. At the same time, the Arctic Dragon's cave was broken through by Yi Fan, and ghosts cried and gods howled. Corpses were everywhere. The world was shaken again. The Ash Wolf Saint Beast King was a great omen. He usually guarded the north, and no one dared to provoke him. Now that his cave was broken through, it was really shocking. Now, the Ash Wolf Saint Beast King and the Gu family were together, raising the banner of righteousness, which made many people feel helpless. At this moment, while people were shocked, they were also very excited. It was good to kill a few more of these great omens. The Ash Wolf Saint King was furious and immediately returned to the North Pole. After learning that his most beloved son had been captured, someone warned him to be more well-behaved. He immediately shattered the mountains and rivers with a roar and went all the way south. He requested the Gu family and the others to attack the Lin clan and completely wipe out the enemy. However, the Pangolin Saint King, the the West Sea Shark Saint King, and the others were all afraid. They left in a hurry, afraid that someone would target their cave and raid their own backyard. During these days, Wang Ziwen was badly battered. He personally visited the other two seniors apart from the Flame Crow Great Sage, fearing that they would be persuaded to come out of the mountain. Yi Fan blocked and killed, creating a diversion and attacking with great power. It really made some people feel terrified. Kill the Gu family's old Saint King, the Ash Wolf Saint Beast King, the He family's old ancestor, the West Sea Shark Saint King, and the Pangolin Venerable Pangolin finally took action. The ancient spell formation flickered and was continuously broken. Then, Origin Heaven Pattern Network appeared one after another, changing heaven and earth to block the attacks of the ancestors. This was a bloody battle. Yi Fan oversaw it and used the meticulously arranged Origin Heaven Pattern Network formation to trap several great experts. The Lin clan, Wang family, as well as the Southern Sea Dragon King, Zhongyu's Saint King, and the others who came to help all took action. They ambushed within the formation and fought against powerful enemies. They fought until the sun and moon lost their radiance and the world lost color. Puffed. Yi Fan released a long roar. Under many people's incredulous gazes, he used his divine body to split the Gu family's number 2 figure, a Saint King, into 2 halves, killing an exceptional expert. A rain of blood filled the sky, and the earth was dyed red. Longma, the Golden Lion King, and the others also took action. They fought in all directions, and this place erupted. In the end, a great pressure descended from the outer realm. Lin Han appeared, having successfully passed the Great Sage Tribulation. He was like an ancient deity, his entire body surrounded by great Tao traces. His divine might was matchless, and his aura covered the world. There was no longer any suspense. The Gu family, He family, Arctic Wolf, Shark Saint King, Pangolin Venerable One, and the others all fell, turning into a rain of blood. In front of the Great Sage, former opponents were simply not enough. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. Moreover, the Gu family, He family, and the others harbored evil intentions. They wanted to stop Lin Han from becoming the Great Sage, and they went to war for the 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill. After their defeat, they were condemned by all sides. War had never been merciful. What followed was naturally a cleansing. Some great powers rose, while others became the past, buried in the dust of history. The title of Great Demon from the Outer Realm disappeared, and Yi Fan and the others became honored guests of the Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star. They stayed for a month, comprehending the great Tao and understanding the extraordinariness of this ancient star. They confirmed that this was a training and weapon nurturing ground of ancient heaven. With all the saints of the Gu family and He family eradicated, the entire ancient star returned to peace. The 4 great sage oversaw it, and a peaceful era began. Take care. Yi Fan turned around and strode away, once again embarking on his journey. Wang Ziwen silently sent them off, watching them leave the Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin had changed the trajectory of their lives, and they had completely different lives. Where's the way back? And could they meet again? They didn't know. The starry sky is vast. Even a great emperor can only bloom with a momentary brilliance in the long river of time, illuminating the universe in an instant. Who could be immortal? Wang Ziwen sighed. His path was different from Yi Fan's, and his personal choice was different. Father, do you also want to climb the heavenly road, step on the song, and go to the depths of the universe to compete, to witness a prosperous era, and to welcome the arrival of a golden era? Wang Chen asked. That's not my path. With you guys, I don't want to be buried in the outer realm. In my opinion, this is the most prosperous place, and it's my great world. Wang Ziwen said, Father, let's go to your hometown in the future. Wang Shi said in a lively manner. All right. Wang Ziwen nodded, but in his heart he felt lost. Chapter 1325. Wang Ziwen felt disappointed and frustrated. Different states of mind had different scenes. Yi Fan ascended the path to heaven. He seemed free and at ease, but he had a different mood. He was looking at a flourishing age and welcoming a mountain of white bones. The mountains and rivers were like a painting dyed in blood. In the end, it was unknown whose flourishing age and whose flourishing age would it be. Or would it be a bleak scene? Yi Fan returned to the main path and entered the former holy city of the human race, starting a new journey. He followed this ancient path and watched the stars move, the sun and moon rise and fall. The path of stars was boundless, and the strong remained strong. Along the way, he was used to seeing life and death. He had seen much desolation, blood raining down, and many heroes falling, becoming the scenery in other people's stories. In the following year, Yi Fan practically became a lone traveler. It was rare for him to see other trial takers because he spent most of his time on the branch paths of the outer realms. Just like how the 30th stage of the human race led to the heavenly soldier ancient star, the following stages also had such branch paths. However, it was difficult to find a place of life. There were many uninhabited, forbidden areas. Yi Fan was not afraid of the dangers and kept crossing the stages, tempering himself. Some of these ancient lands have been abandoned for 100,000 years, while others were even older. Now, only a few experts were open to them to choose their path. The many ancient paths were extremely arduous, filled with trials and tribulations. There were many dangers, and in many people's eyes, they were all paths of death. Young man, the golden path is the first choice. That is the path of the strongest. The heroes in the depths will all seek out such ancient trial grounds. Along the way, an old man once said this. Yi Fan unexpectedly learned that in the depths of the universe, there were golden trial grounds prepared for the contenders of the Emperor's Road. Many of them were on the branch paths. Yi Fan advanced resolutely, breaking through stage after stage, tempering himself. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, close to 2 years had passed. Yi Fan had encountered hundreds of battles of various sizes. He brought Longma, the Golden Lion King, and the others forward, arriving at the 50th stage of the human race. He stopped here because this was a strange land. The half-hundred stage, the number of great Daos, was an extremely important holy land. Howl. Longma, the Black Bear Saint, and the others all let out a long howl. In the past 2 years, they had appeared in various forbidden areas and walked in the desolate and uninhabited areas all year round. They couldn't even see a bird's feather. They had had enough of this monotony. We're finally going to enter an ancient land of life. I can't wait to get there. This was a majestic, giant city, more majestic than any he had seen before. It floated in the universe, and when he got closer, he felt very majestic. Yi Fan and the others smoothly entered the city. Early in the morning sun shone brilliantly. Dewdrops rolled down from the fine trees and ancient vines by the roadside, and they were illuminated by the rays of the sun to look like numerous sparkling and translucent pearls, translucent, radiant, and filled with vitality. The ancient city was extremely peaceful. Bathed in the first rays of dawn, the entire city flowing with a layer of golden radiance, appearing dignified and divine. It was especially so for the ancient buildings that were illuminated by the golden radiance that shone on the roofs and enormous halls, making them seem even more solemn and majestic. It made one want to prostrate themselves devoutly and feel peace in their hearts. The 50th city of the human race had a majestic and extraordinary aura. As soon as Yi Fan entered, he felt that this place was densely packed with Tao marks, almost fusing with the great Tao. Ow! Longma howled, breaking the tranquility of the morning. The 50th city of the human race had very wide streets, paved with bluestone. The golden lion, nine-tailed Crocodrogon, and the black bear Saint rushed in like a flash flood, spreading throughout the entire ancient road. Some people were either standing on bluestone or sitting cross-legged on Tao platforms, breathing in and out the essence of heaven and earth. White pillars of chi spewed out from their mouths and noses, emitting thunderous sounds. Many people opened their eyes and looked over at them at the same time. Emperor Burial Star, the human race's divine physique, is here. No one knew who said this, but it immediately caused a commotion. Many people glanced sideways and stared at them incessantly. The ancient starry sky path had been cut off for more than 20 years, and Yi Fan couldn't travel on it. Only today did he arrive at the human race's 50th pass, which naturally caused quite a commotion. Some of his battle achievements in the human race's 10th pass were spread out one after another. His identity was especially sensitive, so some people naturally paid attention to him. However, the ancient road had been cut off for more than 20 years, and the battle achievements that were transmitted over were all very vague. It was difficult to distinguish between true and false, and there were many rumors that could not be confirmed or verified. Of course, one thing people could confirm was that Yi Fan was very powerful. He had killed the great commander of the human race's holy city, killed a law enforcer's nephew, and seized the law enforcer's holy robe and divine order. This was something that the ancient road had never been cut off, so it was clearly known by others. This is the divine physique of the Emperor Burial Star. He has finally arrived. The following ancient road is destined to not be lonely. I just don't know if the people ahead will think of a way to come back and fight him. Many people were looking forward to it, and their faces revealed strange expressions. The human race's 50th city was very grand, and it could accommodate many people. In this early morning, many people were breathing in and out while facing the morning glow. There were trial takers and natives. This was a special ancient city. It was the human race's 50th holy city, and even the children knew how to cultivate energy and cultivate the Tao. There were many experts in the city. 100 ancient cities, the number of great changes. This enormous city is quite extraordinary, stopping so many trial takers here. What are they looking for? Or are they trying to comprehend the supreme truths? The Golden Lion said, "Everyone is paying attention to me. There's nothing I can do about it. No matter where I go, I will always become the center of attention." Lama boasted shamelessly, feeling extremely good about himself. Early in the morning, golden multicolored light illuminated everything. A group of holy beasts and foreign races bathed in the radiance, appearing quite heroic. There were indeed many people's eyes that landed on their bodies. This horse really isn't bad. On the side of the road, one of the cultivators that were cultivating spoke. When Lama heard this, he raised his enormous head, putting on a look as if he was the only one, looking down on everything in this world, valiantly and energetically walking forward. "Ha, little fellow, you're really amazing. You actually subdued so many holy beasts. Sell this stupid horse to me." On the side of the road, a large man spoke. His face was full of curly beard, and he was extremely tall and sturdy like a black iron tower. Lama immediately woke up from his self-satisfied state. He turned his large head, pricked up his ears, and glared fiercely with his large eyes. "Mother Asterisker, a donkey meat shop?" When Lama saw the golden signboard behind the large man, his lungs immediately exploded in anger. He stood up on his hind legs, about to rush over. "This shop sells top-grade donkey meat, occasionally selling some horse meat." The large man rubbed his hands, looking like a butcher. He sized up Lama from head to toe, picking and choosing, praising and criticizing fat and lean meat. "Go, let's tear down this shop together." Lama roared angrily, calling out to the nine-tailed Crocodrogon and the others to attack together. Yi Fan was speechless. This large man was really unscrupulous, provoking Lama like this. However, he was really a tough one, and one could tell with a single glance that he was an expert. Lama had a lot of prestige among the 12 saints. With a hula sound, the other 11 people rushed over together, their holy might pervading the air, and were about to attack. Sigh, what a pitiful child, to have encountered such an unscrupulous guide. Someone muttered, not far away. This caused Yi Fan to be startled, revealing a strange expression. This was actually the city's guide. How could it be like this? "What? You're the guide, and you provoked us first. This seat is acting in self-defense, so I'll suppress you first." Lama was quite domineering, calling out to the group to attack. With a flash of brilliance, the guide opened his palm leaf fan, covering the heaven and earth, enveloping Longma. He raised his hand and was about to press down. "Sir Guide, why are you doing this?" Yi Fan shifted his position, standing in front of Longma. A large golden hand moved forward to receive the guide, and divine light flourished. The guide retracted his hand, shook his head, and said, "It's not worth it to fight with your bare hands." He did not feel embarrassed at all, and calmly retreated. "Senior is this city's guide. Why did you open a restaurant here?" Yi Fan asked. "Sai, the guide is also a person, and also needs to live," the large man said with a face full of vicissitudes. But no matter how one looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a strange uncle. "I'll poke your grandpa. You really opened a donkey meat restaurant?" Longma's eyes widened in anger, and his anger surged. He was ready to pounce at any time, and said, "You've profaned this seat's dignity. I saw that you guys came from afar, so I just wanted to greet you." The large man with a curly beard like steel needles laughed. This was the guide of the human race's 50th city, and his strength was great. He mingled in the mortal world without a trace of dignity, and was completely different from the guide envoys he had seen before. Longma sized him up, and he knew that this person was not to be trifled with. Since the other party had said so, he did not want to cause trouble, and said, "Old fellow, just this once. To make amends, I'll treat you guys to horse meat." The guide invited them with great hospitality, and he called out to Yi Fan, Scorpio, and the others. "I'll poke." Longma was furious, and he raised his hoof to trample on the guide. He had never seen such an unwelcome guide, and it made his lungs explode with anger. In the distance, whispers could be heard. The guide was tricked by an old donkey back then, and he's still brooding over it even after 4,000 years. Who knows how much donkey meat he's eaten? Isn't that so? Even some donkey-like monsters are not welcomed. Longma almost spat out blood after hearing this. It was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it was not an ordinary body. From a certain perspective, it was a type of Holy Spirit, and it was actually considered a close relative of a donkey. Of course, no battle occurred in the end. Although the guide was tricked by an old donkey, he would not act recklessly against the trial takers because of this. He was an eccentric person who enjoyed the mortal world. "Sai, you must be careful if you meet an old donkey on the road ahead." In the donkey meat restaurant, the guide had a bitter expression and said that they would most likely meet one in the depths of the starry sky. The group of vicious beasts pretentiously advised him, led by Longma. They were delighted to see the guide like this, building his happiness on the pain of others. These fellows were all ill-intentioned. Yi Fan, the Black Bear Saint, the Golden Lion, and the others ate to their heart's content and swept away the food like a whirlwind. At their level, they naturally did not need to eat like this, and this was only a type of enjoyment for the delicacies. "Child, you've eaten and drunk your fill. If you want to cry, then cry," said the guide. Yi Fan was startled, and he did not know what kind of trick he was going to play. "What are you talking about? What did you feed us?" Longma's expression changed, and he shouted sternly, "Horse meat." The guide replied very straightforwardly, "Old bastard." Longma shouted loudly and rushed into the distance. Let's take a look around and familiarize ourselves with this ancient city. The Golden Lion, Black Bear Saint, and the others all slipped away, feeling that it was very dangerous to stay with the guide. After they left, the guide said with a solemn expression, "The human race's 50th trial is of great significance to you, and there are some places that you need to take a look at." Yi Fan did not understand why he was so solemn, and he did not know what he meant. "Let's go. I'll bring you to take a look." The guide sighed. They directly arrived at the center of the ancient city, and there was a huge mansion there. It occupied an extremely vast area, and there was a vast garden area that surrounded several mountain peaks. Normally, no one could enter. It was always covered in dust, protected by a terrifying great formation. Creak, creak, clang. The guide activated the ancient formation and pushed open the ancient gate. He brought Yi Fan inside, and as soon as he entered, he smelled some blood. Chapter 13:26. This was an enormous manor that combined gardens, palaces, Tao rites, and other things. It could be considered grand and majestic, but after entering, it was overgrown with weeds, a scene of desolation. The smell of blood wafted from within the manor. There were formations on the outside, but there were no killing formations on the paths inside, allowing passage. Ancient trees covered the sun, the courtyard long overgrown with all kinds of vines and weeds. Yifan's heart pounded, feeling a familiar aura. Fluttering sounds rang out, several wild chickens scuttling, flapping their wings as they fled from the grass nest. Not far away, a wild rabbit even jumped up, running madly. In disrepair, this so-called city lord manor had not been inhabited for who knew how many years. If not for the foundation and beams being built according to ancient diagrams, it would have long since decayed. Up ahead, the smell of blood wafted over, growing thicker and thicker. At the same time, the blood in Yifan's body was burning, gradually boiling. This place is... He knew what this place was, feeling sorrow for the predecessors. In the depths of the manor was an ancient forest. Many vines and giant trees submerged the buildings, even crushing them. Meanwhile, there was a vast area where not a single blade of grass grew. This was a blinding red, forming puddles, not just one, speckled like stars. Every puddle wasn't large, only a few meters in size, but together they were several hundred john. Blood. It was a pool of blood that was scattered across this vast land. Apart from this, there was no vegetation, it was completely bare. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, smelling it as soon as he entered the manor. The sacred blood in Yifan's body surged, responding to these puddles of blood. They were of the same bloodline, the same source. This was a resonance and call that transcended time and space. Yifan couldn't tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy, watching silently. Sacred body's blood. Just like his, it possessed a type of undying and powerful characteristics. Only, what was unexpected was that after the ancient era, it still hadn't dried up. Inside the pit, there was a bright red expanse, a small portion of the puddles flashing with faint golden multicolored light. That was the divine power that still hadn't dissipated. It had to be said that the sacred body's bloodline was tyrannical. Even after more than 100,000 years, the blood still hadn't solidified. There was still an undying power that hadn't scattered. This isn't a normal holy body. Back then, it was matchless and unmatched, but it is a pity that it was intercepted and killed here. The envoy said, on this ancient starry sky path, there were some battles that would forever be remembered, some physiques that would attract attention, and some ancient stars that were incomparably resplendent. According to the guide, this saint body of the human race was extremely powerful, so the trials on the ancient road were useless to him. He just wanted to go to the ultimate test to take a look. However, in that era, there was also a type of physique that was peerless and tyrannical. When it heard that he was rushing over, it specially returned from the depths of the starry sky ancient path and carried out a world-shaking battle. In the end, it killed the human race's divine physique. That battle caused heaven and earth to collapse and the star paths to break. Countless stars in the cosmos were shattered, and millions of Dharma bodies were shattered. This blood fell from the outer realms. One could imagine just how terrifying that world-shocking battle was. It was a battle rarely seen since ancient times, one that was recorded in the history of deities. Back then, the entire ancient path went crazy because of this. It was unknown just how many people hurried over, all for the sake of witnessing this battle. Many cultivators were affected by the shock waves of the battle, dying in the cosmos. The end of that battle had far-reaching effects. Even after many years had passed, it still hadn't calmed down. It was known as one of the most terrifying divine battles on the ancient path. Even after so many years, the manor was still sealed, not allowing outsiders to approach in order to preserve the blood here. This was enough to explain everything. Being evaluated as a divine battle and recorded in the ancient texts was a type of highest evaluation. One had to know that from ancient times until now, many great sage and even the quasi-emperor's most glorious battle didn't have the qualifications to be evaluated. A cool breeze brushed past, and the fallen leaves fluttered about. The garden was extremely peaceful, giving people a solemn and mournful feeling. Yifan couldn't move. He had once heard from the odd warrior Manor's old master that there were 4 or 5 human races' divine physiques that stepped onto the ancient path in different eras. Some of them had their blood scattered in outer space, their bones buried in foreign lands. And these people, when they were in Big Dipper, all of them had great accomplishments, suppressing the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. They had world-shocking achievements, but who would have thought that they would fall like this? Quelling chaos, suppressing heaven and earth, the extreme Tao was glorious. But in the end, they died in battle in outer space, their bones buried in foreign lands. Yifan found this a bit hard to accept. These bloodstains, these desolate scenes, it was hard for him to accept. The human race's divine physiques that were once extremely powerful were killed just like that. It made one feel grief. If they were extremely vicious and evil, then that was one thing. They clearly had great achievements and stepped onto the starry sky ancient path, yet they ended up like this. The pool of blood was still there, pouring out the sorrow of a lifetime. There was no right or wrong on the ancient path. The Emperor Path contended for supremacy and the strong one. It was merciless and cruel. That opponent was truly extremely powerful, standing at the peak of humanity. He also had a type of unrivaled physique, and since ancient times, he has been a mortal enemy of the divine physiques. Several generations of them met one after another, and the great battle shook the heavens and earth, causing the universe to tremble, said the guide. Yifan was speechless. Stepping onto this path was equivalent to abandoning him. Anyone should have been mentally prepared for this type of fate. The strong advanced, and the losers perished. He silently paid his respects and walked around the pool of blood. He felt a type of regret and desolation from the desolate era. Who would be willing to accept this type of ending? There are very few golden threads in the blood. The guide clearly said that some were extracted by later generations and used to refine medicine. Otherwise, the divinity would also return to heaven and earth. The blood of the divine physiques was extremely strange. At first, it would slowly change from scarlet to golden, and when it finally reached the consummate realm, the golden color would slowly fade away, returning to scarlet. "Senior, rest in peace," Yifan calmly said. He gazed into the depths of the cosmos, as if he wanted to see through the ancient path. It was because on the path ahead, there was an old enemy. In this era, that type of physique appeared again. He would also encounter it, and it was just like the divine physique from more than 100,000 years ago. He was going to face the greatest enemy of his life. This was like a reincarnation, a clash of fate. After so many years, when the divine physique rose up, another type of physique arrived, just as scheduled, arriving in the depths of the starry sky ancient path. The two physiques have fought several times. What are the results like? Yifan asked. After so many years in the starry sky, he naturally paid attention to the legends of the old enemy. He had heard a few things from the guide in voice. However, he definitely didn't know as much as the guide from the 50th city. There are accurate records. There were 4 times in total, and they were all recorded in the history of the Divine Wars. The human race's divine physique won one of the most powerful battles. 3 losses and 1 victory. This kind of battle record made Yifan tremble. Was the old enemy actually this terrifying? It was powerful to a boundless realm. It was truly hard to believe. The guide continued. There's another saying that the divine physique had another victory, but no one saw it with their own eyes. They only saw traces of it in a destroyed star domain, and it couldn't be recorded in the history of the Divine Wars. His corpse, is it gone? Yifan asked. He felt a bit sad. The powerful and glorious human race's divine physique actually had such a miserable old age. That battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Many stars fell, let alone a flesh body. The guide sighed. Many spectators were sucked in, and in the end, they turned into cosmic dust, leaving behind a bloody mist. The divine physique was defeated and suffered heavy injuries. His supposedly indestructible physique was smashed into pieces. After the battle, the divine blood became the target of all parties. Not even a drop was left. For cultivators, this was a great medicine. After the battle, some people returned part of the body, but the divine essence had been extracted. The broken body was buried on an ancient star. Later on, that star underwent some strange changes. It was puzzling that half of the broken body unexpectedly took control of the Tao. Now, there is only an empty grave there. This ancient star belonged to the human race's 50th pass. There would be a life star every 10 passes. It was like a dam that blocked a river, and many cultivators would stop there. The human race's 50th holy city was a bit special. It had 2 life stars just like a Gemini. The ancient star with the divine physique buried was very close to the human race's 50th holy city. It was the dimmer of the Gemini stars. Half of the body turned into the Tao, and it actually caused the heaven and earth there to change. The entire ancient star's spiritual energy sharply decreased, and the Tao is too high. It's even more unsuitable for cultivation. Yifan naturally had to go take a look after hearing about the divine physique's burial place. He went alone, not bringing Longma, the golden lion, and the others. The dimmer of the Gemini stars could be seen in the distance. It revolved around a sun star, and it wasn't too far away. It was just ahead. The human race's 50th holy city was very prosperous and suitable for cultivation. Many cultivators stayed here to comprehend the heavenly Tao and cultivate bitterly every day. Yifan didn't waste any time. He left this place and stepped into the realm gate. Soon, he descended on a planet that wasn't too big. The sky was dusky with leaden clouds floating by. They covered the sun and made people feel a bit depressed. The vegetation on the ground was sparse, and it was difficult to see the lush, primitive mountain forests. Large areas were bare and lacked green vegetation. Strands of Tao patterns appeared beneath Yifan's feet. The travel formula operated, and the stars moved, and the mountains and rivers flowed in reverse. He followed the terrain map provided by the envoy and headed towards an ancient land. The mountains here were majestic and barren. There were many rivers that had long been cut off for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. There was an ancient tomb in the depths of this region. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have completely scattered because of it. This place was bleak and desolate, and not even weeds could grow here. The dark red great earth seemed to have been dyed in blood. After endless years, there was only a desolate silence left here. It was seriously lacking in life force. Was this the divine physique's tomb? Yifan walked forward step by step. It was difficult to understand what he was feeling inside. The unmatched divine physique was actually defeated. Moreover, his body was split into pieces, and his bones were buried in a foreign land. Ever since Yifan began his cultivation, he had never been defeated in a battle against someone at the same level. Even though he had encountered many dangers along the way and narrowly escaped death, none of them were given to him by someone at the same level. The ancestor's divine physique was unmatched in the Big Dipper, yet it was shed blood here. This left him absent-minded and a bit difficult to accept. When I fight him in the future, what will happen? The ancient tomb was extremely large, around a zhang tall. A divine physique was sleeping here. The dark red earth buried him. Someone is offering sacrifices to his grave. Yifan was moved. Even after so many years had passed, the ancient tomb still hadn't disappeared. There was definitely someone protecting it. Moreover, there were withered flowers on the ground that should have been placed recently. Why did someone come to offer sacrifices again? If they want to pay their respects, they should go to the other ancient star of the Gemini, Stark, to pay their respects to the victor. Why are there always people who come to pay their respects to the loser? In the distance, someone said softly. 2 pairs of ice-cold eyes looked over, full of hostility. Chapter 13:27. The mountainous terrain was vast, and not a single plant could be seen. There was only an ancient grave like this. A lifetime of glory, a lifetime of sorrow, had ended here alone. Yifan stood there silently, his heart filled with endless emotions. The struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path and the cruelty of the Star Path. The Saint Physique had also become the tragedy of someone else's story, turning into a bleak scene. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, only dark red soil and stones. This place was quiet and cold. Normally, very few people would come here. Yi Fan sensed the two people behind him, but he didn't turn around. He stood there for a long time, and the two pairs of hostile eyes didn't move away. They were still looking in his direction. After a long time, Yi Fan sighed. Blood was spilled in the outer realms. Bones were buried in a foreign land. He felt sad for that senior's saint physique. Sprinkling a pure white flower petal, Yi Fan bowed and slowly turned around, walking back the way he came. This place made him sigh with emotion. The starry sky ancient path was difficult, and life and death were unpredictable. It made him vigilant. There were two people standing in the distance. Although they had already concealed their hostility at the realm Yi Fan was at, he could sense even the slightest fluctuation. How could he hide it from them? However, he didn't care. He had killed many enemies along the way, and there were too many competitors. He had seen this kind of gaze many times, so it didn't matter. These two people were obviously not weak. They had already entered the Saint realm, and they could instinctively sense how powerful Yi Fan was. They narrowed their eyes and observed without saying a word. Suddenly, Yi Fan turned around, keenly aware of something. There was a majestic mountain in the distance, and there was a row of engravings on the precipice. It was made of iron hooks and silver lines, looking very bold. Clang, clang, the sound of swords shook the sky, and in the instant he looked over, a sonorous sound came from the precipice. It was as if divine swords were trembling, and every word was shining. The iron hooks and silver lines were vigorous and powerful. Every engraving emitted a precious splendor. Thousands of sword beams slashed through the sky, and the peerless sword chi filled the sky. A few words were trembling as if they were alive. They actually emitted such a terrifying fluctuation, even sharper than the resurrection of a peerless expert. This was an inextinguishable martial will. There was actually someone who carved it here. Yi Fan was shocked when he saw this. Even though it was just a strand of imprint, it was extremely terrifying. It was left behind by a formidable figure. Ever since he stepped onto the starry sky ancient path, Yi Fan had never felt like this when facing enemies. Now he was shocked. This person was too extraordinary, transmitting a type of unmatched conviction through the stone walls. Is this a challenge? Yi Fan muttered to himself as he stared at the words on the stone wall. Rumble. Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled. Those characters trembled more and more intensely. Streak after streak of auspicious colors descended from the heavens. Divine lotuses emerged from the ground one after another. Endless strands of multicolored light shone. At this moment, dragons and phoenixes cried out in harmony. White tigers roared into the sky. Black tortoises crossed the sea, and all sorts of shocking phenomena appeared. It was just a strand of martial will, yet it was actually so powerful. It was truly a rare sight since ancient times. A few ancient characters stirred up the Tao of others, causing the great Tao to resonate. It was because from past until now, there were many powerful cultivators who came here to offer sacrifices, leaving behind Tao traces that couldn't be erased. Now they were reviving. Shocking changes took place. A wave of unmatched battle intent erupted from the ancient characters, attacking all types of irregular phenomena. It was as if a supreme deity was awakening. It was absolutely powerful, instantly shattering everything. Just now, there was still a great Tao resonance, dragon and phoenix crying out, divine multicolored light released in tens of thousands of streaks, auspicious colors in millions of strands. However, at this moment, all of the irregular phenomena were shattered by that unmatched will, completely erased. This was a type of belief where only I am supreme. If I can't do it, then who else can? When my flower blooms, all flowers will be killed. There was actually this type of will that looked down on the world, tyrannical to the extreme. This was the first time Yi Fan's expression changed like this. This was definitely an incomparably dangerous figure, even more formidable than he had imagined. It could be said that this was an exceptional opponent. It was just a strand of martial will. Yet could already do this. There were only 4 words on the precipice. I am supreme. The four words erupted with brilliance, sweeping through the heavens above and earth below. It was as if a supreme demonic god was awakening, possessing a type of mountain-devouring might. This was a type of belief. Only when Yi Fan's divine blood surged would it be activated, issuing a letter of challenge here. The four words represented a type of will. In the distance, the two individuals were shaken and moved. They gave each other a look and then turned around to leave. They knew that the person they were waiting for had arrived, and now it was time to deliver the letter. You two aren't going to say anything. Are you going to leave just like that? Yi Fan stood in front of the precipice, not turning around as he calmly asked. In the horizon, the two individuals were about to disappear, but their minds were greatly shaken, feeling an incomparably powerful pressure. We have already waited here for several decades under orders, because that person in the depths of the starry skies believes that the divine body of the Emperor Burial Star of this era will come. He had us wait for the result to inform him. One of them stood still. Even though great waves were rising and falling within him, feeling a bit uneasy, he still spoke out loud. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. After 100,000 years, he appeared, and his old enemy also arrived on the starry sky's ancient path. This battle was definitely unavoidable, and it would definitely be earth-shattering. In reality, during these years, he had heard too much. Even when the ancient path was severed, there were still human race old guides who spoke about it. Many people were looking forward to this incomparable battle. I also want to fight against him. Let's meet in the depths of the starry skies. Yi Fan calmly said, No, he'll come back. He told us to wait here. Once we receive news that the human race's divine body has arrived, he told us to immediately deliver the news. When the time comes, he will return. The other person spoke, feeling extremely nervous, fearing that Yi Fan would become angry and kill them. More than 100,000 years ago, the human race's divine body was intercepted here, unable to step into the depths of the starry skies. Now, that person was also like this, about to return, starting a similar battle. Yi Fan's expression was cold, without any emotions. A powerful battle intent rose from his body, shaking up this entire ancient land. Chong, Chong. On the 10,000 John tall majestic stone wall, from majestic characters emitted dazzling light, sonorous and deafening. These words seemed to contain the will of a deity. Hong. Yi Fan's entire body blossomed with golden light like a heaven and earth divine furnace, eternally inextinguishable. Divine flames overflowed into the heavens, drowning out this place as an unmatched will rushed towards the 9 heavens. His eyes flourished with immortal light, emitting a type of fierce aura. The 4 characters on the stone wall were shattered, and then a violent tremor sounded, shaking the heaven and earth. At the end of the horizon, even though the 2 saints were far enough away, they still trembled. Their bodies swayed, and they continuously retreated. This was something that happened in an instant. Soon, the world calmed down again, and everything became clear again. Yi Fan stood there without moving, but the words on the stone wall changed. The other 4 words replaced them. I am invincible. These 4 words were majestic, suppressing everyone to the point of suffocation. This was Yi Fan's reply. It was still these 4 words, replacing the declaration of war. This was his will. At the end of the great earth, the 2 continuously retreated. Both of them were greatly alarmed. There was definitely going to be a great battle in the future, and they were both a bit impatient to witness it. The 2 of them cupped their fists towards Yi Fan, and then they turned around to leave. They didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Tyrant Etherblood, we are finally going to meet. Yi Fan said to himself. On the horizon, the 2 of them were about to disappear, but when they heard these 4 words, their bodies still trembled. This was a title that possessed a terrifying demonic nature, a type of matchless and unmatched physique. Those who had the tyrant ether blood flowing through their bodies were uncrowned emperors on their mother star, known to be unrivaled throughout the universe. The figures of those 2 stopped, and then they quickly disappeared. Along the way, Yi Fan heard people mention these 4 words more than once. The tyrant physique was unrivaled, and the reverence for this type of physique had reached the extreme. Tyrant ether blood. Just these few words contained a type of terrifying power. After hearing it, the golden blood within Yi Fan's body stirred restlessly, involuntarily surging violently. Were they finally going to meet? For many people, this was a type of physique that caused them to feel despair. It was too powerful, and its name summed up everything. Yi Fan stood here for a moment and looked at that lonely grave. He sighed in his heart. A lifetime of glory, a lifetime of sorrow. It truly made one feel great regret. The once unrivaled hero was buried alone in the outer realms just like that. How could one not feel moved? He moved over 100 li with a single step, leaving this lonely ancient land and heading towards the inhabited area of this ancient star. This was because the guide envoy had told him that if he walked around this place, he might discover some unusual things. The mountains and rivers receded, and the great peaks disappeared into the distance. The Big Dipper turned, and Yi Fan walked out of this desolate land and arrived at a place with the aura of life. He couldn't help but frown. This place was greatly suppressed by the great Tao, and the spiritual energy here was dried up. It was simply not suitable for cultivation. There were very few experts here, and cities were scattered all over the great earth. The great Tao is ruthless, even more so than the earth. Yi Fan discovered this astonishing fact. Large areas were unsuitable for cultivation. There was no spiritual energy, and it had been abandoned by the great Tao. Although everyone knew how to cultivate, the majority of them were mortals. Yi Fan walked through the entire ancient star and found that there was only a single area where he could barely cultivate. However, apart from a few deliberately concealed auras, the others that were out in the open were only in the Dragon Transformation secret realm. On the ancient starry sky path, this kind of cultivation was truly too weak. One couldn't help but sigh in admiration at how unfair the heavens were. Some places of life had flourished since ancient times and had never declined. There were countless saints who flourished to the extreme. On the other hand, there were some ancient stars that were in such a decline. It was extremely cruel, and when the two were compared, it made one feel that the heavens were truly biased. There was a city in front of him. It wasn't all that majestic, but the area it occupied wasn't small. It was located in the areas suitable for cultivation. Yi Fan stood outside the city and silently sensed his surroundings. His golden blood was actually a bit restless and couldn't calm down. He immediately walked into the city. The streets were ancient, and the various buildings were all very old. The city couldn't be considered flourishing, and it was just an ordinary ancient city. There was nothing special about it. Yi Fan walked into a street that couldn't be considered wide and headed towards a dilapidated building district. The alleys were all somewhat dirty and messy, and it was obvious that this wasn't the residence of nobles. Wild dogs were searching for food in the trash, and a few children were running here and there playing around. In the distance, a child was running away. He looked to be about 6 or 7 years old, and he wore tattered clothes. His entire body was dirty, and his face was covered in black and purple streaks. There were scars, bruises, sweat, and mud on his face. Hit him. Stop him. Don't let him run. A group of slightly older children chased after him, every one of them overbearing. There were still people blocking his way. However, this child's strength was extremely great, unexpectedly pushing aside a few 11 or 12-year-old children. He nimbly rushed over and ran into the dirty alleyway. Little rotten child, you won't be able to run. Wasn't your ancestor unmatched under the heavens? Now you all are in such dire straits, unable to even cultivate. Let's see if you still dare to talk back. If you don't give in today, I'll beat you to death, you bastard. A group of children blocked the alleyway and pressed towards the little rotten child. The little rotten child's entire body was dirty and looked extremely pitiful. Only his pair of large eyes were bright, and he wasn't willing to give in. Even after being blocked, he still stubbornly resisted. There is golden blood hidden within, the descendant of a divine body, returning to his ancestry. Yi Fan relied on his senses to find this place. Right now, he was shocked, and his eyes shot out two terrifying streaks of divine lightning. Chapter 1328. Little Rotten Child, let's see if you still dare to be so stubborn. A group of older children rushed over. This dirty child's clothes were tattered. His little face was green and purple, and there were quite a few bruises on his body. However, he was very fierce and stubborn. He didn't say a word and fought back with all his strength, beating two 11 or 12-year-old children until they cried out in pain. Everyone, let's go together and beat this wild child to death. What unrivaled ancestor? Didn't he still get beaten to death? A few children shouted and went forward with small wooden sticks. The little rotten child swung his fist with all his strength. With a pung sound, he smashed an older child's face. Blood flowed out from his nose, and he immediately began to cry. Some of the children wanted to retreat. Although it was a group of people bullying one person, they were still afraid and didn't dare to attack again. What's there to be afraid of? He's just a little rotten child. An older child walked out. His palm shone as he slapped towards the little rotten child. He actually knew some cultivation methods. Pung! The little rotten child was immediately sent flying and fell into a corner. A group of children swarmed over, punching and kicking him. I'll beat you to death. Let's see if you're still so stubborn. What broken holy physique? It's already declined, yet you still keep saying it, thinking it's arrogance. One or two of these children's identities were quite extraordinary. They had successfully built a foundation on this difficult ancient star and established a strong foundation. Otherwise, this group of children really wouldn't be able to do anything to the little rotten child who was born with divine strength. He's going to die. Stop kicking him. Suddenly, someone cried out. The group of children immediately jumped away. Although they were shouting fiercely, they were still afraid of killing someone. They all felt a bit uneasy. Don't worry, he won't die. His skin is rough and his flesh is thick. He's a natural sandbag. However, let's stop here for today. If he breaks, who will accompany Tsang Yin to practice? The Tsang family will blame and punish us. The group of children scattered in confusion. Only the little rotten child was left. He was curled up in a corner with blood dripping from his forehead. There were bruises on his face, but his eyes were very bright. He was like a fierce little tiger and didn't give up. Yifan calmly watched everything. At this time, he walked into the small alley and looked at him. Does it hurt? Although the little rotten child was only 6 or 7 years old, he was very vigilant. He didn't say a word and stood up to retreat. As the descendant of the holy physique, why was he beaten up? Yifan asked. The little rotten child still did not speak. His dirty little face was tense, and his childish expression carried a kind of distress. It was obvious that his heart was not very calm. Is the holy body very powerful? Yifan asked again. You aren't allowed to look down on the ancestor with the divine body. He is extremely powerful and unmatched. The little rotten child finally erupted with power. He was like a little tiger, and his eyes were a bit sharp. Then why were you beaten? The world has changed. I can't cultivate. The little rotten child clenched his little fists tightly. He didn't cry when he was beaten just now. But now he secretly wiped away his tears and said, If I can cultivate, no one can humiliate my ancestors, not even those who have the tyrant of the firmament blood flowing in their bodies. Yifan squatted down and stroked his head. He sighed softly. As expected, the little guy had encountered the same problem as he had in the past. His hand moved past those bruises. Strands of multicolored light flashed past, and then the hidden injuries on the little rotten child's body completely healed. The bloodstain on his forehead disappeared, and not even a scar was left behind. The little rotten child's taut body relaxed a bit. He looked at him in confusion, not knowing why he was so kind-hearted as to treat his injuries. He was completely different from the people he had met in the past. Do you want to cultivate? Yifan asked. I want to, but I can't cultivate. I just can't cross that barrier. The little rotten child was a bit discouraged and full of unwillingness. He lowered his head and pulled at the corners of his tattered clothes. If you want to, I can teach you. What great Tao suppression, what heaven and earth natural laws. They're all nothing. Yifan said. Really? The little rotten child's large eyes immediately lit up, but they quickly dimmed again. He lowered his head and said, "We've tried many methods, but it still doesn't work. Do you still have any relatives in your family?" Yi Fan asked. "I have a grandfather. His legs aren't that good, his body not that great." The little rotten child replied truthfully. From his clothes, one could tell that his family's circumstances weren't that great. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like a little beggar, chased and bullied by a group of children. Yi Fan stroked his forelimbs. His bones were outstanding, extremely suitable for cultivation. Then, he placed his palm on his sea of reincarnation. It didn't exceed his expectations. It was just like when he was in the past. This place was like a piece of divine metal that was difficult to melt. A streak of golden radiance shot out from Yi Fan's fingertip. With a shio sound, it entered this child's body. The little rotten child immediately cried out in alarm, his body trembling. His body began to shine. Every single blood vessel became sparkling and translucent, strand after strand of golden specks of light moving about. It really isn't bad. There's so much golden blood hidden within, not far from exceptional talent divine body. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. This was a descendant of a true divine body. Even though endless time had passed, the divine blood within his body didn't decrease, still shockingly rich. It was just that it was hidden. This was a type of ancestral reversion, not a true divine body. However, if one continuously cultivated it, they could reach the peak, transforming into an exceptional talent divine body. This really was an astonishing matter. The bloodline of a divine body had long been severed in Big Dipper. They never expected to encounter a little rotten child here with such astonishing potential. The so-called not being able to cultivate, being suppressed by the great Tao. For Yi Fan, this wasn't something that couldn't be broken through. "Uncle, can you really let me break through this trial?" The little rotten child was nervous. When he saw Yi Fan directly touch his bones, not saying anything, he felt extremely uneasy inside. He raised his head, a hopeful expression written all over his little face. His black and white eyes were full of desire, and he nervously grabbed the corner of his little clothes. Opening the door to cultivation isn't much. The most difficult thing is to break through the curse. Back then, a divine king senior used his divine blood to wash the diagram of the way for me, and he almost lost his life. Yi Fan was absent-minded, thinking of the exceptional divine King Jiang Taishu. This kind of kindness was difficult to repay. Close to 100 years had passed in a hurry, and everything seemed to be still in front of him. The divine king's white robes were dyed in blood, defying the heavens to help him continue on his path. He was able to have everything he had today because the white-robed divine king fought for him with his life. Otherwise, he might have always been obstructed and suppressed by the Tao, and it would have been difficult for him to have the results he had today. This road is very bumpy. My predecessors shed their divine blood for me, using their lives to exchange for the road ahead for me. Now it's time for me to do something for my descendants. Yi Fan said to himself. "Uncle, can I really cultivate?" The little rotten child raised his head, and there were actually tears in his bright eyes. They were about to fall. "You can. However, to truly break through the final shackles, you still need to rely on yourself and some opportunities," Yi Fan said, patting his head and giving an affirmative answer. Back then, the white-robed divine king must have reached the saint plane. He used his divine blood to wash the diagram of the way and break the curse of the divine body, but he almost lost his life. In the end, he succeeded, but Yi Fan still suffered injuries of the great path. At that time, it could be said that there were many twists and turns. Yi Fan left the northern region alone and entered the forbidden area of the barren antiquity. In the end, he only managed to fight for a path of survival by the skin of his teeth. Now, his strength was also at the saint plane, so he could naturally wash the diagram of the way with blood and fight for a path for the little rotten child. However, he did not know if he could avoid the hidden injuries of the great path. This was a very quiet corner of the city. The courtyard did not look small, but it was extremely shabby. This was probably an ancient building left behind from the past. She had never been as happy as he was today. His little face was filled with excitement. With a bang, he pushed open the broken wooden door and shouted, "Grandfather, I can cultivate." There were several ancient trees in the courtyard, and there were many fallen leaves on them. An old yellow dog barked and welcomed the little rotten child Chinshi. Then it bared its teeth at Yifan. An old man with a slight limp walked over from the side of the well. His clothes were full of patches and were similarly tattered. He had a head full of white hair and looked very old. He put down the wooden bucket and walked over from the well. Yang Yunting was old and frail. His face was covered in wrinkles and his eyes were turbid. He hobbled over and looked at Yifan. "You are grandfather. He has a saint body that can cultivate. If I hand over Shi Er's cultivation method, I will be able to cultivate soon. I am no longer afraid of them. No one can humiliate our ancestor. I must defeat the person with the tyrant ether blood flowing in my body." The little rotten child shouted in an incomparably serious manner. His little face was flushed with excitement, and his little hands were clenched into fists. Yifan's body was glowing, and the golden blood in his body rumbled like thunder. However, he controlled the pressure very well and did not rush out. He only let the old man feel the unique aura of a saint body. He was very direct and did not hide anything. He stated his purpose of coming. Otherwise, no matter how excited a child was, it would still arouse suspicions. The old man was stunned. In the next moment, he actually let out a muffled roar. It was as if he had been suppressed for many years. Like an old lion, he roared in grief. "The heavens have pity on us." No, this has nothing to do with the heavens. We must go against the heavens and break through all obstacles. Our saint body lineage can finally cultivate. He seemed to be filled with endless depression. At this moment, tears streamed down his wrinkled face. Back then, our ancestor died under the hands of someone with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body. We cannot accept this. He roared angrily. It was as if he was feeling endless pressure and sullen. In the past, after that saint body died in battle, his descendants stepped into the starry sky and learned of everything here. They were inconsolable with grief, and as a result, they stopped forever. They set foot on this ancient star, and only this lineage was left. Our ancestor had long foreseen that the heaven and earth's natural laws might change, and that the saint body lineage would decline further and further. Who would have thought that you would be able to go against this? Elder Yang Yunting was crying and laughing at the same time. Many years of suppression made him look a bit crazy. This was a declining family, and the saint body lineage had almost been severed. However, there seemed to be a few great secrets hidden within their hearts. Yifan knew that if it wasn't for the successive envoy's care, the declining saint body lineage would have long ceased to exist. Being able to reach this step today truly wasn't easy. The saint body family's future was bleak, and there were a few ancient secrets buried within their hearts. Regardless of whether it was the little rotten child or this elder with one foot in the grave, the blood of their ancestors dyed the world beyond, their bones buried in a foreign land. They firmly believed that the saint body was unmatched. "Do you really think so?" Yifan asked the little rotten child. Yangshi's clothes were tattered, but at this time, she was like an angry little tiger. She shouted, "I firmly believe that the saint body ancestor is the strongest. If I can cultivate, if someone with the tyrant firmament blood appears in the future, I will fight 10 of them alone." Yang Yunting didn't speak of that battle, but everything was written on his aged face. Too much time had passed, and Yifan didn't delve into the various aspects of that battle. It was already too late to change anything. How I wish that those who fought against the saint body all survived. I don't wish for those people's tyrant firmament blood to solidify. I hope that one day I can personally suppress them, Yifan said calmly. But in the ears of the grandfather and grandson, it was like a clap of thunder. Yang Yunting said with a trembling voice, "This isn't too possible. Too much time has passed. Even if you stand at the peak of humanity, it won't be enough. There will be a day when you grow old." When Yifan heard this, he didn't refute, nor did he reply. He only looked up at the sky, at the boundless starry sky. Chapter 1329. Although the courtyard was dilapidated, it was very tranquil. A few ancient trees swayed gently, casting shade on the ground. Beside the ancient well, the rotten child fetched a basin of water and washed away the dirt, revealing a delicate and tender face. Saint Physique cultivates the secret realms. How come a small part of the ancient technique is missing? Yi Fan asked. Hearing this, the rotten child couldn't be bothered to wipe away the water on his face. He ran over to listen to his grandfather and Yi Fan's conversation. The yellow dog stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail. It circled around his grandfather with a fawning look on its face. Under an old peach tree, Yi Fan and Yang Yunting sat on a blue stone, discussing the ancient technique. Elder Yang Yunting was shocked. This secret technique was passed down from generation to generation. Could it be that a part of it was lost along the way? Too much time had passed, and it was hard to find out. The most precious ancient technique in their hearts was actually missing. The grandfather and grandson were very nervous and anxious. This was because their ancestor had said that this was the Tao of the Saint Physique, and it couldn't be lost. Only by cultivating this technique would one be able to reach the grand completion. That's fine, I'll help you guys complete it. Yi Fan released a strand of his divine sense, engraving this world-shaking ancient technique into their hearts. Yi Fan stayed here and spent the next few days teaching Yangshi. This child was very talented. Coupled with his diligent cultivation, his performance was extremely stunning. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here was dry, but to Yi Fan, it wasn't a problem. He set up a small heaven origin rune channel and gathered essence energy from all directions. In reality, he could directly take out pieces of divine origin and turn this place into a heavenly paradise. However, he didn't want to let this rotten child come into contact with this cultivation environment. Calm your mind and focus. Open the sea of bitterness. Under the ancient tree, Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He urged Yangshi to focus his mind and open the sea of bitterness to break the shackles. Yi Fan helped him activate his bloodline, awakening the dormant golden saint blood. Then he stood to the side. For hours later, the unshakable sea of bitterness suddenly shone brightly, as if it had melted, and specks of golden light appeared. I've guided in spiritual energy. I can cultivate now. The little rotten child was shocked. He opened his eyes, incredibly excited, directly jumping up and down. Seeing that Yi Fan was glaring at her, Yangshi hurriedly sat back down and apologized. Master, I was wrong. I was just too emotional. The past few generations of my family have not been able to overcome this hurdle. Yi Fan nodded and did not blame him. The declining divine physique race could not even open up the sea of sufferings in recent generations, so he could understand their current mood. The old man, Yang Yunting, was fetching water from the well to water the vegetable garden. At this moment, he was genuinely happy. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have lessened a little. This ancient star was even more powerful than the Big Dipper. The suppression was even more powerful. The Saint Physique couldn't even pass through this sea of suffering. It really made one feel helpless. Following that, the little rotten child became even more serious, cultivating the Tao scripture. This was an ancient and profound scripture, and could be said to be the best of the reincarnation sea scriptures. Yi Fan's disciples, from Yi Tong to Komatsu to Flower, had dabbled in it. Yi Fan told them to study it seriously. Perhaps it could affect their entire lives. Now that he met the little rotten child, he still used this scripture to build his foundation. Yi Fan had created this scripture, but as of now, he had not cultivated it to perfection, so he did not easily teach it to his disciples. At the same time, he did not want his disciples to copy his path. The little rotten child did not know about the Tao scripture, but the old man Yang Yunting had heard of it before. He was shocked. Using this scripture as a guide, this foundation was too deep and firm. Yangshi closed her eyes. Although she was young and immature, she was like a boulder as she sat there cross-legged. She did not move at all, and her faith was firm as she wholeheartedly immersed herself in cultivating. Opening up the sea of sufferings was not something that could be accomplished in a single step. Just now, the dormant golden blood in her body had temporarily boiled, and now it had calmed down. Yi Fan nodded. This was the way to go. He had led the little rotten child on the path of cultivation. A rice-sized light had appeared in his sea of sufferings, and he needed to continuously expand it. Little rotten child, come out. In the alleyway, some children were shouting. Trash holy body, come out. What ancestor is the strongest? Someone with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body has come to suppress you. Some children were jeering. Yangshi opened his eyes. There was anger on his young and tender face, but after glancing at Yi Fan, he quickly calmed down. He did not hear, and focused on cultivating, eliminating all distractions. Yi Fan nodded. For a 6 or 7-year-old child to be able to calm down so quickly and let the anger and grievances in his heart dissipate, it was truly not easy. The person who specializes in killing the holy body has arrived. The tyrant ether blood will sweep through everything. Little rotten child, come out and see how powerful the bloodline of the person who defeated your ancestor is. A group of children clamored. Yang Yunting sighed and shook his head helplessly. Yangshi was very quiet and did not say a word. He sat cross-legged on the limestone, seizing every second to cultivate. He truly treasured this hard-to-come opportunity. After a long time, there were still children shouting outside. They persevered and did not want to leave. In the end, with a bang, the door was kicked open. Yang Yunting saw a child at the back of the crowd. His expression froze, and an extremely complicated and cold expression appeared on his wrinkled face. He then turned his head. A child from its Song clan? Yi Fan asked. Yes. Yang Yunting nodded, as if he was very unwilling to mention this clan. There was a kind of anger and knot in his heart that was difficult to dissolve. Yang Shigo. Yi Fan spoke, stopping the rotten child from cultivating and allowing him to leave. In the alleyway, a group of children were shouting at Yang Shi, but they were very afraid of a child wearing treasured clothes. When they saw him wave his hand, they all stopped, not daring to say anything. It was very difficult to cultivate on this ancient planet, and only in this region could one barely do so. This city was located in this Tao land, and most of the people living in this city were disciples of ancient sects who knew how to cultivate. These children came from various large and small sects, and they were all very afraid of the child in the middle, following his lead. His name was Song Yun, and he would only appear once every 10 days to half a month. Every time he came out, he would find a rotten child and beat him until his head bled. This time was the same. Is this the child of the tyrant ether bloodline from another ancient planet? Yi Fan asked. Yang Yunting nodded, and his expression was very cold. He hated this clan more and more. These past few years, they had become more and more excessive, continuously trampling on the dignity of the Saint Physique bloodline. They are the descendants of the tyrant Physique. Most of their bloodline is already thin, but it does not affect their cultivation. In order to establish faith, they specially sent some children to this planet. How many years had it been like this? Yang Yunting sometimes thought about it and felt very sad. The Saint Physique bloodline of the human race had become the sparring partner of others, and they were bullied like this. When he was paying his respects in front of the lonely grave in the human race's holy land, Yi Fan had already learned from the whispers of the two saints that the person with the tyrant ether bloodline had been buried on another ancient planet. There were descendants of this clan that came to guard the tomb, and they had never left. Comparatively speaking, that clan was quite different from this one. Even though their bloodline had become thin with the passage of time, never producing a true tyrant physique, they were still extremely powerful. For the sake of nurturing the next generation, the Heaven clan would do anything. When they were very young, they would be sent to this ancient planet where cultivation was difficult for them to live for a few years, allowing them to understand the changes of the Tao. They would struggle, sharpen, and comprehend through hardship. This was an ancestral rule that could not be changed. When Yi Fan heard this, he was moved. He felt that this clan was unordinary. However, since the ancient times, the descendants of the tyrant ether bloodline had gone too far, making a few children target the Saint Physique bloodline. They would often bully them, and each time, they would be beaten until their heads bled. Tyrant Physiques are innately stronger than Saint Physiques, unmatched under the heavens. You all have to surpass them since you were young, trample them under your feet, and establish an unmatched faith. This was what someone from the Tyrant Ether bloodline clan said. They actually taught their children like this. Elder Yang Yunting would always feel grief and indignation whenever he thought of this. Brat with Saint Physique, you're no good. How can you be a match for the Tyrant Physique? Today, you'll be beaten until your head bleeds again, many children shouted. Yang, she had just started to open up the sea of bitterness and had just started. Although he was born with divine strength, he was still not the opponent of the child who had already established his foundation for many years and understood Tao techniques. Song Yun was not old, but he had a kind of coldness that did not match his age. He sent the rotten child flying with a kick, and then he followed, stepping on his chest. My ancestor won. The Tyrant Ether bloodline will forever be stronger than the Saint Physique. Now, every generation of us will step on the bodies of your clan. You will never be a match for us. Although Yang Yunting was very old, he was still angered by a child. He picked up a hammer in the courtyard and was about to rush out. He had a lame leg, and it was left behind when he fought angrily for his son. And now his grandson was treated like this, often being bullied. His chest was violently bullied, and his face was flushed red. Yifan pulled him back. A strand of golden light rose from the ground, entering the body of the child Song Yun, making him lose his strength in an instant. Although it was beneath his status to deal with a child like this, it was necessary at the moment. The rotten child's strength was very great, and he flipped Song Yun over in an instant. He swung his fists fiercely, and in just a few blows, Song Yun's nose was caved in. Snot and tears flowed down continuously, and blood flowed continuously. Not to mention the fact that you don't have the Tyrant Ether blood in your body. Even if you did, it would be nothing. If I cultivated for the same amount of time, I could beat 100 of you by myself. My ancestor was stronger than the Overlord Physique. The other children were all scared silly, not knowing what to do. In that era, when the Saint Physique fell, the person with the Tyrant Ether blood in his body also died not long after, right? Asked Yifan. He originally didn't want to touch Yang Yunting's sore spot, but he still had to clarify. Yang Yunting nodded and said, after that battle, he was unable to leave the 50th pass of the human race. 10 years later, he passed away in meditation on an ancient planet with life not far away. Legend has it that in the end, wisps of emperors might leaked out, but the internal injuries acted up, and he was torn into pieces in the end. This caused that ancient planet to become a strange place, completely different from his planet. Yifan nodded and said, seems like I also need to go to that planet to take a look. Up, on the ground, Song Yun shouted and screamed, snot and tears flowing down his face. Yang, she was like a little tiger sitting on his body, beating him continuously, venting out all the grievances in his heart. Song Yun, you really are an idiot. You can't even beat the little trash of the Saint Physique lineage. He can't even cultivate, but you were ridden by him and beaten up. You have completely lost the face of our race. In the distance, a few older children walked over. They were all 12 or 13 years old, and their cultivation wasn't weak for their age. Even though only a thin power of their bloodline was left, they could still cultivate. The descendants of this race hadn't been buried in the dust of history. These children were all very cold. Divine light flickered when they came up, and they either flicked their fingers or lifted their feet. They wanted to suppress the little rotten child, and they had a natural sense of superiority and conceit. A few strands of golden light rushed up from the ground and drilled into their bodies. With Yifan here, how could he let the little rotten child continue to be bullied like before? Although this was a loss of status, it was nothing compared to helping Yang Shi get rid of the humiliation in his heart. The children who rushed over screamed one after the other as they were all knocked down by the little rotten child. One by one, he punched them until their mouths and noses were bleeding. All these years, Yang Yunting felt that he had lived a very sullen life. He didn't take good care of his son, and he passed away early. Now his grandson was being bullied. Even though it was a few children who were being beaten up, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. This grandson of mine, is he really returning to his ancestral roots? Does he have endless divine blood? He asked Yi Fan in a trembling voice, as if he had to make a decision. Yes, as long as he is willing to work hard. He won't be weaker than the Saint Physique ancestor, Yi Fan said. The ancestor left some things behind and entrusted them to the guide's lineage for safekeeping. Perhaps it will be of great use to you and my grandson. After saying these words, the old man seemed to have untied a knot in his heart, and he let out a long sigh. Chapter 1330. Yi Fan was startled. The divine physique had left something behind. What was it? It didn't seem to be an ordinary item. We have long lost the ability to protect it. If we hold it in our hands, others will definitely target it. We can only ask the guide clan to take care of it for us, Yang Yunting said. What exactly is it? Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Some things left behind by our ancestors can only be opened by those with golden blood in their bodies, Yang Yunting said. He spoke of some past events. Before the divine physique ancestor stepped onto the starry sky ancient path, he had a premonition that the world would change in the future. The divine physique might decline and become more and more difficult. Thus, he left behind some things. Those with golden divine blood in their bodies can break through the world's shackles and break through, Yang Yunting said. However, the divine physique ancestor had solemnly told him that doing so could create an unparalleled expert and restore the declining divine physique to its former glory. Thus, it couldn't be used carelessly. It couldn't be used unless there was a dark upheaval or the human race was in danger. Only when the human race's divine physique was needed to quell the upheaval and suppress the world-destroying calamity could these things be taken out and the sealed divine physique of the human race could be unsheathed. Yi Fan sighed softly. Yang Yunting's ancestor truly had the world in his heart. His spirit could swallow mountains and rivers. This kind of breadth of mind was worthy of respect. How many people could compare to him? The dark upheaval hasn't appeared yet. If we use it like this, wouldn't it be too early? Yi Fan asked. I once heard that the path to immortality is about to open. The ancestor once said that there will be a great tribulation. The divine physique bloodline should reappear in such a great era, Yang Yunting said. The divine physique bloodline's ancestor had thought of many things. He had a premonition that the most glorious golden era would be accompanied by the most terrifying dark upheaval. When the dazzling prosperity came to an end, perhaps something cruel would happen. The divine blood in the Yang family's body was getting thinner and thinner. It would disappear sooner or later. Now that Yang Yunting heard Yi Fan say that his grandson had a large amount of golden blood in his body, he immediately thought of this. Perhaps this was the Yang family's last divine physique bloodline. In the future, it would be difficult for such a physique to appear again. It might completely disappear in the near future. Therefore, this might be the last chance for the ancestors' dying wish to be realized. It was to be used in the upcoming immortal ascension tribulation to suppress the most terrifying turmoil of the human race. When Yi Fan heard this, he fell silent. He felt sorrow for the ancestors of this bloodline. They cherished the world and were determined to protect the human race. Yet in the end, their blood was shed in outer space and they died in a foreign land. It was truly tragic. Yang Yunting's brows furrowed and relaxed as if he was making some kind of decision. After a long time, he said, "The path of immortalhood is about to open. The most terrifying turmoil in history is about to happen. My grandson is still young. He has no time to grow to that stage. The Saint Physique lineage can only rely on you. This old man wants to give you all of those things to help you reach the consummate realm and become invincible." Yi Fan shook his head and said, "This was left behind by your ancestors and will be inherited by Yang Shi. Besides, I've already broken through, so I don't need anything else." "Oh," Song family's child cried out in alarm, cursing angrily. He was extremely unwilling. His weak was starting to cry. The rotten child could be said to have been a pitiful child these past few years. He was often bullied by these people and felt wronged, especially when he wanted to stop them from humiliating his ancestors. But every time, he would be beaten until his entire body was bruised and bruised. If it weren't for his special constitution, he would have long since died. He wouldn't have lived past 6 or 7 years. Now, everything was reversed. Shi waved his fists, venting the anger in his heart. The children of the Heaven clan were wailing like ghosts and wailing like gods, and blood flowed from their noses and mouths. The other children were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They scattered and fled, some of them even running to the Tsang family to deliver a message. "All right, let them go. When you're strong enough, you can go fight the entire Tsang family," said Yifan. He didn't really care about the Heaven clan's weak bloodline. His true enemies were the people with the tyrannical Firmament blood in their veins, and not these descendants who would soon return to the mortal world. Shi stopped, panting, and kicked the children away one by one, no longer paying them any attention. "Leave this place and go to the human race's 50th pass. In the future, you all can stay there," Yifan said. In order to prevent anything unexpected from happening, they couldn't stay here anymore. The declining holy physique bloodline is truly bold. Let me see just what kind of person can beat these unworthy grandchildren of mine until their mouths and noses bleed. From the distance, a clear whistling sound rang out. A figure quickly approached. His strength couldn't be underestimated, far exceeding the peak strength of this ancient star. It was unknown how many years ago the Heaven clan began to let the children of the clan come out to temper themselves. They all had to comprehend for a few years on this withered star where it was difficult to cultivate. Normally, there were experts overseeing this place. This was an old man with snow-white hair, each strand sparkling. His skin was spotlessly white like jade, and his eyes were like 2 streaks of lightning. Yifan's expression was indifferent. "Leave after you've seen it. Don't look for trouble." "Who are you?" the old man asked. More than 10 people followed behind him, including the crying children. "I will go to another ancient star to take a look and pay a visit to your clan," Yifan said. This was a decision he had made a long time ago. He wanted to see the remains of the peak human Tao expert with the tyrannical Firmament blood flowing through his body. "Audacious! Who do you think you are? You dare to say such words? Are you related to the holy physique bloodline?" The people behind him pressed forward like a group of divine lions, emitting a terrifying, domineering aura. This was a pressure unique to this race. Even though their bloodline was thinned to such an extent, it was still like a raging wave, intimidating all the cultivators in the city. The ancestor of the holy physique bloodline was defeated and killed by my clan's ancestor. What qualifications do you have to say such words? The ancient tomb divine park of the tyrannical Firmament bloodline isn't a place you can step foot in, a person shouted. Yifan coldly swept his gaze over. The golden light in his eyes erupted. Although this person had reached the king realm, at this moment he still felt his blood run cold, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Thump, thump, thump. These people couldn't help but retreat, especially those leaders who were overbearing just now. Their legs trembled, almost suffocating under this pressure. Holy physique, a holy physique with great accomplishments in cultivation. One of them cried out loudly. Blood sprayed out from his mouth, and his face was like golden paper. Yifan didn't deliberately release his aura. It was only wisps, but it already shocked them. Both sides were old enemies, so they were the most sensitive. I don't want to make things difficult for you all. Unless the true tyrannical Firmament blood appears, you all aren't worth me taking action. All of you can leave. Yifan spoke calmly, but in the ears of these people, it was like thunder. These people came to denounce him, but at this moment, all of their faces were pale. They didn't say a single word, turning around to leave. The other powers in the city were all scared, and none of them dared to say anything. Not a single person stood out, and it was momentarily extremely quiet. The realm gate opened, and Yang Yunting led the little kid back to take one last look at the dilapidated courtyard. After that, he followed Yifan and crossed the void, rushing towards the 50th pass of the human race. The flourishing 50th pass was like a heavenly city compared to the cities on the withered star. It sat in the starry sky, and when one raised their head and looked up, they could see the boundless universe. This place was extremely flourishing. The guide envoy had a curly beard on his face, and his figure was tall and sturdy. His name was Zhao Gongyi, and he looked very boorish. At this moment, he was in a donkey restaurant, drinking alone. There was a jug of aged wine and a few plates of cooked meat. "Uncle Big Beard," Yangshi called out. He had seen the guide envoy once before. Yi Fan laughed. Calling this person uncle? Only a little kid who didn't know anything could call him uncle. The guide envoy didn't know how old he was, but he knew that 4,000 years ago, he was scammed by a divine donkey. Yang Yunting stepped forward and bowed. He knew that it was the guide envoy who protected their bloodline. Otherwise, their race would have most likely ceased to exist. The guide envoy, Zhao Gongyi, understood the purpose of their visit. He nodded and said, "You want to take back those things? All right, I don't know how many generations they've been preserved for, but they're about to be buried in dust." They arrived at the city lord's manor, and once again entered the sealed area. Yangshi was amazed by everything he saw. In the past, he was a pitiful little kid who was bullied by others and had never left that city. Now that he saw the sun, moon, and stars appearing together in the sky, he was completely puzzled. At this moment, his tattered clothes had been taken off, and he had changed into clean clothes. He looked very delicate and young. Yang Yunting was a little nervous. The ancestral object was about to appear, and he found it hard to calm his heart. The guide envoy, Zhao Gongyi, opened a sealed treasury and pushed open a pair of huge stone doors. Inside, there were many treasures and lights overflowing with colors. Without any delay, he took out a stone box from the innermost layer and solemnly handed it over to Yang Yunting. "Ai!" Zhao Gongyi sighed softly. The stone box was covered in dust, but even someone as powerful as a saint couldn't open it. After so many years, it had never seen the light of day, and the ancestral object was sealed within. Only the human race's holy physique bloodline can open it, and if a peerless character with great power tries to forcefully open it, it will shatter and nothing will be left. Yi Fan received it, and it felt heavier than a mountain. He felt deep respect for the holy physique bloodline's ancestor. He naturally wouldn't let She spill her golden blood. He cut his wrist, and strands of golden light flowed down, entering the stone box. Kacha! With a light sound, the stone box bounced open, and the power of time filled the air. It also carried an aura of great vicissitudes, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. "Ancestor!" Yang Yunting shouted loudly. She also felt an aura of bloodline connection, and she gently wept, wiping away her tears. When a human race's holy physique needs him, he will definitely stand up. He didn't leave these things behind to strengthen his descendants, but to quell the chaos of the darkness. The guide envoy, Zhao Gongyi, sighed. The 3 small jade bottles were no bigger than a thumb, and they were sparkling and translucent. The liquid inside could be seen clearly. These were the 3 most divine and sacred medicines of the human race. The first small jade bottle contained golden blood. Even though hundreds of thousands of years had passed, it was still dazzling, as if divine gold had melted. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Yi Fan faced it, and thunder rumbled within his body. His own golden blood surged, resonating with the small jade bottle. Chapter 1331. Inside the second small jade bottle, golden multicolored light and bright red radiance shot out at the same time. It was beautiful and dazzling, holy and otherworldly. This was actually a mixture of golden and bright red blood. When they merged together, they turned into brilliant radiance that illuminated an eternal divine ring. Holding it in his hand, it was as if he was standing under the heavens, turning into an immortal king. He was surrounded by all types of immortal splendor, and with the addition of a divine ring, he became the supreme being of the 9 heavens, 10 earths. It was extremely strange. The small jade bottle was only the size of a thumb, yet it shot out immortal light. The aura was majestic and dignified, as if a true, unmatched divine body was reviving. Golden multicolored light flickered, making the blood within Yi Fan's body surge even more violently. Meanwhile, that bright red light left him with a type of indescribable shock. This small jade bottle was even more brilliant than the first one. It was definitely a priceless divine treasure. Apart from this, there was also a third small jade bottle. The inside of the sparkling and translucent container was a bright red color. It wasn't blinding, and it didn't release endless divine splendor either. It was calm and peaceful. The small jade bottle was sparkling, and the liquid inside could be seen clearly. This was the only blood that didn't shine. It was calm and gave off an intimate aura. Inside the bottle, the bright red blood didn't release any powerful fluctuations, nor did it release any astonishing aura. However, holding in one's hand made one's body and mind feel tranquil. Moreover, when this bright red liquid gathered together, it actually formed a human shape. It was like a thumb-sized immortal pill, warm and translucent. The third small jade bottle was definitely even more extraordinary, but he couldn't feel any special power, no matter how he observed it. It was calm and peaceful without any immortal radiance. Returning to the natural state. These words appeared in Yi Fan's mind. The divine body pursued the consummate realm, and the blood would turn into this type. The golden multicolored light would fade away, and it would become this bright red. No matter how powerful the first two types of blood were, or how astonishing their fluctuations were, when Yi Fan held the third small jade bottle, he immediately calmed down. The restless golden blood within his body was originally surging like a long river, but at this moment, it was calm, making him feel as if he was in a secluded mountain valley. The three small jade bottles were all left behind by the divine body ancestor. This was an inheritance that transcended eras, representing a type of power that could break through the world shackles. Every small jade bottle was priceless. As long as news of it leaked out, people would definitely fight over it, triggering a huge uproar. The envoy Zhao Gongyi sighed. The three jade bottles contain a type of power that can allow the divine body to break through the world's shackles and reforge its glory. This was definitely the essence of the blood, the essence of the immortal divinity, the most precious part of the divine blood. Who would have thought that they would be refined? Without a doubt, the most precious and rare was the third small jade bottle. That was the ultimate blood of a divine physique. It was rumored to possess undying, world-splitting, and other unmatched divine effects. The blood inside was in the shape of a human. His facial features were distinct, and strands of hair could be seen clearly. Upon closer inspection, there was a type of supreme being dignity to him, one that exuded power even without anger. This was clearly the divine physique himself. In order to refine such a small pot of divine blood essence, it was unknown just how much origin energy was consumed. It was definitely shocking. This was left for later generations. At first, they definitely couldn't ingest the red blood. They had to start from the golden blood, and when their strength reached a certain cultivation realm, they would ingest the two-colored divine blood. This was left for later generations. At first, they definitely couldn't ingest the red blood. They had to start from the golden blood, and when their strength reached a certain cultivation realm, they would ingest the two-colored divine blood. It was a process. These were all refined by the divine body ancestor himself. Not only is it his core essence, there are also his great Tao fragments inside, containing his methods. It is mysterious beyond mysterious, an inheritance that transcended generations. The envoy said. The third small jade bottle contained the human-shaped blood. Its appearance was clear. Yang Yunting received it. He knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he continuously muttered. When a rotten child saw his grandfather like this, he also continuously wiped away tears. He knew that this was the image of his ancestor, a tall and heroic male. Even though he had fallen, his blood still carried a type of divine charm. Back then, when Big Dipper calmed down, the ancestor didn't hesitate to pay the price, exhausting his source to refine these 3 jars of divine blood essence. leaving them for later generations. Who would have thought that he would never be able to return? Yang Yunting's old tears flowed down. That divine body ancestor had finished his worries. He left behind the blood essence, made the final arrangements, and then went on his way. After many years, his descendants found the human race's 50th pass. Many years passed. Regardless of whether it was the previous generations of divine body descendants or the occasional genius that appeared over the years, none of them opened the stone box. They strictly followed the ancestors' teachings. Unless the human race was in chaos, they wouldn't waste the blood, even if the race was declining. Yi Fan sighed. What else could he say? Yang Yunting knelt there, unwilling to get up for a long time. The rotten child, choked with sobs, also knelt down, accompanying his grandfather. After an unknown period of time, the treasury finally calmed down. Old man Yang Yunting gave the human-shaped blood one last look, sincerely kowtowing, and then placed it into the stone box, handing it over to Yi Fan. It's more useful for you. This was all he said. Yi Fan shook his head, saying, I've already broken the curse and walked my own path. I have no use for it. I'll leave it for Yang Shi. The golden blood in his body flowed, breaking through all obstructions. It could continue to advance, transforming into the divine body ancestor. Yang Shi had returned to his ancestral form. Apart from his immaturity, he clearly resembled the ancestor. They were of the same race, and they shared the same blood. The ancestor's great Tao fragment was the most useful to the rotten child. Standing on the giant's shoulder, he could reach unimaginable heights in the future. This child is still young. It'll be too late by the time he grows up. It's best if you take it, old man Yang Yunting insisted. Yi Fan shook his head firmly, saying, To me, it's not necessary. I've already found my own path. Once the conditions are met, I can advance by leaps and bounds. When Yang Shi grows up, he'll most likely be identical to this blood-colored avatar. It would be a waste and a pity if I don't make him submit. Yi Fan refused. This was the key to unlocking the shackles of the divine body, and he had already walked his own path. He could advance by leaps and bounds, so there was no need to squander the fruit of his efforts. Envoy Zhao Gongyi nodded, saying this is a divine body key. To him, it's not that meaningful anymore. It should be left for someone who needs it more. But he's still young. He might not make it in time. Yang Yunting glanced at his grandson. That might not be the case. It said that the path to immortalhood is about to open, but until now, there's still no movement. It's just that the saints have arrived at the Big Dipper, Yi Fan said. After so many years, he had been paying attention to the movements of the path to immortalhood through the various envoys and other trial takers. In the ancient times, it was said that the path to immortalhood would appear. However, all the ancient emperors rushed over, but they all missed it. The path to immortalhood never appeared. Yi Fan spoke of the past and had his own judgment. He said, Who knows if we'll miss it again in this generation? Maybe it won't appear. The ancient emperors were the strongest people in the world. Why did they all go to the Big Dipper? It was because they all predicted some things, but in the end, it was a waste of time. The envoy continued. Perhaps that day will come when Yang Shi's generation has truly grown up. Who knows what will happen in the future? However, with 2 generations of divine bodies, there's nothing we can't suppress. In the end, Yi Fan did not accept the stone box. He returned it to Yang Yunting and told him to keep it properly. Moreover, in the end, Yi Fan helped this old man resolve the sea of bitterness, allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation. I'm already so old. I've already missed out on the good times. Yang Yunting smiled bitterly. Grandfather and grandson cultivating the Tao together. It's not necessarily a bad story. We'll go wherever we go. The envoy, Zhao Gongyi, laughed as well. I want to go to the ancient star where the ancestor of the tyrant blood clan is buried. I want to take a look. Yi Fan gazed at the land of life, not too far away in the starry sky. I want to go too. The little kid clenched his fists and raised his little face, begging Yi Fan. Nonsense. What kind of place is that? How can you go? Yang Yunting put on a stern face, afraid that the little kid would drag Yi Fan down. Yi Fan immediately laughed. He shook his head at Yang Yunting and said, It's fine. He looked at the little kid and said, "Come, let's go together and see if this clan can stop us." Starlight flickered in the cosmos. In the blink of an eye, a domain gate appeared on an ancient star. Two figures, one big and one small, walked out from within. This was a great star with dense spiritual energy. Ancient trees covered a vast expanse of verdant greenery. There were all kinds of majestic mountains, and a vast expanse of white waterfall hung down, reaching hundreds of thousands of zhang in height. The aura of life was extremely dense. There were many species of trees, and all kinds of rare birds and beasts roamed about. This was a rare land of life. However, after arriving here, Yi Fan's expression changed. Although the spiritual energy was dense, the great Tao of heaven and earth was so strange. It naturally clashed with him as if it wanted to suppress him. Yangshi had resolved the sea of bitterness and could barely be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. At this moment, his heart was stuffy and his entire body was uncomfortable. He found it difficult to breathe in this world, and he was full of puzzlement. It really is as the rumors say, suppressing all other bloodlines. In the entire ancient star, only the tyrant Firmament bloodline is flourishing. It truly is tyrannical. Yi Fan said to himself. The ancestor of this clan stood at the peak of human Tao. He fell on this ancient star, causing great changes to take place between heaven and earth. Yi Fan led the little kid, traversing hundreds of li with a single step. They walked on the mountains and rivers, and they saw many ancient beasts and ferocious birds. They were all desolate ancient species, but there weren't many powerful ones that were suppressed by the great Tao laws here. Mountains and rivers flowed in reverse. Yi Fan arrived at the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire ancient star. This place was simply about to turn into liquid. Before they even got close, they could already feel waves of spiritual energy. Apes cried and tigers roared. In front of this primitive land, there was a giant mountain. It was verdant and lush, covered in vegetation as it towered between heaven and earth. Its shape was extremely strange, resembling a tomb. In reality, it was the resting place of the ancestor of the tyrant Firmament bloodline. This was a giant ancient tomb that was tens of thousands of zhang tall. It actually towered into the clouds. Vegetation grew all over the tomb. This was the source of spiritual energy, and it was almost about to turn into liquid. All types of grass grew crazily. Those who failed to break through to the great emperor realm all had different reactions. The most miserable one Yi Fan saw was that quasi-emperor whose body was surrounded by starry rivers. He even caused the death of his mother star in his own head to explode. The expert at the peak of human Tao, with the tyrant Firmament bloodline flowing within him, was known as an uncrowned emperor. He failed to break through to the great emperor realm, and when he transformed into the Tao, he caused an ancient star that was originally lacking in spiritual energy to become so verdant. It was a bit strange and terrifying. The little kid stared at the giant ancient tomb and clenched his little fists. His eyes immediately turned red, and he shouted with a sobbing tone, "I want to fight you." Yi Fan rubbed his head and didn't say anything. He brought him forward step by step, staring at the giant ancient tomb. In this place, he felt a type of tyranny, a type of suppression. This was a terrifying law that suppressed all Tao that was different from one's own. This person was able to intercept the human race's saint physique and live for 10 more years. This was enough to prove how powerful he was. This type of physique was known as an uncrowned emperor, known to be unrivaled throughout the universe. There was a certain reason for this, and it was truly extremely powerful. Chapter 1332. The great earth was verdant and full of vitality. There were some ancient vines that were over 10 li long, winding around several mountain peaks. There were even giant trees that were comparable to great mountains, towering high into the sky. This was a scene from the primordial era. Wild beasts ran amok on the great earth, roaring in the ancient forests. Vicious birds spread their wings and soared into the sky. It was as if they had arrived in a prehistoric world. Yi Fan led Yangshi forward. This place was filled with wondrous trees and precious grasses. There were all kinds of strange plants from the primordial era, and there were some spiritual medicines that could not be found elsewhere. The little rotten child found it difficult to breathe. His body was trembling, and he was being rejected by a type of tyrannical law. This place was extremely uncomfortable, but he stubbornly continued forward, not willing to stop even a single step. Yi Fan's body overflowed with specks of light, timely enveloping the little child's body. However, it didn't completely protect him, only allowing him to forcefully advance, doing his best to resist. The 10,000 zhong ancient tomb was majestic and enormous, towering into the clouds, suppressing all directions. How did this look like a solitary tomb? It was more like a supreme existence that was slumbering. On the red earth and rocks, ancient trees covered the sky. There was even a type of great Tao aura pervading the air. It was extremely tyrannical and insolent, like an emperor weapon suppressing the myriad Tao of the universe. Two figures, one big and one small, had already arrived at the base of the great tomb. The suppression was getting more and more intense. Strand after strand of heaven and earth laws revolved around the mountain like layers of clouds. It was no wonder that many cultivators from ancient times would cry out in alarm when they came here. This type of scene was too shocking. Apart from those with the tyrannical ether blood flowing through their veins, all other races would be rejected here. The little rotten child screamed and resisted with all his might. At the same time, he vented the anger in his heart. His young and tender face was filled with unyieldingness. The sea of bitterness actually shone with golden light because of this, emitting waves of thunderous sounds. Tyrannical Bell. Yi Fan frowned as he stared at the 10,000 zhong tall tomb. His heart jumped. This was clearly an ancient tomb, yet it was more like a weapon that emitted strands of divine might. Tyrannical Bell. The ancient tomb was silent. The huge tomb was like a huge bell that had been placed on the ground. It had been silent for tens of thousands of years, emitting a faintly discernible divine might. Yi Fan had naturally heard of it before. Back then, the supreme expert of the human Tao who had the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body used a domineering bell. In that battle, when the bell rang, many stars in the universe were shattered and turned into dust by the bell waves. In the end, that overlord bell was smashed apart by the divine body. The star domain collapsed, and the sky dome became dim. It was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry to ascend the mountain. Instead, he took little Yang Shi and circled around the mountain, carefully examining the ancient tomb. It really did resemble the overlord bell from the records. Vaguely, there were actually great bell waves that shook outwards. They were very ethereal, as if they came from ancient times. They transcended time and space, emitting a kind of invincible aura. Could it be that after that weapon was smashed to pieces, it reformed, turning into a great tomb, suppressing this place? Yi Fan said to himself. He observed it for a long time, discovering a few enormous ravines on the great tomb. They were like the traces left behind by the cracks of the bell. The great Tao sounds inside were deafening. Yi Fan frowned. He was the Yuan Taoist master, someone who possessed a heaven-connecting earth-moving secret technique. He could directly observe the mountains and rivers, seeing through the great power of heaven and earth. Right now, he didn't see any weapon fragments on the great tomb. This was formed from a type of tyrannical natural law, affecting the structure of heaven and earth. It naturally turned into a domineering bell of natural laws. It was strange after all, making one unable to see through its depths. Who is it? When the two of them ascended the great mountain, an explosive shout sounded. A snow-white azure ape threw itself down from a high platform above. There was an expert protecting the ancient tomb. This was an old ape, and it was different from the other vicious birds and ferocious beasts that were suppressed. It wasn't affected at all, harmonizing with the tyrannical laws of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. The azure ape was extremely tall, sturdy, and powerful. Its entire body was snow white, its form like a vajra roaring angrily. It reached the saint realm, faintly discernible wave of domineeringness rushing over. It cultivated a special method, sturdy and ferocious. Its eyes were like golden lamps, releasing threatening divine radiance. It threw itself at Yi Fan and the other person. Boundless holy might surged, extremely vast. Pung! Under its claw, strands of natural laws and Tao traces appeared in the void, enough to make mountains and rivers collapse. However, under Yi Fan's casual fist, its entire right arm was twisted. Specks of blood scattered outwards, and it flew outwards. The Azure Ape was shocked. It had received guidance from the Tsang family, and it had guarded this tomb for generations. It cultivated a method created by the Azure Sky Tyrant bloodline for ancient beasts. It was shockingly powerful, and not even ancient saints could match it. It was because this was the Tsang family's important land, an extremely important place that was worth spending great efforts to protect. For the sake of nurturing it, the Tsang family hadn't been stingy all these years, even more than their own clan's elites. It had long been listed as a guest elder of the Tsang family. "You, who exactly are you?" The Azure Ape was shocked and scared. Half of its body was contorting. Just now, the golden fist shadow flashed past, making him feel as if he was struck by lightning. The bones in his right arm, that was known to be comparable to a holy artifact, were broken. Yi Fan calmly replied, "For the Tsang family, I can be considered a mortal enemy. However, I don't want to fight against you all unless someone who truly possesses the Azure Sky Tyrant bloodline appears." He continued to ascend the mountain with the little rotten child, advancing above the ancient tomb. He looked all around, wishing to see this mysterious ancient land to its end. "What? You are the Emperor Burial Star's holy body." Finally came. The Azure Ape cried out loudly, its expression incredibly overcast, carrying both shock and fear. It was a holy beast, sharp and powerful, rarely meeting its match even among saints. However, when facing this person, it found it difficult to produce battle intent, feeling a type of trembling that originated from its soul. No, anyone can ascend. Only the holy body cannot. In the end, it still clenched its teeth, loudly shouting this out. This was its duty, and it didn't want to be scared off. "What?" Yi Fan suddenly turned around, his eyes shooting out specks of golden light. He looked incomparably dignified, looking down from high above like a deity overlooking the common people. "Because you have a holy body. Your ancestor was defeated by someone with the Azure Sky Tyrant bloodline. The Tsang family clearly said that they would never allow a defeated mortal enemy to come here, not allowing them to take a single step onto this mountain." The Azure Ape spoke, as if he had used up all of his body's strength. He felt that he had most likely provoked a great disaster. Yi Fan stood on an enormous rock, his gaze sharp like lightning as he coldly stared at him. It was impossible to see whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy as he said, "Who is strong and who is weak is not determined by the achievements of the ancient times. We will fight again in this world. Go and tell the Tsang family that today I came to ascend the mountain and will make a trip to their clan." He didn't make a move, but under this kind of gaze, the Azure Ape felt a chill down its back. It was a powerful holy beast, and it hadn't met a worthy opponent for many years. Yet today it was trembling in front of this person. What kind of peerless character was this? It opened its mouth, but the cold golden gaze swept over, causing it to tremble. It couldn't help but take a step back as its scalp went numb. "Go!" Yi Fan pointed out with his finger, and a divine splendor flew over, sprinkling down on its body. With a hong sound, it was sent flying, falling into the distant horizon, far away from the ancient tomb. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he brought Yangshi forward. His entire body emitted strands of radiance that had already completely enveloped the little rotten child. This was because the power of order on the tomb was too powerful, enough to crush a cultivator into meat paste. On the mountain, the spiritual energy became increasingly dense. Some of the ancient medicines grew vigorously, and their medicinal ages reached tens of thousands of years. They were extremely rare. In fact, there were more than 10 of them that were almost at the king level. Their medicinal ages were at least 60 to 70,000 years old. Waves of fragrance wafted into the nose, causing one to feel as if they were walking on clouds. This place was truly extraordinary. It had become the medicinal garden of the Azure clan, but it was built on top of an ancient tomb. It was truly astonishing and special. Walala! In some places, the dense spiritual energy actually liquefied, forming puddles of water that flowed along the mountain. There was no lack of source lumps within. This was a scene of all living things flourishing in the world. Unfortunately, apart from plants, only those with the tyrant ether blood could be found. The denser the essence energy in a place like this, the greater the suppression of the power of laws. Even the powerful Yi Fan felt waves of discomfort after ascending this mountain. There was a tyrannical power that wanted to tear his body apart, and it was especially targeted at the golden blood in his body. There are no weapon fragments, only a tyrannical bell condensed from the power of order. Yi Fan muttered to himself. What did the supreme tyrant body want to do back then? He had clearly passed away in meditation. So how could there be such a change? He opened his heavenly eyes, and through the divine chains of order, his gaze pierced through the giant tomb, entering the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. He wanted to see everything clearly. This was the main reason why he came here. Back then, the tyrant ether body had internal injuries, and 10 years after the battle, he split into pieces. He didn't know if his body could leave behind any information. Suddenly, within the great tomb, a wave of heaven destroying aura surged. It was tyrannical and overflowing into the heavens, making even the sun, moon, and stars tremble. This was a matchless expert that countless experts from ancient times looked up to. He was worthy of being a supreme being of a generation. There is actually still this type of aura, even after dying for more than 100,000 years. Worthy of being an uncrowned emperor. Even after dying for so many years, he could still be like this. Normal cultivators definitely wouldn't be able to endure this type of remnant fluctuations. Yi Fan said to himself. Suddenly, he was greatly shocked. A vertical eye appeared between his brows, shooting out a streak of immortal splendor. It entered the depths of the great tomb, and as he carefully observed it, he clearly saw the scene there. There was actually a terrifying male there. His black hair scattered about, dancing about crazily. His domineering aura overflowed into the heavens. As he stood there was a type of supreme aura, as if he was the sole ruler of the world. There was actually a male in the depths of the enormous ancient tomb. This really was a bit sinister, leaving one shocked. His figure was wrapped up by divine chains of order, making his sturdy body a bit indistinct. However, there was a type of world-shaking fluctuations that could suppress the world. He suddenly raised his head. 2 streaks of terrifying cold lightning shot out from his eyes towards Yi Fan's direction, piercing through the tomb. How long? The golden blood within Yi Fan's body immediately surged, quickly surging and rumbling. His entire body became resplendent, radiance erupting in tens of thousands of streaks to resist the impact. He was sure that this was a type of world-shocking pressure that rushed out from the body of that male in the depths of the ancient tomb. Normal saints wouldn't be able to endure it. Dang! A bell sound rang out from the depths of the ancient tomb. Everything in all directions, the 100,000 great mountain ranges, mountains, and ravines were all rumbling. Under the bell waves, the boundless great earth was shaken. The space between Yi Fan's brows erupted with brilliance. A cauldron flew out, suspending above his head. Strand after strand of order ribbons descended, protecting him and Yangshi below. In the depths of the ancient tomb, strand after strand of Tao laws interweaved above that terrifying male's head, forming a great bell. It released a long and drawn-out sound, its domineering aura overflowing into the heavens. Overlord Bell. Golden radiance shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. That great bell shape was extremely similar to the ancient tomb, no different from the legendary Overlord Bell. It was as if it could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chapter 1333. Inside the ancient tomb, the bell waves were vast, ringing through the mountains and rivers. The sun and moon both trembled, as if this world was going to collapse. Boom! The cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head shook violently. The origin of all living things descended. Strands of primordial natives, flowers, birds, fishes, bugs, and deities appeared on the cauldron's walls at the same time, simple and imposing. Now, the myriad source energy cauldron had become a peerless divine artifact. It possessed both offense and defense, and it nurtured deities within it. It frequently chanted the ancient scriptures within the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, making it extremely profound and powerful beyond compare. As soon as the cauldron appeared, the bell waves were blocked, unable to break through. In the depths of the 30,000-meter-tall ancient tomb, numerous divine chains of order swept through everything in their path, and they simply seemed capable of destroying everything in the world. They emitted a peerless aura that made others almost want to prostrate themselves in worship. Yi Fan held onto little Yang Shi and stood like a boulder on top of the ancient tomb, resisting the terrifying fluctuations coming from below. The cauldron above his head floated up and down, releasing tens of thousands of strands of source energy and holy might. Meanwhile, within the mouth of the cauldron was an expanse of primal chaos that slowly revolved. It was deep and immeasurable, appearing incomparably mysterious. Occasionally, the sun, moon, and stars would appear in the primal chaos chi, as if the world was being created. In the depths of the earth, that male had thick black hair. The Overlord Bell above his head rumbled. He soared into the air, as if he was going to leap out from the great tomb. An even more boundless power was released. Clang! The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. All of the vicious birds and ferocious beasts in the mountains, rivers, and great wastelands were trembling. They knelt down on the ground while trembling with fear, as if they were facing a deity. Boom! The golden light in Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly, as though he wanted to see through the past, present, and future. The golden blood in his body thundered, and his entire body sparkled like jade. He released the most powerful saint energy he had so far. He didn't move in the slightest. He didn't attack, nor did he retreat. The vertical eye that appeared between his brows was incomparably brilliant. A beam of immortal splendor pierced through the great grave, staring straight into the depths of the ground. That wasn't a person, nor was it the real Overlord Bell. Everything was formed by interweaving divine chains of order. However, it was absolutely powerful, enough to make ordinary saints tremble. Is this the person who possessed the tyrant Empyrean blood? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He used his heart to sense and comprehend, wanting to see through all the divine sequence chains. This was his goal for coming here. In this place, he felt a terrifying suppression. Sure enough, it was just as the rumors said. Apart from Tyrant, everyone else was viewed as an anomaly, and it was difficult to gain anything. This man's black hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like cold lightning, and he was like a fiend god. He had an imposing aura of supremacy in the heavens and the earth, and he emanated an invincible aura that suppressed the ages. Unfortunately, in the end, it was just an imprint and not the true body, so it couldn't rush out of the giant tomb. It could only stand in the void space within the belly of the mountain. Even so, it was still terrifying. The person who had the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body, even though he had died more than 100,000 years ago, the mark he left behind was still so domineering, causing all the heroes in the world to sigh in admiration. From ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many people had come here to pay their respects. Not a single one of them wasn't shocked. One could imagine just how powerful his true body was in the past. Yi Fan's eyes became deeper and deeper. Within them, the sun, moon, and stars vanished, and there was also chaos spinning. Under the powerful suppression of the Great Path, he comprehended and saw through the source. At his level, Not only did he need to fight bloody battles of life and death, he also needed to settle in silence. Walking between the mountains and all living things, appearing and disappearing in the mortal world, all sorts of things would give him great benefits. The tyrant body was his nemesis since ancient times. Yi Fan was suppressed by the laws of the Great Path, causing the golden blood in his body to boil. Silently enduring here was also a kind of cultivation. He stared at the divine chains of order for a long time. In the end, the terrifying man and the tyrant bell above his head had completely transformed into laws in his eyes, and he could directly see through their essence. Powerful and terrifying. He let out a soft sigh. When everything in the world quieted down, the imprint was still there, and it was still in human form. However, it could no longer be used by him to resist and temper himself. Yi Fan executed an ancient and world-shattering Genesis technique to investigate everything below. In the end, he discovered that it was empty. After the tyrant ether body passed away, his supreme physical body had completely transformed into the Tao, and not a single bone was left behind. The reason why this grave was like this was because the person with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body had transformed into the Tao. There were traces of the Tao left behind from the desolate era. This was the nemesis of the tyrant ether body since ancient times. There was no need to doubt its peerless strength. Otherwise, the battle back then would not have been so bitter. Yi Fan put away the cauldron and led little Yang Shi to walk on the grave. He saw a few small rivers formed from liquefied spiritual qi, gurgling and surging, flowing down the mountain. There was a man-made medicinal field on the mountain. It was watered with spiritual liquid, and ancient medicine grew in large patches. The fragrance of medicine assailed the nostrils, and multicolored light shone in all directions. Each one was sparkling and translucent. Usually, the azure ape guarded this place, but unfortunately, he was not here at this time. Medicine King. Yi Fan was amazed. In the depths of the medicinal field, there was a special piece of 5-colored soil. There were actually 2 Medicine King growing side by side. One was shaped like a vermilion bird spreading its wings, and its entire body was bright red like a red agate. It was a rare ancient medicine known as the vermilion birdgrass. The other one flickered with purple light. It was a type of spirit vine that was more than 3 meters long. Legend had it that it only grew an inch in 1,000 years. Its purple leaves were like clouds, drifting about, enshrouded in mist. The main vine was like a vigorous purple horned dragon. Yi Fan had walked the starry sky ancient path for a very long time. He had seen many heavenly treasures, but this was the first time he had seen a medicine king that could extend one's lifespan. This was because there were too many people who needed it on this path, and it was difficult for it to see the light of day. Yi Fan carefully dug out the vermilion birdgrass and sealed it in a jade jar. At the same time, he explained the various ancient medicine knowledge to little Yang Shi. The vermilion birdgrass was like a burning flame. It passed through the jade annulus and emitted a scarlet multicolored light. The spirit vine, on the other hand, emitted a purple mist. It was like a lingering cloud, causing the jade jar to emit a purple luster. The path to immortality was about to open. In the future, there would be great battles of life and death. There might even be dark chaos. The Medicine King was definitely a precious medicine that could save people and prolong their lives. Its value was immeasurable. Yi Fan led Yang Shi down the mountain and left the giant tomb. He could clearly feel the changes of the great Tao. He had gained quite a bit from this trip. Is the tyrant ether blood really an unrivaled bloodline? The little rotten child revealed a worried expression. Even though he had left the giant tomb, he couldn't help but turn back to look. This tomb had given him too many shocks. Yi Fan rubbed his head and said, "Unrivaled in the heart, there is nothing to fear." Yang Shi firmly believed that the ancestor with the divine body was unrivaled. However, he had wavered a little in this place. That male form from the interweaving divine chains of order gave his young heart a great pressure. At this moment, he became resolute. His eyes were clear, and his little face was full of confidence. He emitted an astonishing radiance as he brandished his little fists and said, "We are unrivaled." A seed was planted in his heart, and his conviction became firm. The two figures, one big and one small, walked towards the end of the great earth, passing through layer after layer of primitive land. Yifan's gaze was deep, although his will was firm, and he had the belief that he was unrivaled. After seeing the 10,000 Zhang giant tomb today, he became extremely vigilant. Tens of thousands of years ago, the ancestor of the Big Dipper Saint Physique had once pacified the chaos and was known to be unrivaled. However, he still fell at the 50th gate of the human race. This was enough to show how terrifying the tyrant ether blood was. After the Saint Physique reaches grand completion, will the blood in one's body really lose its golden color and turn back into a bright red? Yang Shi raised his little face and asked. That's right, Yifan replied with certainty. Has there really been people who have reached such a realm? The big bright eyes of the little rotten child were filled with hope. That's right, Yifan nodded. The grand completion Saint Physique mentioned by the common people didn't necessarily have flawless saint blood. This was only an unrivaled title, but there was definitely a Saint Physique that was completely blood red in color. You must have heard of their glorious achievements in the Big Dipper Saint Physique, right? The little rotten child's eyes became even brighter, and there was a kind of splendid expression in them. How could Yifan not see the desire in the little fellow's eyes? He wanted to know everything about them. His long eyelashes fluttered, and his big eyes blinked. He seemed to be very eager. I've seen the will of a deity before. When he was alive, he definitely had flawless scarlet blood. What he suppressed wasn't ordinary chaos. He fought a bloody battle against the undying mountain and fought against an existence in the origin ancient mine. Yifan was very patient as he slowly narrated. Yang Shi listened as if she was intoxicated. After hearing that this unrivaled Saint Physique had died because of his beauty and that his friends who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him had died of old age one by one, she felt grief in her heart. The little fellow's eyes were actually covered with mist as he headed to the outer realm. He wiped his tears and said, after 10,000 years, the entire world was silent. It was too pitiful. In the end, he was the only one left. He chose to leave and died of old age in the outer realm, passing away in a foreign land. There was an obsession in his heart, and for the sake of seeing his beauty and comrades, he turned into a deity's will. In front of them was a magnificent expanse of mountains and rivers. A silver waterfall descended 1,000 zhang, and immortal mists drifted about. Enormous watchtowers were situated on different mountain peaks, and it was as if they had entered an immortal realm. Song family wasn't that far from the giant tomb. They didn't dare enter the tomb, but the experts of the clan would often go to the mountain to cultivate. This was their prosperous divine land. Outside the mountain gate, a terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens. The saint's great formation had already been activated. An exceptional killing intent overflowed. Dao marks covered this place densely, turning it into a dangerous land that was difficult to pass through. The Azure Ape fled back and naturally reported everything. The Saint Physique that had disappeared for 100,000 years had returned, rushing to the human race's 50th pass and appearing on top of the azure sky tyrant body's giant tomb. This naturally left them shaken. In reality, they had already received news several years ago that a Saint Physique had appeared on the starry sky ancient path. He came from the Burial Emperor's star and was their old enemy. However, they didn't feel any fear because in this era, a person with the true azure sky tyrant body's blood had appeared in their ancestral land. Another ancient star, Domain's mother star. That person had come here before and stayed here for a year. They deeply experienced his power, and they firmly believed that he was the unrivaled expert of this generation. The azure sky tyrant blood has always been unrivaled since the ancient times. In this era, he will definitely cut down the Saint Physique and forge a new era of glory. A group of people appeared at the mountain gate and stood side by side on an enormous peak. They looked outwards, sizing up the two figures one large and one small. What is the meaning of this? He actually brought a small one. Could it be that there will be two great completion saint physiques in the future? These people were a bit shocked, and their voices were full of cold intent. Truly rare. After 100,000 years, another true saint physique has appeared. What exactly is the meaning of you coming to our clan's Pure Land? A middle-aged man asked coldly. Facing an old enemy, there was a type of intense hostility and nervousness, as well as a type of arrogance. Nothing much, just looking around. Yifan calmly said. He brought the little rotten child with him and began to circle around this place to observe. I advise you to leave earlier. A young man's tone was quite harsh. His eyes revealed killing intent and cold light. Don't be nervous. I have no intention of taking action. I really just want to take a look. It's fine as long as you don't force me to take action. That's all. Yifan was quite calm. Chapter 1334. This mountain peak was extremely magnificent, occupying a vast area. All types of ancient trees grew, taking root on the precipitous cliffs and precipitous cliffs. They were verdant and dark green, flickering with multicolored light, as if they were carved from jade. There were even spiritual springs that gurgled down along the precipice, turning into silver waterfalls that poured down like the Milky Way from the nine heavens, accompanied by waves of thin smoke and colorful mist. As for ancient medicines, they were everywhere, and they were rooted at the foot of the mountain, on the precipices, and before the Tao platform. A sweet fragrance assaulted the nostrils while specks of light flickered, and they emanated strands of auspicious light and waves of fragrance. Uncle, what's that? The little kid's big eyes rolled around. He was curious about everything. That's a Qilin beast with a thin, immortal bloodline. Yifan replied, telling him that this wasn't a true Qilin, just a type of bloodline it left behind in this world. In front of the stone wall, a Qilin rested on its own. Purple energy surged, forming a dense expanse. Orchids grew in its surroundings, filling this place with multicolored light. This was a place where ancient medicines flourished. There wasn't a single weed. What is that little fiery red bird? Ah, it's spitting fire. It even melted a mountain peak. Yangshi was astonished. Her little mouth was wide open. She had never seen these creatures before. That's a fire sparrow. It's rumored to be the descendant of the vermilion bird. Woo! It's not easy for it to grow to this extent, Yifan said. This fire sparrow was only the size of a palm, its entire body bright red, feathers gorgeous, as if cast from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. With a light shake of its wings, magical force overflowed into the heavens, moving about the volcano, making the great Tao rumble. Inside the Tsang clan's mountain gate, there were several tens to over 100 mountain peaks. Many rare birds and auspicious beasts roamed about, and all of them were mutant species from the primordial era. Some of them were extremely rare to see in the outside world. A middle-aged man could not take it anymore and shouted, "Saint Body, don't go too far. What do you think this is? Do you think that there is no one in my heaven clan? Quickly leave, or else you will have to bear the consequences." I didn't break into the Tsang family. I just brought this child outside to take a look. What's wrong with that? Yifan said calmly. This is my clan's Pure Land. Outsiders, especially your Saint Body bloodline, cannot step foot here. This is an affront of our dignity. He berated. Yifan's expression immediately sank. Is this considered offending you? Then I want to ask, what did you do on the other ancient star? You broke into the home of the Saint Physique lineage and humiliated and trampled on him. This child has been bruised and bleeding since he was young. How could you do it? Inside this group of people, expressions froze and then became incomparably cold. Not of their voices, they. All these years, when has the Saint Physique bloodline ever offended anyone? You people bully us at every turn. Haven't you humiliated us enough? Did I offend you by bringing this child here today? Comparing the two, this is nothing. Yifan shouted. These people could tell that the divine body from Burial Emperor's star and the little child didn't come with good intentions. They gave each other a look, their expressions cold and full of hostility. Uncle, Yangshi called softly. Don't worry, they're not scary at all. Maybe they'll even welcome us in. Yifan came here to get rid of the haze in Yangshi's heart. I'm not afraid. In the future, I will personally defeat all of them. The little fellow puffed out his chest and said in high spirits, "You're just a descendant of a loser, yet you dare to come here and make irresponsible remarks?" Within the Tsang clan's mountain gate, a young man finally couldn't hold it in any longer, coldly mocking. "In this world, the strong are respected. Our ancestors won against the divine physique, and the descendants of the azure sky, overlord body, are destined to surpass the bloodline of the divine tribe that has been eliminated. Why can't we use you to temper ourselves?" This was a kind of high and mighty conceit, as well as a kind of intense hostility and a sense of superiority. It was also a naked humiliation. Of course, the two who spoke knew their limits as well. They didn't dare to leave the mountain gate and only mocked from within the Pure Land. They stood on a mountain peak with their arms crossed and coldly looked down. Is that so? The strong are respected. This world is really cruel. All right then, I will also work hard to become an expert and try. After speaking, Yifan disappeared with a whoosh. Boom! The ancient formation in front of the mountain gate was attacked and released monstrous waves of divine power. All kinds of Tao patterns interweaved, obliterating all intruders. A terrifying holy might filled the air. However, this couldn't stop Yifan at all. He had cultivated the Xing word formula to the acme of perfection. This secret technique could allow him to go up to the 9 heavens and down to the netherworld. There was no place in the world that he couldn't go. It was an extreme method to break formations. The ancient divine killing formation couldn't stop Yifan. He entered the mountain gate and appeared on the mountain peak, decisively attacking. "Stop him!" a group of people shouted. The enemy's attack was as fast as lightning, arriving in an instant. No one could react in time. Bang! When a few experts took action, Yifan had already grabbed 2 young men and retreated, rushing out of the mountain gate. This was a type of intimidation. Taking the head of an enemy amidst an army of 10,000 was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Yifan directly captured the 2 young men who spoke rudely. "Since the strong are respected, then I'll have to apologize to you 2 weaklings. I also need to sharpen myself, so I'll use you 2 to practice," Yifan said coldly. "Pa!" He swung out a palm, sending one of the young men flying. Blood splashed everywhere, and then he immediately followed up, trampling him down from midair and landing on the ground. "Ow!" This person cried out miserably. It didn't sound like a human anymore. His entire body was almost broken by Yifan's foot. All of this was the result of him being lenient. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? "No!" the other person shouted, scared to the point that his soul was about to leave his body. Just now, he felt intense pain all over his body, and now it was his turn. Yifan naturally wouldn't stop. He placed the young man in front of him and fiercely swung his right leg. Then, with great force, he kicked the young man flying like a soccer ball. Honk! In the distance, a short mountain was smashed by this person. Smoke and dust filled the air, and there were heart-wrenching and lung-splitting screams coming from that place. The weak are prey to the strong. Is this all there is to it? Today, I'm stronger than you guys. It seems like this is the best place to sharpen myself. Yifan pulled little Yangshi forward and kicked them once again, sending them flying into a pile of rubble. This was a brutal beating. In front of the Tsang clan, he was beating up the clan's disciples in front of their mountain gate. At this moment, the entire place was silent to the extreme. No one dared to believe this reality. Immediately afterwards, the Pure Land exploded. Many magical treasures flew over, and all of them flickered with multicolored light. They bombarded towards Yifan, wanting to kill him here. Yifan was extremely calm. He didn't waste any energy to resist. He operated the army formula and directly controlled the 2 captives to face these weapons and magical treasures. As a result, the brilliance completely retreated, and the attacks immediately stopped. Saint Physique, you have angered my Tsang clan. This is a humiliation to us. Don't even think about escaping today. There were people with violent tempers within the mountain gate who immediately roared. If not for the escort envoy's protection, your clan would have long been wiped out. The descendants of the losers actually dared to come to my clan's gate and make a move. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. This was something that had never happened before. For so many years, generation after generation, they had always held the advantage. When had they ever been bullied by their mortal enemy's bloodline like this? Their eyes were about to split open. Yifan wasn't in a hurry, giving the two youngsters another vicious beating. He led the rotten child and stepped on their bodies. His expression was tranquil as he said, "Everything I did was carried out according to your way of thinking. I am strong, so I can trample all of you under my feet. Isn't this normal? You're just losers, so aren't you supposed to be treated like this?" While speaking these words, he fiercely beat them up again, almost breaking apart their bones. In the end, they were tossed into the mountain gate like trash. Within the Tsang clan, a wave of exceptional domineeringness erupted. A stone mountain collapsed, and a demonic, godlike figure rushed out, arriving high into the sky. "Saint Physique from Emperor Burial Star, you actually dare to humiliate my clan. The Tsang Sky tyrant blood cannot be bullied. Today, you won't be able to leave." Yifan's reaction was extremely calm, as if he didn't care that much. This isn't much of a humiliation, right? Song family's people were driven mad. After all these years, who dared to stir up trouble here? This was the first time, yet this person actually said that it wasn't much. It was just too hateful. Everyone was furious. Yifan was still as calm as the clouds and winds. "Don't you all often do these types of things? I am far inferior to you all. If I didn't do it well, I hope you all can forgive me." Break it down. Everyone almost stomped their feet in anger. This was an undisguised beating, yet he still had such an indifferent appearance. It was extremely vexing. Many people gnashed their teeth in anger, truly wishing to tear him into 8 pieces. This saint who came out of isolation was extremely bold and powerful. He was tall and majestic like a demonic god. He didn't want to say anything and was about to rush out murderously. Suddenly, an old man appeared without a sound and grabbed his arm, not letting him leave the mountain gate. The others also quieted down. "Youngster, you're going too far," the elder said expressionlessly. "Not really, right?" Yifan was still the same, not forceful, not violent, a bit sloppy. When he spoke these words, there was even a hint of doubt, as if he was still asking for the other party's opinion. How vexing. A few people were so angry they wanted to skin him alive. They couldn't help but want to take action. Youngsters should know when to advance and when to retreat. This elder's face sunk. He stared at him and said, "Intruding into my ancestral cemetery is disrespectful, and even more so a type of humiliation. Coming to my clan's gate, I feel that none of these crimes can be established." Yifan shook his head, interrupting him and saying, "From ancient times until now, many people have gone to pay their respects to that great tomb. Everyone in the human race's 50th city knows about this, so why can't I do the same here?" The group of people were furious, many of them berating loudly. "Your clan and my Firmament tyrant blood are old enemies. You are nothing more than a loser, so ascending the giant tomb is the most serious provocation. It is pardonable for others to ascend there, but your clan definitely cannot. What qualifications does the descendant of a loser have to ascend my clan's important land? This is a type of humiliation." Many youths glared at him angrily. They were young and full of vigor, so they felt a sense of superiority when facing the divine physique race. They naturally couldn't endure it. "You all say that this is a type of humiliation, so why did you act so impudently in front of the divine physique's solitary tomb on another ancient star? You even bullied his descendant and carved words on the stone wall in front of his tomb. Isn't this even more serious? Why do you always have a double standard?" Yifan coldly said. "Impudent. Some people from the Heaven clan could no longer endure it. I'm not impudent at all." Yifan shook his head and recovered his indifferent appearance. "I didn't disrespect your ancestors, nor did I carve words randomly. I only picked 2 king medicines there. These are the medicinal herbs you should compensate for bullying little Yang, Shi, and causing him to be covered in cuts and bruises." The people from the Heaven clan almost spat out blood. Those were 2 king medicines. They were the most precious things in this world. Even the great sage bowed down for them because they could prolong his life. Some of the existences from the Heaven clan who didn't have much time left felt like dying after learning about this. Yi Fan leisurely said, "Don't worry. Before I left, I laid down some formations and transplanted over 10 rare ancient medicines inside. I reckon that they will all become king medicines in 20 to 30,000 years. You all won't suffer any losses." The group of people wanted to vomit blood again. Transplanting ancient medicines in their ancestral land? Whose medicinal field was this? Moreover, who could wait 20 to 30,000 years? Everyone wanted to eat him alive. I wonder if I'll have the chance to pick the ancient medicines I planted in 20 to 30,000 years. Yi Fan once again talked to himself. He felt very good about himself. Damn you. That was what everyone wanted to curse out loud. At this moment, only little Yang, she was looking at Yi Fan with a look of worship. Chapter 1335. The members of the Heaven clan all had gloomy expressions. Their hearts were filled with uncontrollable anger, and their hatred for Yi Fan was incomparable. Several experts secretly communicated with each other through their divine senses, preparing a forbidden artifact to launch a sudden attack and kill Yi Fan. Medicine King. An old man gnashed his teeth as he stared at Yi Fan. It seemed like he would pounce over at any moment. Yi Fan was still unconcerned as he led Yang Shi around the periphery. He seemed to have seen the entire mountainous region, and there was a certain rhythm to his footsteps. The rotten child was curious about everything he saw. He blinked his large eyes and asked all sorts of questions. The two figures, one big and one small, did not seem to care at all. It was as if they were exploring a secluded place. He came at just the right time. If he didn't come, I would have personally left seclusion to kill him. I definitely won't allow a pure saint bloodline to coexist with my clan. A cold and emotionless voice came from the depths of the Heaven clan. The two granduncles are about to leave seclusion. The elders at the mountain gate were overjoyed, and the killing intent on their bodies became even stronger. The saint bloodline, no matter which era, is destined to be defeated. The voice from the depths of the beautiful mountain peak became even colder. It was still secretly transmitting sound, telling the clansmen that he would soon leave seclusion. "You shall be consigned to eternal damnation." Outside the mountain gate, the powerful saint shouted loudly. He and the white-haired old saint took action together. They worked together to activate a forbidden artifact and unleashed a peerless attack. At the same time, all sorts of formations flickered around the mountain gate. There were actually many hidden formation diagrams. At this time, they all came to life and attacked together. Dang! A long and drawn-out bell rang out, shaking the heaven and earth. It was exceptionally domineering, as if the boundless universe was falling down, terrifying to the heavens. Tyrannical bell, Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. The aura he sensed was very similar to the aura he sensed in front of the giant tomb. At this moment, a giant bell suddenly descended from the sky, suppressing towards him. "Saint Physique, we have endured you for too long. Die for me." The powerful saint roared loudly, causing the mountains and valleys to tremble. The white-haired ancient saint also had a cold expression as he joined forces to sacrifice the bell. "Oh, I've also waited for a long time. It's about time." Yi Fan was completely unperturbed. Pulling little Yang Shi with him, he transformed into a beam of light and activated the line incantation. In the blink of an eye, they had moved 50 kilometers away. That giant bell missed, only an afterimage left in its original location. It released strand after strand of Tao traces, tearing apart the sky dome. The bell sound was deafening. At this moment, footprints appeared one after another on the great earth outside the Pure Land. They were all shining, and upon closer inspection, they were all left behind by Yi Fan, the regions he had stepped through. Rumble. These were divine chains of order that shone brilliantly. They were formed from heaven origin patterns, and they completely covered the outer region. They extended towards the Pure Land along the underground ancient veins. Heaven and earth were overturned, the sun and moon losing radiance. This magnificent river and mountain were burning, turning into an exceptionally terrifying place. All types of patterns interweaved, turning it into a dangerous place. What happened? Song family cried out loudly, all of them panicking out of fear. It was because a few saint formations collapsed. The underground dragon vein shifted positions, changing directions, making most of the saint formations engraved on the ground become paralyzed. This was a Tao origin divine technique. When Yi Fan was opposing the Song family with equal harshness, he had secretly engraved countless heaven origin patterns. At this moment, all of them were activated. The dragon vein surged, changing heaven and earth, causing the mountain gate to collapse. Rumble. Like a landslide and a tsunami, several enormous peaks collapsed, and the mountain gate was razed to the ground. The mountains and rivers here collapsed, and the power of the heaven origin formation was displayed to the extreme. This was an unstoppable force that could tear through everything in its path. It was like a flood bursting through a dam, carrying with it the rupturing of mountains and the overflowing divine force as it surged towards the pure land. Ah! The Song family's experts cried out. They were all shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Those concealed formations were actually destroyed in an instant, and the giant wave directly rushed over. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with cold lightning. He finally took action, and with a flash, he followed the heaven origin great formation's fluctuations into the Song family. He raised his fist and smashed over. Forbidden formation cut off the mountain gate. Someone shouted loudly. Waves of light flickered and linked together to form a light screen, but it still couldn't stop the collapse. The heaven origin divine formation was changing the dragon vein underground, and it was completely disintegrating. If it was in the past, Yi Fan definitely wouldn't be able to do all of this. But now, he was on the 8th layer of the Saint realm, and his origin techniques were even more divine, so he could break through all kinds of techniques. Several people who had set up the formation were all slashed by the origin patterns, and they directly collapsed, turning into a bloody pulp. Yi Fan moved forward, and at this moment, he didn't hide anything. With a monstrous golden blood energy, he arrived in front of the mighty saint and smashed his fist down, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. This was a powerful saint, but under Yi Fan's peerless attack, he couldn't block it at all. First, his entire right arm exploded, and then his body turned into fireworks. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The ancient saint at the side roared in anger, and the giant bell in the sky smashed down. This was a rare forbidden artifact, and it surpassed many saint weapons. It had the domineering aura of a bell. Dang! A cauldron flew out from between Yi Fan's eyebrows, colliding with the giant bell. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, and the earth caved in. With a rumbling sound, mountains were turned into dust, and various array patterns flashed on the ground. The heaven's origin array also appeared at the same time. Fragment of the domineering bell. 2 beams of dazzling divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. This giant bell wasn't simple. Although it was cracked, there was a different fragment embedded in it, and it shone brightly as if it was about to come back to life. He lightly shouted, and the myriad chi cauldron rumbled. Chaotic sword chi shot out in all directions, and all of them struck the fragment, causing its light to dim, and it flew out. Return. A cold voice came from the depths of the Heaven Clan. The domineering bell's light dimmed, and it turned into a meteorite flying over. Saint Physique, you dare to disturb my Heaven Clan? Those who have the tyrannical sky blood in their veins will all kill you. The white-haired ancient saint roared in anger, doing his best to resist. However, under such a peerless divine fist, how could he block it? Yi Fan's eyes released cold lightning. At this moment, he was cold and emotionless. He brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and its divine might was matchless. His entire body was releasing resplendent light, drowning out the entire heaven and earth. He was like a war god, bold and unstoppable. The elder was only a step away from becoming a Saint King, but in the end, he still couldn't cross that threshold. He did everything he could, but he still couldn't block Yifan's fist power, and his body flew out. At the same time, in the depths of the Heaven Clan, there were experts that came out of seclusion. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Yifan was like a golden deity, invincible, possessing a type of unmatched fighting prowess in this world. He only brandished his fists 3 times. The first fist smashed out. With a kacha sound, he smashed the Elder's divine artifact into pieces. It was like a dazzling rain of fireworks. Exceptional energy fluctuations surged like a tsunami, and even the world exploded. Yifan's second fist smashed out, and this ancient saint's arm and body broke apart inch by inch at the same time. A rain of blood flew out, and white bone fragments flew in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme. And when the third fist smashed out, all the chaotic energy flows and the remnant consciousness of the ancient saint in the area were shattered, turning into smoke. The heaven and earth became clear again. With just 3 punches, Yifan killed an ancient saint. Fresh blood dyed the shattered mountainous region red, and this place was like a blood-stained, demonic land. It was incomparably terrifying. Yifan walked in with large strides, and Yang Shi appeared in his manifestation. She was completely protected, and no shockwaves were able to harm her. The Tsan clan had experts, but there was definitely no great sage. Before this, Yifan didn't make a move. He secretly laid down the Heaven Origin Rune Channel, which extended out from underground, and thoroughly understood everything about the Tsan clan. Now that everything was clear, he walked forward with large strides, and no one could stop him. However, he didn't start a massacre, and only headed towards the depths of the Heaven Clan. Although this planet was suitable for the Tsan clan to cultivate, it was very difficult for a great sage to appear. After all, how many people were there in this clan? Even on a flourishing ancient planet with a population of trillions, it was already not bad for a few great sage to appear. It was extremely difficult for experts of this level to appear. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The change was too fast, and no one could react in time. Yifan entered the depths of the Tsan clan as if there was no one there. Saint Physique Dai! A loud shout rang out. A middle-aged man with disheveled black hair and an imposing aura rushed over with a large bell on his head. Even if you didn't come, I would have gone to kill you. There's no need for someone with the tyrant firmament blood to return from the depths of the starry sky. I've been waiting for you all this time. This was an expert, and it was the one who had transmitted his voice in secret. He was an astonishingly powerful Saint King, and the tyrant firmament blood in his body couldn't be considered thin. He was many times stronger than the person from before. Most importantly, the large bell on his head seemed to have a few cracks on it, as if it had been pieced together. However, it still caused people's hearts to palpitate, and there was a terrifying aura coming from it. There were a few fragments of the bell that stood out from the masses. They were fragments of the tyrant firmament bell that had been smashed into the cosmos in the past. Now, they were forged together with other divine materials. This person roared loudly, shaking the mountains and rivers. The large bell above his head rumbled, and there were actually strands of oppressive might that vaguely contained a bit of Emperor Qi. Yifan was greatly astonished. The tyrant body of the past was too powerful, and he could tell a thing or two from this broken weapon. He was worthy of being an unrivaled expert. And now, even though there were only a few fragments of the bell, they still made people's hearts palpitate. This was because the laws and Tao marks within them hadn't been erased, and their divine might overflowed into the heavens. Dang! The source energy above Yifan's head trembled. Ancient people, flowers, birds, fishes, bugs, primal chaos deities, and other things appeared at the same time. They were simple and ancient, as if they could breathe in and out the universe. The sun, moon, and stars appeared within the mouth of the cauldron. The two collided violently, and all of them rumbled. This was especially true for Yifan's cauldron. The deities within it revived, and the myriad things on the cauldron's walls seemed to have truly come to life. What? The expert from the Heaven clan was very powerful, but at this moment, he was extremely astonished. You can actually forge the myriad origin cauldron like the ancient Heaven? Astonishment was written all over his face, and it was obvious that he was greatly astonished. He stared at the myriad origin cauldron incessantly, sweeping his eyes over every pattern. He was extremely shocked. Suddenly, an exceptionally sharp sword chi rushed out, and another Saint King level expert appeared to hack at Yifan. The two great experts from the Heaven clan both appeared. Of course, the one who posed the greatest threat was the person who activated the large bell. Those fragments of the Overlord bell were extremely terrifying, and they contained extremely powerful energy fluctuations. They fought fiercely, and the large bell was faintly discernible. Strands of Emperor Qi lingered around it, and although it wasn't very real, it made people feel restraining fear. If by any chance it released its Emperor's might, it would be very troublesome. However, Yifan wasn't afraid. This wasn't a true Emperor weapon, and he also had the green copper cauldron, so he wasn't afraid that the other party would use the mysterious ancient artifact against him. The great battle continued. Yifan only relied on the cauldron and his physical body to resist the Overlord bell, and unexpectedly, the two experts spat out blood. The saint physique from the Emperor Burial Star is truly powerful, but now that you've entered my race's pure land, don't even think of leaving alive. A person gloomily roared. Formation patterns appeared on the great earth, and an even more ancient and tyrannical formation appeared. It was as if it could suppress all living things. Yifan remained calm. The heavenly origin formation patterns flickered beneath his feet, and they became increasingly profound and complex. It was as if they were going to connect the heavens and move the earth, causing everything to tremble. The other person sneered and said, "You're wrong. How could the saint physique originate from the Emperor Burial Star? Have you forgotten the ancient history recorded by our ancestors? It's just like the great ancient emperors descending into the Big Dipper. How lamentable. They don't even know where their mother star is. To think that their mother star was once on par with our race's mother star, and we fought for so many years." Yifan's heart was moved. He had clearly understood some secrets. The enmity between the two physiques seemed to be very ancient. It originated from the two mother stars, and the bloody battle had already begun since the Big Dipper era. Boom! All kinds of formations flickered on the great earth, and Dao marks rushed into the heavens. It was simply capable of obliterating all saints. Yifan was still very calm. The heavenly origin patterns in the surroundings numbered in the tens of thousands, and they resisted their peerless grand formation. They extended from the earth to the sky, drawing upon the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Suddenly, Yifan's body violently swayed, and his ears rang with wong-wong sounds. His vision darkened, and the golden blood in his body boiled. He almost fell to the ground. He was greatly shocked. Ineffably, a layer of terrifying red hair grew on his arm. It was extremely terrifying, but it was destroyed by the golden saint blood boiling just now. This ancient star, Yuan Taoist master, also came here before. What's here? A solemn expression appeared on Yifan's face. Chapter 1336. This kind of palpitation was so intense that the golden sacred blood boiled and burned fiercely outside his body, burning away the terrifying red hair on his arms. Yifan found it hard to calm down. The universe was vast, and the ancient path was long, yet there were actually footprints of a Yuan Taoist master on this path. Kill! A Saint King rushed over with a huge bell suspended above his head. The bell waves were like a tsunami, drowning Yifan within. Now was not the time to be in a daze. This battle would shatter the universe. Yifan's black eyes were sharp. He raised his golden fist and punched out. His battle intent suppressed the sky, causing golden cracks to extend in the surroundings. This was a world-shocking battle. The great bell rumbled, and the bell waves were long and drawn out. It was as if it had transcended the ages and transmitted the divine might of the person with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body. The bell body was embedded with several fragments of the Overlord Bell. They emitted divine splendor that was exceptionally domineering. Every single one of them seemed to be able to tear apart the sun, moon, and stars. Every time Yi Fan's golden fist moved, these fragments would shine and release an immortal tyrannical power. The kind of aura surged violently, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. This was enough to tear apart the flesh of a Saint King. Yi Fan's physique was strong enough. Moreover, the myriad chi cauldron was bobbing up and down above his head, emitting all kinds of strange images to resist the broken bell. Suddenly, a whistling sound rang out. The mountains and valleys on this ancient star all trembled, quite a few ancient lands directly collapsing. The sky above was a vast expanse, filled with an incomparably desolate aura. Inside the cauldron was a primal chaos. It was unfathomable and impenetrable. At this moment, a Kuan Peng rushed out and spread its wings to the sky to resist the Overlord Bell. This was a kind of divine might. It shocked the other experts of the Tsang clan. They trembled with fear and almost collapsed to the ground. This was a diagram on the cauldron wall. It came out through the wall and displayed astonishing might. Under the activation of Yi Fan, the Kuan Peng seemed to have been revived and gained life. "This is indeed the myriad chi cauldron," the Saint King shouted. The Kuan Peng was a legendary immortal spirit that had never been seen in the mortal world. In the mortal world, only the golden-winged Peng's bloodline wasn't pure. Even these descendants were powerful and terrifying enough. Now, in the primal chaos of the cauldron, a giant spirit transformed from a fish into a Peng. Its divine wings spread out 3,000 li, soaring into the sky, shattering the sky. It was simply going to tear apart the boundless heavenly dome. It threw itself at the Overlord Bell, exceptionally ferocious, its attacks terrifying and incomparable. Clang! The great bell rumbled. This vicious bird defied the heavens and smashed about, continuously clashing head-on. If its true body existed, it would definitely surpass many species from the archaic era. The Heaven Clan's Saint King was shocked. This cauldron's natural laws had just appeared, yet it was already this powerful. This ancient bird's fighting strength surpassed many saints. If Yi Fan broke through, this cauldron would also continue to evolve. One day, it would become an even higher level weapon, and this ancient bird would definitely become even more berserk. If that day really came and the myriad chi cauldron transformed into an emperor weapon, would the true body of Kunping appear? Just the thought of it was terrifying. The Tsang clan's Saint King shivered. The roar of a Peng filled the skies, splitting the heavens and earth. This vicious bird covered tens of thousands of li with a single spread of its wings. It was as if it was going to tear apart the 9 heavens. Its enormous golden wings hacked down on the Overlord Bell like broadswords, making it rumble with ear-splitting sounds. The Saint Kings, who were activating all types of forbidden formations, shivered inwardly. They activated the killing formations while providing assistance and resisting. Clang! The Kuan Peng covered the skies. Its enormous golden claws grabbed onto the Overlord Bell, about to tear it apart. Sound waves rang out endlessly, spreading for hundreds of thousands of li. This battle shook the entire ancient star. The Heaven Clan was the greatest power here, and no one could challenge them for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet now, such a great crisis had occurred. Quite a few people looked over, all of them greatly alarmed. Kacha! A piece of the great bell was torn off by this ancient bird that no longer existed in this world. It was actually a bit damaged, leaving everyone shocked. Endless sound waves spread outwards, shattering the heavenly dome inch by inch. The mountains and rivers, without the protection of formations, all collapsed. Kill! The 2 Saint Kings of the Heaven Clan roared. The killing formations and the Overlord Bell moved together to resist Yi Fan. They never thought that the divine physique of this generation would be so powerful. It made them shiver. Not to mention anything else, just this cauldron alone was already beyond their expectations. Beneath Yi Fan's feet, the heaven origin pattern channel continuously appeared. The divine formations that he had laid down before interweaved here, resonating with him. The mountains and rivers changed, and the sun, moon, and stars were drawn. Boundless divine splendor poured down from the heavens. He used the heaven origin pattern channel to resist the various forbidden formations of the heaven clan. At this time, the cauldron above his head shook again. An ancient ancestor on the cauldron's wall walked out from the primal chaos mist. This ancient ancestor was a peerless saint. He faced the overlord Bel head-on, and his physical body was terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, the space between his brows shot out strands of primal chaos sword chi, its divine might unstoppable. The overlord bell rang, and every strand of primal chaos sword chi shook the heavens and the earth. The bell rumbled and shook violently, and the sword chi continued to flow, blocking the bell's sound waves and preventing them from spreading. Yi Fan had the upper hand against the two Saint Kings. He was not under any pressure. What he needed to be wary of was the Overlord Bell's fragments, as well as the Yuan Taoist Master's calamity. Thus, when he used his origin technique, he had no choice but to pay attention. He was afraid that something bad would happen at this crucial moment. Boom! A deafening sound came from underground. Ancient patterns interweaved and shot into the sky. Both Yi Fan's origin formation and the Heaven Clan's forbidden formation were destroyed. This was a dazzling light, accompanied by the trembling of dragon veins and the descent of starlight from the cosmos. It was like thousands of silver waterfalls. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. This was without a doubt the heaven origin pattern, and its mastery was above his own. Not only could it change mountains and rivers, but it could also borrow galaxies. He had long since known that the Yuan Taoist master was not the end. This was because Zhang Lin had told him this when he and the fifth-generation ancestral master were guarding the Valley of Gods. At that time, the fifth-generation ancestral master's stunning performance was proof of this. Zhang Lin had been lost for tens of thousands of years, and his body was covered in red fur. When he woke up, he could single-handedly suppress the ancient race's ancestral king. There were traces of a Yuan Taoist master's bloodline buried deep underground. The patterns had come to life, and the starlight and moonlight descended. Draconic chi rose from the earth, and the heavens and earth intertwined. Soaring dragons rose, the sun and moon swayed, and the bright starlight mixed with the dense draconic chi. The mountains and rivers were strange and frightening. The Saint King controlling the forbidden formation cried out. He had been sent flying, and he had suffered heavy injuries. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Clang! The Overlord Bell was also attacked. The Saint King's expression changed as he retreated with all his might, using the giant bell to block the attack. That was because that place was the exit of the mysterious underground power, and he bore the brunt of the attack. Yi Fan also recalled the myriad chi cauldron and used it to protect himself. He quickly rushed into the distance. He realized that everything was caused by his Genesis technique. There's an ancient formation of Heaven's source underground. When was it built? He was very surprised. One had to know that the Tsang family had lived here for hundreds of thousands of years. How could they allow someone to lay a formation underground? In the Eastern Wasteland, even the first-generation ancestral master of the Yuan Taoist master's bloodline had not lived this long. Who was the one who laid this formation? Kill. At this moment, Yi Fan did not hesitate. He took advantage of this opportunity to rush into the sky and kill his opponent. The patterns underground were extremely terrifying. They destroyed all the forbidden formations in the depths of the Tsang family's ancient land. It could be said that it was a terrifying suppression, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The patterns interweaved and spread to every corner. The two Saint Kings roared in anger. This was the blood and sweat of many generations. It was unknown how many divine materials were used to lay this formation. It was the crystallization of their blood, sweat, and tears. But at this moment, all of it no longer existed. In particular, Their ancient formation was disintegrating. It made their hearts bleed. This was a formation at the peak of the Great Sage level. Unfortunately, part of the patterns had been worn away by the passage of time. In order to revive it, it needed to be gradually opened. The two Saint Kings were full of confidence. They wanted to use this to trap Yi Fan and kill him. But now it exploded. The patterns underground spread up and completely destroyed it. Yi Fan shook his head. He had already used his unparalleled Genesis technique to find out that there was a terrifying formation here. If the Great Sage formation was not destroyed, he would not step into this dangerous place. Ah, a miserable cry rang out. The Saint King controlling the formation now lost the protection of the formation runes. When he faced Yi Fan, he suffered the most terrifying attack. Poof! Yi Fan used the battle saint technique. The Tai Sovereign sword appeared and cut the Saint King in half. Blood rained down. The Dao sword was like a huge dragon soaring through the sky. It was extremely sharp. The dragon head was raised high as if it could cut through the heavens. Yi Fan stood with the sword in hand. The second attack fell and cut through the Saint King's body. Only a Yuan spirit was left, and he was captured. The other Saint King, was shocked and angry. He did his best to save him. If he was defeated by the Saint body and the ancient land was broken, he would not be able to accept it. Dang! Yi Fan shook the cauldron and slammed into the Overlord Bell. The sound was like a flood, vast and boundless. It made people's ears ring. The Saint King used the Overlord Bell fragment to resist, but he could not change anything. The Overlord Bell suddenly cracked. The fragments shone brightly and flew towards the outer realm. Yi Fan was shocked. He used the Myriad Chi Cauldron to block it, but it did not succeed. The fragments of the Overlord Bell actually revived on their own. There was an immortal law power inside. It emitted strands of weak Emperor's might that entered the sky. Poof! The Saint King was smashed into pieces by the Myriad Chi Cauldron. His body was destroyed. His Yuan spirit left his body and wanted to escape, but it was instantly suppressed by the cauldron and could not move. The battle ended. The Grey family had become a ruined land. The walls were broken and the mountains had collapsed. It was almost razed to the ground. If it were not for the protection of those formations, this place would have been turned to ashes. Nothing would be left. After Yi Fan stopped his origin technique attack, the underground origin formation immediately disappeared and did not continue to spread. The other people of the Grey family had all fled. Even the two Saint Kings could not defeat them. How would they dare to fight? They were not on the same level at all. And Yi Fan did not want to start a massacre, so he did not chase after those people. In the ruins, Yi Fan stood on the rubble. He did not immediately go to the underground origin formation to explore. Instead, he observed the Yuan spirits of the two Saint Kings. He wanted to understand the secrets of the past, and he also wanted to see what was special about the Overlord body. The mother planet of the Saint Physique has become a dead planet. He was stunned. He did not think that he would find out such secrets as soon as he explored. The Saint Physique and the tyrant blood of the Ether had fought. They were natural enemies, long before the era of the Big Dipper Saint Physique. Their struggle actually involved achieving the path. Suddenly, the clanging sound of swords came from a broken mountain in front of him. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head and flew up. This was an important place. Unfortunately, everything had been destroyed. Only a jade jar remained. At this moment, cracks appeared on it and it suddenly exploded. Strands of purple blood sprinkled on the mountain rock.